Good morning, Char. So, Char, check this out, chatters. New thing I'm trying for this stream is on YouTube. I'm streaming to both YouTube and also, say it with me now, to YouTube. So what that means is that I'm streaming to both YouTube normally and YouTube like as a short. So there's two streams going on YouTube hypothetically. One is the normal one, and then one is me streaming to the short section, I think. So if you're confused, I would, if you're like, oh no, why does the stream look like this? It's because you're on the wrong one. So I have to, go check that and see how it actually is, looking. Because it's probably kind of weird. How does this, I guess I gotta have it like this. But yeah, it probably is kind of weird. So I'm kind of checking it right now on my phone to see what it's doing. What it is. But otherwise, Twitch should be normal. I'm trying to get my, I'm trying to stream to more locations at once. Yeah, so I think the normal one says there's 11 concurrent people. The stream is going. Looking solid. Hello, YouTube viewers. Hope you guys are doing good. And then I click the other one, and there's 2 concurrent viewers, and it's a dead screen. Oh no, and it's vertical. It looks vertical to me. So that's literally just so that, I don't know. The idea is that some random Andy is going to be scrolling through shorts, and then randomly going to see this and be like, what's going on, man? Oh, it says it has a poor connection? Is it so Jover? Check this shit out. Stream health. I'm just gonna assume it's gonna be good. But is my best friend me on stream again? No, I haven't even streamed this in a few weeks, dude. What do you mean? I didn't even stream anything last week. I had one of my friends sub in. My best friend Meon subbed in last week. So I didn't actually stream last week. You know what I mean? Does that make sense, chat? Oh, frick. What's it trying to do? Oh, I hate when it does this. Why is it trying to do this? Wait, did I just ruin everything? Chat, any ruiners, everythingers in the chat? No, I think I'm good. I think I'm solid. Why is a hype train happening? Thank you, Steve, for the resubscription, by the way, right before the stream started. I ain't watching, but have a good one. Thank you. Witch, thank you for the resubscription. I literally finished watching the last 2 VODs half an hour ago. I was too busy with university. Well, we got another one cooked up for ya. Right here and right now, baby. What the hell? Why is it acting like this? Oh, there we go. I hate you. What do you mean you hate me? Didn't even watch the last one? I'm nonchalant like that? Man, how do I actually get to this on my... I go to my own channel on my phone. I don't know how to reach the vertical one. The vertical stream? I have no idea how to do that. Because I click this one. That one's the normal one. I go to live. Oh yeah, I see both of them. It won't even let me into them on my phone. What did I do? I think I broke it. Does somebody want to check to make sure it's working on YouTube? I feel like I might have just fricked it all up. Because these numbers I'm seeing don't make any sense. Which is crazy. They started a Pink Cube stream right here in Utah? What the hell do you mean a Pink Cube stream in Utah? But, on actual Higurashi note, chat, we are continuing chapter 6 today. Rena, there was the glorious Keiichi speech, but I don't think it's really been internalized with Rena. So we're pretty much cooked, because she's now going to just be dealing with her trauma alone, which means GG, lose the game for free. That's pretty much our situation. So yeah, it should be exciting. Both YouTube streams seem to be working for me. Okay, I'll take that. Thank you for checking, guys. Did Tomatake spoil? Cheru. That's funny. Okay. Short version looks really weird. Well, it's just like vertical, right? Like by really weird, it looks like I feel like it should look normal based on how I set it up. I also have to turn my lights on. 1 second. All right. Okay. I'm back. Will the stream VOD for shorts normal be combined viewership-wise? Nope. Not at all. Not at all. I don't think so. Honestly, this is a bit of an experiment, but like, why not experiment a little bit, right? And so yeah, YouTube people, I'll say it again. I'm running both on YouTube Shorts and YouTube normally. So if you're on the Shorts one, I'd recommend to jump to the normal one, unless you want to be on your phone. In which case, hey, do your thing. Top G. But yeah, let's actually get this show on the road, as some would tend to say. How do I play the game again? Oh, here we go. Boom! And then over on... So now how I have it set up, though, is that YouTube and Twitch should both be seeing this horizontal one, and then the vertical, and then my other canvas is purely for shorts. So now, on the shorts one, it should go boom! And you can see that, like, oh my god, chat, check this shit out, dude. Doesn't this look awesome? I'm not leaking anything. I don't think I am. Look at this. So, like, I can turn off studio mode. So this is the horizontal one, so it's like normal, and then both the YouTube ones are doing it. And then on vertical, most of it is me, and then it's the full display, and then it's chat at the bottom. Though I think I actually messed up chat, because chat's... Yeah, here we go. I thought it was top to bottom, not like this. How do I want to do it? I could, like, shuffle it around so chat's at the top. I feel like this is fine. I feel like that's fine. But yeah, I feel like it looks kind of good, no? I feel like, short stream, you're going to be famous thanks to it. I'm going to pretend it's not sarcasm because it makes me feel better to believe that people believe, alright? Believers in. He really thinks he's cooking. So true, Pink, it's awesome. Thank you, Witch, for the bits. I wonder when this joke will stop being funny. Anyway, I'm skipping university tomorrow to be here. I'm going to have to lock in this week. Yo, Witch. The VOD will always be here. Make sure you do your university shit, bro. But also, thank you for the 34 bits. I see who you are. I know what kind of man you are. You got to vert on TikTok next? I would love to go vertical on TikTok, but TikTok wouldn't give me a stream key. So I need to, like, fight it now. You'll be able to make shorts so easily now? Oh, that's actually interesting. Yeah, I wonder if it... Ooh, Charu? But I could just copy paste this, yeah. I kind of like that idea, actually. Oh, you know what I should do? I should crop this. That's actually the tech. I'm going to crop that so it stops leaking into the screen. But then, okay, yeah. I'll crop this real quick, then we'll start with the actual gameplay for the evening, chat. Let's see, how much do I need to crop this? Boom. Like 500? Maybe like 400. Wait! There's a black spot. Look, it doesn't fit perfect. There's like a thin black line on the side. Right here. There's like a thin black line, is there not? Oh no, I'm tripping. Yeah, it's just part of the thing. Yeah, because look, I zoom it out and it's still there. Yeah, okay. Never mind. We're fine, chat. We're fine. It's so weird how it does that. Okay, well, should be good. Alright, well, let's get going, chat. Me with the thin black line. Did Sif's presentation persuade you? It was a pretty good presentation. It was a pretty good presentation. I like that presentation. Chat, if you weren't there in the Discord, there was a Discord presentation about being in the sewer. That's I think all the context I'm willing to give. You know, you should have been there. Shout out the Discord. Why is somebody linking stuff? Oh, that's just the full Project Moon playlist. Alright. But yeah, okay. So, where were we? Try to remember where we were. Oh yeah, the lunch takeout list that literally was just Rena. Well, it was like Rena's psycho stuff. Was in the sewer once. Can confirm. Yo, me and Stanley might have met in the sewer. Yeah, they just talk about how they think that she's gone freaking nutso butso. Which is another way to say mentally ill. Thank you, Shadro, for the resubscription. Guru. Wait, is that Guru? Isn't that like, that shark girl? That shark VTuber? Yo, chat, I've actually been talking to, like, some VTubers recently. It's actually really cool. I feel like I haven't, like, I've never consumed VTuber content, and I don't think I've ever really gotten it. But I've met a lot of VTubers recently, and, like, talked with them, and it's, like, really cool. I feel like. Like, seeing, like, I don't know, I feel like I'm starting to, like the way they were talking about like it as a character made a lot of sense to me. I feel like it was interesting. It kind of made me want to like make like a VTuber model just to like experiment, you know? Because it's like I'm not afraid to have my face or anything, like obviously, you know. And I know some VTubers do it because they don't want to like leak their personal life, which makes a lot of sense. Which is getting freaking cronked. Which makes sure you also drink some water. Where's the Oishi cosplay? Yo, oh, you know what you just reminded me of? I gotta get my thing up. Wait, chat, I have to get my thing up real quick. Aha! Chat, don't forget. Oishi is actually Subaru. Because he has returned by death. That's what we've learned. That is what we've learned. I don't actually know much. I don't know what's going on with Oishi. But Oishi's a freaking problem, okay? I don't know exactly what's going on. But we're on, like, a new timeline. But Oishi is, like, knows the timelines or something. I don't know, dude. What? I don't, like, why, dude? Okay, wait. Chad, I think I just solved the entire story. Oishi is Keiichi, grown up. Keiichi grows up in one of the timelines, synchronizes himself with Oyashiro-sama, and sends himself back into time to solve the mysteries himself of Hinamizawa. I'm gonna assume they have the same eye color, even so I'm almost certain they don't, and that's the theory. It's a grown-up Keiichi that sent himself back in time. And that's why he loves Mahjong. Because he's old. Think about it, chat. Think about it. It's because he's still playing club games. He's trying to live the joy of playing club games again, and he does it by playing Mahjong. That's the closest thing he can get now. Think about it. Also, let me plug in my other mouse. I have a second mouse, by the way, that isn't broken. Because, like, my current mouse double clicks, and usually it doesn't matter that much. But in a VN, it actually is, like, really annoying. So let me plug in my extra mouse. I got a ramshackle freaking setup, dude. Okay. Alright. There we go. Alright. Chad. Last time, Rena's losing it because her history that she's blocked out is flooding into her mind. Let me scroll to my newest part of the notes. Hallucinated Yoshiro-sama post-divorce after taking pills. Maybe linked to the pills. She's taking a bunch of pills. She's been losing her mind. South Park fangirl, what's up, what's up? Welcome to the Twitch. Welcome to the ability to chat. Use it well. I believe in you. Appreciate all the YouTube viewers, though. Appreciate all the YouTube viewers. Sorry I don't read your chat. It's for the mods, okay? It's for the sanctity of the experience, okay? We can't have a mod on every platform yet. One day, maybe. That would be cool. That'd be cool. The pink, freaking secret police. The secret pink lease. Whoa. Oh, is my audio messed up? Oh, frick, it's doing stuff. I found you from the VODs. Is it me, or are your videos very low volume? Wait, what do you mean low volume? Also cool that you found me from the VODs. That's cool. Like overall quiet? Do you mean like the entire thing's quiet? Because I feel like it should be good. Now I'm kind of curious. Let me real quick peep a VOD. We haven't like fully gotten into the swing of it yet, so I feel okay about doing this real quick. Let me just listen to an old VOD and make sure the audio's not like super fricky. Yeah, at least on my end, the levels look good, but it's good. Listen, chat, I appreciate when people tell me this kind of thing. I feel like this looks normal to me. So, it should be good. It should be good. But the VOD's audio volume is pretty low compared to a normal video. Let me... Yeah, it might be a little low. Well, it's coming across fine to me, so... Well, South Park's also thinking it. They are a little quiet on the VODs. Well, I don't know. Anyways, we'll figure it out. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I just read like half this page and I have no idea what's going on. Chukadon. Oh, this is the order. About homing ability and homesickness. If you interpret homing ability in a broad sense, you can say that most animals have a homing ability. It's the same with humans. We like to sleep, rest, and eat at a place where we feel comfortable, namely our homes. You're generally a bit low. I see. Yeah, well, I can even show y'all. Like, I try to keep it where, like, my mic, I like dance in the yellow zone. Because I try not to hit red. But I do see that I'm a little low. And, like, I'm aiming here, my mic's here. So it's, like, sometimes a little bit. I'll boost the gain a little bit. Just yeah. And then here, it's like, we give it, that's probably about good where it is. Okay. Yeah, honestly, I just need to change my setup so that I have a mic stand arm thing and I can have the mic like right next to my webcam so that it catches better. And then I can probably like, because right now everything's pretty much boosted as much as it can be unless I want to boost the gain a lot, but then it sounds really like crisp, like crunky. Anyways, yeah, okay, so, situation here, homing ability, I have no idea what he's talking about. When in animals, I think he might be, I say he, I don't even know who's narrating this. My kind of thought is that like like a bird migrating might be like homing ability. And so there's probably gonna be something about like maybe the people of Hinamizawa have a homing ability, or maybe Oishi has a homing ability or something. Let's see. Your home is to you what nests are to animals. Therefore, we can say that humans have a homing ability as well. Oh, and this is gonna be like Rena has a homing ability back to Hinamizawa. First of all, why do animals need nests? The answer is the same for humans. Sleeping, resting, and eating are the essential actions for survival. At the same time, those actions leave one defenseless as well. That's why you need a safe area where you can be defenseless. Everyone knows that not having this safe area results in a high level of stress. When you move an animal to a new environment, it naturally becomes stressed. When you force a person to live in a foreign land where they aren't too comfortable, they become greatly stressed as well. Everybody also knows that this kind of stress is called homesickness. The Japanese don't know much about homesickness. We define it as a mental weakness, and we neglected to treat it for a long period of time. However, homesickness has a very long history. In Europe's Middle Ages, people believed that it wasn't a mental, but rather a physical disease. People also believed that out of everyone, the Swiss got the disease the most. The Swiss, you see, were known to be an ethnic group that worked away from home in that era. I wonder if this is maybe the scrapbook? The scrapbook that, what's her name? The dead nurse gave to, Rena. Why am I forgetting her name? Tomitake and Takano. Yeah, maybe this is Takano's stuff. The Swiss, you see, were known to be an ethnic group that worked away from home in that era. They lived far away from their homes. There were no telephones at the time, so they couldn't even hear their families' voices for ages and ages. It's easy to imagine that the young Swiss workers got homesick while working in a strange land. These Swiss who got homesick wanted to go home, but they couldn't because of their jobs. That conflict made them weak physically and mentally. Some of them went crazy and tried to escape from their reality by committing suicide or running away. The Swiss at the time were very superstitious, and many folk remedies and occult-like treatments to prevent homesickness went around. Since going home was the only treatment, they must have called it a fatal disease. But it isn't really one, of course. Specifically, homesickness is a sign of that human homing instinct. Your brain desires to go back to your safe area, namely your home. At first, your brain makes you remember the happy memories of your home, and it urges you to go home in a natural way. But when reason stops you from achieving your desire, your brain starts sending unnatural signals to your body. As a result, your body gets weak, and that makes it more difficult for you to live in a strange land. In the end, you have to bend reason in order to achieve your desire to go home. So, homesickness is born from our homing instincts. And the stronger one's homing instinct is, the stronger their homesickness. The strength of that homing instinct varies from individual to individual, and depends on the environment in which those individuals live. When your home is safe and the environment you live in is dangerous, your homing instinct grows stronger. On the other hand, when the environment you live in is safer than your homing instinct becomes very weak. I mean, this is just applying to Rena, right? That her new home was super unsafe to her, which would have made her homing sickness go crazy, and then she returns home. It's just another explanation, right? But, like, it's just another non-superstitious reasoning, right? So it's like, bleh. Oh, fun fact, my Higurashi friend that I talked to in person said that they like Umineko more than Higurashi, and they were like, you should get on Umineko after Higurashi. So I'm getting like double teamed, dude. Chat and IRL really want me to do Umineko after. But yeah, there's a pretty good chance. But you'll just have to wait and see, chat. Maybe follow, subscribe, give me some money on Patreon, and you'll find out. Slide in Patreon with no reasoning. Safety isn't the only... Oh, well, while I'm on it, check out the reactions. Patreon, YouTube, go peep them. Anyways, safety isn't the only element that affects its strength. Cultural aspects affect it too. The many customs demanding families to return home for major events varies with each region, so your birthplace's culture also alters the strength of your homing instinct. Amongst those regions, the transcendents of Onigafuchi village were believed to have an excessively strong homing instinct. The people of Onigafuchi forbade their fellows from ever leaving. Many believed that this was the effect of the elitism and sense of purity I already mentioned before. People today still strongly believe that Oyashiro-sama puts his curse on you if you break his rule and abandon the village. This superstition can be interpreted as homesickness. If homesickness is directly proportional to one's homing instinct, then the exaggerated expression curse would signify the strength of that homesickness and also their homing instinct. I can assume that they hated the outside world and created an insular society precisely because of their powerful homing ability. Unfortunately, there's no way to measure the strength of the homing ability that the primitive people of Onigafuchi had. It was so strongly forbidden to leave the village that nobody left long enough to get homesick. However, after the Meiji era, things changed. The sacredness of Onigafuchi dwindled with the efforts of modernization. Many young people started longing for city life, and some people were forced to leave the village to get a job. As a result, villagers started venturing outside the village borders. That was when the transcendents of Onigafuchi realized how strong their homing ability was for the first time. The residents of Hinamizawa got extremely homesick. Chat, do you have a homing instinct for the Pink Cube Discord? Do you have a homing instinct, like whenever I don't go live, is it like your nest has been uprooted and thrown to the wind? And so you fly back and there's just an empty telephone pole and you go... desperately calling for Pink Cube to come back. Whoa, chat, talk about it. I will be deleting all references to Umineko? What? Wait, why? You mean, like, people can mention Umineko as a thing, that's fine. Just don't, like, spoil the series, that's all. I have a homing instinct for VC, but you never join. Like, I don't need chat to be super on topic. I don't read chat. Like, if I glance over and y'all are talking about Umineko, I just look back over. Like, it's not a big deal. Just don't spoil stuff, right? Yeah. The residents of Hinamizawa got extremely homesick. After a while, people started to call this homesickness the curse of Oyashiro-sama. It became rumored that a person who left the village to get a job in a strange land was cursed, that he went crazy and died, and people who had left the village started coming back to either it or the nearby town. Yeah, content-wise, that's fine. I'm fine with that, because that's, like, spoiling the stuff, yeah. Their homesickness and their homing ability were very strong because of their culture. It's reasonable to think that these were cultivated by the unique religion in Hinamizawa, namely the cult of Oyashiro-sama. From the moment they were born, they were taught the rules of Oyashiro-sama. They must have felt guilty about leaving the village unconsciously. As a result, they considered their homesickness to be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I'm not sure if their homesickness got stronger because of the rules of Oyashiro-sama, or if they made the rules of Oyashiro-sama because their homesickness got stronger. Are you the strong... Wait, what's that quote from JJK? Even so I haven't seen season 2 of JJK. Don't for real, a homing instinct to the nearest elementary school. You have to be banned. We have to kill that chatter now. Are you the blank because you're blank, or are you the blank because you're blank? Think about it, chat. Yeah, can we have a Control F Onigafuchi Village for the entire series? I bet it's over 200. I'd even say. You're actually right, Sif. I don't see emotes. We also have to fix this. How I read and I don't get to see the emotes. Because yeah, we need to figure something out for that. Because I want to be able to see all the emotes. It's way more fun that way. Yeah, exactly, pal. That's it. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's just like it's a cycle, right? They feed into each other and then they cycle into getting stronger. I don't know which came first. I got tired of reading such small sprints and lay down on the floor on my back. So yeah, this is Rena reading Takano's notes. The true identity of the curse of Oyashiro-sama is homesickness? Mio-san believed my story and she let me read these scrapbooks. That's why I expected to find something interesting. But what it's saying is that the answer to it all is homesickness, which many doctors told me so many times at counseling. I'm a little upset. The word homesickness can't explain the extraordinary experience I had. I saw Oyashiro-sama come down to me from a bright light in the bathroom. Baby girl, you accidentally took drugs. I saw the dusky red nasty maggots come out of my blood vessels. This scrapbook doesn't explain any of that. I don't understand how Mio-san was going to explain the cloud of maggots. Maybe she didn't have any explanation of that to begin with. Was it just a delusion? I flipped through one of the other scrapbooks and Mio-san let me borrow, looking for an explanation of the maggots I saw. Then, I found it. It had the exact title I was looking for. Yeah, because we know the drug. Like, I'm guessing that the maggot thing is what Tomotake experienced when he ripped his own throat out, and also what Keiichi experienced at the end of chapter 1. Nah, I'd win. Rika, whenever she's trying to fight against her fate of getting murdered. Nah, I'd win. Rika trying to kill Shion. Nah, I'd win. About maggots and the curse of Oyashiro-sama. In the Meiji era, a group of villagers were on their way back to Hinamizawa, and they started discussing a rumor about a weird disease. They said that maggots started crawling out of the wounds of a person who left Hinamizawa, and that the maggots ate the person's body from the inside. The Shinto priest of the Furude Shrine at the time explained that the weird disease was a sign of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. According to tradition, the Shinto priest showed the villagers an ancient scroll, and he told them that the story of the maggots had been passed down through the ages. This is what the scroll said. The world where the demons came from must be interpreted as the land of death, and the demons in that land of death had to live their lives while being eaten by maggots. The villagers who were of the demon's blood had nothing to worry about as long as they lived in Hinamizawa under the protection of Oyashiro-sama. We saying, because my thought was that the maggots were something that the demons felt, and that she was a demon. Oyashiro-sama gave her a little bit of a reprieve, but then said, like, I can't do this forever, head back to the village. Which fits with the homesickness theory. You know? It's just, bro, it's such a bro moment, by the way, where, I fully believe in some level of superstition being real. And so it's like, you can have a realistic explanation for these things, and they absolutely make sense. But you could also have a superstitious explanation, and there's precedent because of Rika that it has to also be an option. And I do not think there's a way to determine which one it is. I literally don't. Because, like, it could just be either. And unless, like, Oyashiro-sama pulls up and is like, oh yeah, that was me, by the way. You know? But it would have to be, like, through Rika, because I trust Rika as a narrator. You can't trust some of the narrators. Because you can, obviously, Rena believes that all this stuff happened, and is trying to investigate that. But of course, like, she was in a super compromised position, so we can't trust her explanation as, like, genuine. So it's just kind of like, it could be magic, it could be real, it could be a little bit of both, it could be drugs. There's the drug explanation. It could be fucking something in the water supply, okay? That was one of the original thoughts, right? That there was some sort of thing in the water that they all had drunken their entire life, and that it doesn't do anything when you drink it, but when you leave and you lose that substance for a long period of time, you become sick because you lack it, and so you have like a, that's like a chemical explanation for the homing theory that I used to talk about in chapter 1, when I still thought I had a chance to solve any of this, when the difficulty wasn't impossible. The villagers who were of the demon's blood had nothing to worry about as long as they lived in Hinamizawa under the protection of Oyashiro-sama. But once they left Hinamizawa, abandoning that protection, the maggots that had been sleeping in the blood of the demons would start to awaken, and they'd eat their bodies from the inside out. This maggot disease scared the villagers for a while, and they asked the shrine to provide them with protective talismans whenever they... Talismans? Is that a Red Sheet Sinclair reference from hit game Limbus Company? Talk about the Thursday stream, Limbus on Thursdays, whenever they had to leave the village on business. This is interesting, as it's similar to the way homesickness was dealt with by the Swiss in the Middle Ages. After the war started, the delusion of the maggot disease faded away, but there remained a custom to send talismans to families that lived away from Hinamizawa. The talismans had the word maggot on them. Oh. But the most interesting part about all this is that the residents of Hinamizawa didn't know about the maggot disease until the rumors began. Wait, so where did the maggot thing start? Was it a rumor of a weird disease in the Meiji era? Okay. I thought that their unconscious worship made those people think of homesickness as a curse. Oh, chat, check out this smiley. Anyways, so this case of the previously unknown maggot disease directly contradicted the research I had done so far. It's natural to think that the group of people who were on their way back to the village were lost in a mass delusion because they strongly believed in the curse, and that the Shinto priest took advantage of their state of panic to instill a deeper faith in them. But I'm not fully convinced that it was merely a coincidence that this mass delusion matched with the story in the old picture scroll. I wonder if it's possible to see maggots in a wound without having the prerequisite knowledge when a person is cursed by Oyashiro-sama. I wish Oyashiro-sama would put his curse on someone I could study. Crazy. I'd love to see those maggots coming out of someone. Takano, you're a freak. I felt as if Mio-san was here and making that request of me. I remember when she gave me the scrapbooks. That's a motive for why she would have drugged Tomitake. Because my theory is that the drug was... I mean, she had to have been the one to kill Tomitake. Because, A, Keiichi met with her and she was really sus and they both had the look of a killer. Which means she killed someone. Tomitake is the one she's closest to. This gives an extra motive. Which we already had a motive of she's a freak. But this gives an extra motive of... I think that the drug causes you to see maggots coming out of you. Which very well could have been a drug that Rena got hit with when she was out of town. I feel like there is a world that the village followed her in some sense, hit her with the drug, and then she had her spiritual experience. I think that's a world. But I think because she was digging at the wound, trying to pull the maggots out, I think that's a reasonable explanation for clawing your throat out. And so, that like, oh, there's maggots in me, I have to pull them out. There's wires in your skin, pull them out, they're listening, right? And so, maybe her saying, I want to see the maggots coming out of someone, could be a explicit reason why she wanted to, Tomitake. Chat, would you let her drug you? If Hinamizawa was Bikini Bottom, assign each character to a SpongeBob character. Keiichi is SpongeBob. Rika is Squidward. Who's Squidward? No, we're not doing this! I felt good just for a moment, because I found out that the maggots weren't a delusion. But at the same time, it destroyed my excuse that it was a delusion. The maggots weren't a delusion. They were there. All of a sudden, my wrists, elbows, inner thighs, and neck started itching. They shouldn't itch, though, because you're in Hinamizawa. This goes against the logic that you have here, you know? There are microorganisms in your skin. There's also macroorganisms in your skin. I felt the urge to cut open a blood vessel, but I quietly held it down. Good job. Good resist. Good resist. Good wisdom save. I remembered that Mio-san looked very serious when I talked about the maggots. She must have thought it was creepy. But so did I. While I was crying because nobody believed me, a part of me didn't want to believe that my body was filled with those creepy things. I think part of me wanted to believe that it was a delusion. Dude. And Rena and Rena, and she cut out the eye because it was the icky one. And I think she's already made this connection. But, like, pulling out the maggots because of that is so good. And that was something I think she explicitly said, but I'm just thinking about it again, right? That she, in her name, was foreshadowing her trying to rip the maggots out. Woo! Okay. Keiichi, me boy. Arr, 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 arr. I need more club games and I need them now. Arr, 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 arr. Man. Stop making me think about SpongeBob. But now I know it wasn't. It wasn't a delusion. There are some people who had the same experience. Maggots in the demon's blood will awaken when you lose the protection of Oyashiro-sama. In other words, they may not awaken under the protection of Oyashiro-sama. But all the villagers still have the maggots in them without knowing it. People of the demon's blood are people who have the creepy maggots in their bodies. Also think, though, that, like, Shion was in the boarding school, and she did have, like, some degree of a homesickness because she came back to Hinamizawa. However, I've never eaten a maggot, no. However, she never had the maggot experience. You know what's funny, chat? I'm gonna tell a little story about maggots real quick. I was chilling on my couch downstairs, like watching TV or whatever, and I looked over and I saw a maggot crawling on the couch. And it was like a white couch, like kind of a cream colored. And I saw this little thing moving, and it's like, I was like, oh my goodness, why is there a maggot on our couch? So I stand up and I like look at it, and then I look around, and there were like more. I started seeing that like the cream color of the couch was like shifting and undulating because there were a bunch of these little like maggot things crawling up and down it. And I was like, oh my god, why do we have an infested maggot couch? What is going on? And so we started like plucking them all off. There were like literally dozens. And so we're like, is there a dead animal like somewhere in our house? Like what's going on? The big reveal, chat. We had a bag of bird seed, right? A bag of bird seed because we would sometimes like feed the birds outside. It wasn't maggots. It was moths. There, for some reason, a like moth colony had like nested itself in this bag of birdseed we had by the door, and so all their little like pupae cocoons started crawling out and interspersing through the entire house. So we had dozens and dozens of these gross little like pupae moth things on that couch, and then like in the kitchen we'd find them and like pluck them off and like get rid of them, all sorts of stuff. And it was like weeks before I realized it was like, oh my goodness, it's the birdseed. I figured it out. It was crazy. And so we had to throw out the couch because it was like covered in like dead moths all the time. It was gross and disgusting. One of your cats ate a bird in front of you guys. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so that's my maggot story. It wasn't actually maggots all along, but it's, you know, a bunch of like little like pupae is also pretty disgusting. So, yeah. Anyways, I do have some snacks. Talking about yummy food. I do have some snacks. I got Doritos. Chat, check it. The best, yo, get off of me. The best Doritos flavor, by the way. Spicy sweet chili, not sponsored. And then I also got Dr. Pepper. Haven't had this in a minute, so we can jaffinate it tonight. I try not to jump to conclusions and flip the pages again. Unconsciously look for something related to maggots. About parasites and control of the host. The maggot disease made me think about something. Is it possible to say that the extremely strong homesickness of Hinamizawa was an infectious disease caused by some kind of parasite? Yeah, I could see that. That'd be cool. It's kind of similar to the theory I had at the start of like, there's like some like drug or some chemical thing in the water of Hinamizawa, and then that they're stuck to. But a parasite would be like a biological variant of that theory. I think that would be cool. Cool Ranch still clears. Cool Ranch is good too. Cool Ranch is good too. Yo, somebody sends yummy snacks to Zeus's house ASAP. I'm not trying to connect the maggots they saw with parasites. I'm trying to think about the possibility that their culture, their religion, might be associated with an infectious disease. Yeah, I could see that. And that it's like a, oh, the swamp. right? Maybe the swamp is like a what do they call it? Like an infectious grotto, right? Where maybe it's like the swamp is a hotbed of a specific disease, because like swamps are like stagnant water, and so you get disease from that. So maybe like swamp water has like infected the village, something, and that there's either a parasite in the water or there's a disease in the water. That totally makes sense. Again, this kind of feels like something that like like, I have not gotten answers for 6 chapters. All I get are questions. I'm getting variations of the same thoughts. I have no idea what's going on still. Oichi's a time traveler. I just spat all over the camera. It's so Jover. Many infectious diseases are caused by unintentionally by parasites. A parasite host is literally its home. It wants to live within the host's body for as long as it can. The best way to do that is to coexist with the host without the host knowing it. But some parasites try to control their hosts and use them for prosperity. For example, some parasites have an ability to control their host in order to force them to be eaten by a superior host, like those ants with the fungus. A typical wait, that's literally what this might be the exact same thing I was talking about. A typical example is the Dicrocelium dendritiscrium. It uses snails or ants as an intermediate host, and it forces them to move to the upper side of vegetation so that it's easier for a superior host to consume it. Dicrocoelium? Dicrocelium? Dicrocos. That O after the C is freaking me out. One parasite that controls more complicated animals is called Toxoplasma gondii. It uses mice as intermediate hosts, with the superior host being cats. I think I've heard of that specific parasite also infecting humans. It makes them love cats more. I feel like I've heard of this. Maybe I'm mixing it with something else. This parasite makes a mouse lose its fear of cats in order to increase its chance of getting eaten so that the parasite can live within a cat instead. These are parasites that choose hosts at random. The rabies virus is commonly known for that. It lives and breeds in the brain of a host, and it moves into the host's saliva through the salivary glands. It makes the host extremely aggressive in order to make it bite things randomly, so that it in turn can move into other hosts through its saliva. That's what rabies does. Rabies? Many parasites have a similar ability to control hosts to their benefit. The examples I used above are about parasites that move into other hosts to prosper. But I think there must be some kind of parasite that controls its hosts in order to have a comfortable environment in which to live. I want to try to connect this theory to the abnormal homing ability and homesickness of the Onigafuchi residents. Let's say there's some kind of parasite that exists in Hinamizawa, and it lives within all the villagers' bodies. For example, for the parasite, Hinamizawa is the most comfortable environment to live in. So it gives the host a strong homing ability in order to make them stay in Hinamizawa. Yeah, maybe. And maybe like the gas or the swamp is like the environmental factor that it likes. Furthermore, it causes the host to get homesick whenever they ignore this homing ability and try to leave. Parasites need hosts in which to live. It's convenient for them if their hosts build a community in the environment where it feels comfortable. This theory makes it easier for me to explain the mysteries I described earlier. The Transcendents of Onigafuchi knew about the existence of this parasite. They knew that as hosts of the parasites, they couldn't live outside the village. That's why they created a culture and rules that prohibited contact with the outside world. And maybe being part of this parasite makes you more demonic or more aggressive or something, right? It also explains why people acted so abnormal during the dam conflict. So, the demons that came out of the swamp in the legend of Oyashiro-sama can be interpreted as the mass spread of the parasite from the swamp, because swamps can be the hotbed of disease. The story about the demons attacking the village must be a metaphor for the behavior of the infected villagers who are controlled by the parasite. This theory is too crazy. I should have just laughed about it. I think it's totally reasonable. I think it's a very reasonable theory. Let me, like, glance through some of my old notes and see if I have any stuff that's, like, similar to this that we could bounce off of. But the thing is, this, like, yes, this is cool, but this doesn't actually explain, like, Rika having future vision, you know? That has to be... That's what I'm... Dude, that's where we keep getting stuck. Like, we can't... This can't be the whole truth, because Rika has future vision, and that literally guarantees there being some level of magic, you know? There is no way for her to predict everything that happened without future vision that's, like, genuinely divine. So I think there is divinity. And I don't know if I'm doing, like, the Baldur's Gate 3 route of, like, she has the Ultra Emperor Parasite, you know? Is Rika a Mind Flayer? Is Rika a Mind Flayer, chat? Is that where we're at? A Lithid Rika just dropped? Like, you know what I mean? It's not like she has, like, a super parasite that gives her future vision. I mean, who knows? But, like, there's gotta be more than just realism-grounded parasites, right? It would have to be more. Maybe her and Oishi have the super parasites. But that's like, what are we doing at this point, bro? What are we doing anymore, alright? Is Oishi part of a secret gang that, like, does freaking alchemic science with the parasites in order to make, like, little parasite future vision jars? I don't know. That sounds crazy. This theory is too crazy. I should have just laughed about it. But I feel bad for Mio-san, so I decided not to. Hinamizawa is controlled by a parasite. You could use that theory to explain how the maggots came out of me. I felt a little bit dizzy. I was so confused, and a part of me thought it was ridiculous. And another part of me thought it was more convincing than any curse. But Mio-san was probably erased because she wrote these scrapbooks. If so, the contents of these scrapbooks must be something that they can't ignore. They try to get all of her scrapbooks and consign them to oblivion. What if they notice some of her scrapbooks are missing? I felt a chill running through my spine. I have to keep it a secret that I have these scrapbooks, and I'll have to try to understand more about their contents. Rena. You're wrong. You're wrong. You shouldn't keep it a secret. You should tell Keiichi. You should tell Mion. You should tell, Satoko, and you should tell Rika. Then all of y'all will keep it a secret. Because that's what the lesson you were supposed to learn. But you're having trouble learning it because you're afraid and you're dealing with your trauma. And I get it. Rome wasn't built in a day. But baby girl, we gotta get building fast, okay? Or we're never gonna reach a good ending. Think about it. I remember Mio-san told me that the three families are behind this series of the mysterious deaths, and that they're trying to resurrect the cult of Oyashiro-sama. Rena cosplay win? I kind of wanted to do Rena instead of the one I did, because Rena has such a cute outfit. Like, her little sailor outfit I think is really cute. According to the theory I just read, the parasite must be trying to maintain the current environment of Hinamizawa. The healthiest environment for it is a completely closed village, just like the primitive Onigafuchi. It must be very comfortable for the parasites aren't this smart, though, you know? It'd be really crazy to have a parasite that's smart enough to be like, oh yes, I should puppeteer the political nature of this village in order to make a more habitual environment. No, it'd be like people that are into the parasite and worship the parasite are then doing it for the parasite's sake, right? We need to, like, construct that a little bit differently. It must be very comfortable for the parasite if no hosts go outside the village. They don't even like that the villagers often leave the village to go shopping. That means the parasite would try to goad the hosts into resurrecting the cult of Oyashiro-sama. Or rather, the hosts that like the parasite and know about it would try to goad the village into resurrecting the cult. Thank you, Kapia Barakusas, for the subscription. Appreciate you. Wait, your name's kind of sick, though. It sounds like a dinosaur. A Capybaracusus. I remember there was an article in the scrapbook saying that the demon's blood runs thickest in the three families. Man, I'd love a subscription, but I really need to get a sub goal thing, huh? Listen, chat. Stream goals. Get the multi-streaming thing finished. Oh my goodness, wait, look at that. Wait, I just upgraded it, dude. Subscribed at tier 1 and then immediately subscribed it to tier 2. Wait, I didn't know you could just go like, badoop, badoop. That's kind of sick. Thank you, Capybara. Oh, Capybara. Oh, like a capybara. And then all the way to a tier 3. Whoa, bro. Wait, does that count as 3 different subs? What's going on there? Wait, that's crazy work, bro. Holy. The stairway strategy. The stairway strategy. It's not a dinosaur, it's a capybara. I'm just stupid, dude. Yo, I love capybaras. That's like the best animal, dude. Like a big rodent. Chat, look up, immediately look up capybaras, dude. I love a capybara. Thank you for the tier 3. That's very nice of you to climb all the way to the top like that. I appreciate it a lot, man. I appreciate it. Chat. I got some high C right here. Fruit punch, man. Yeah, thank you for the subscription. That's very nice of you. Thank you. I remember there was an article in the scrapbook saying that the demon's blood runs thickest in the 3 families. That would mean that they have a larger amount of the parasite in them than the other villagers, and that they're under its control. The three families seem to be planning to bring the village back to the Oniya-Fuji era. Reviving the Watonagashi festival after their Daimon conflict can be interpreted as their desire to revive the faith that had started to fade away in the Meiji era. I heard Umineko and decided to sub. Been watching you for over 2 years now, never popped up to stream. Oh, appreciate you, bro. Apparently Umineko is the big favorite of a lot of people here. I feel like every time I hear about Umineko, it's literally like Higurashi, but better. You know? That's kind of the energy I usually hear, so. We'll have to get to that as soon as we finish. Higurashi, probably. That's the plan right now. We'll see if plans change, though. The three families, especially the Sonozaki family, have a great influence over the region and the public organizations. What's going on here? I thought this to be a poorly written theory, but the pieces fit together one after another. I've never played a jigsaw puzzle as crazy as this. I felt my brain swirling due to this absurd theory. A part of me thought this was ridiculous, and another part of me thought I might be about to expose an unbelievable truth. When I tried to look into the center of it, I felt as if I was going to fall into the whirlpool and drown. I'll have to devote myself to reading more seriously. There must be some truth to this. It caused misfortune and made my life miserable after I moved to Ibaraki. I might be r/conspiracy searcher. I might be able to find the truth, including the cause of my parents' divorce and my desperate behavior. The cause of my parents' divorce? See, I don't really see this connecting to the parents' divorce. I think she's just hoping there. Because the parents didn't divorce to go back to Hinamizawa. There was no homesickness there. They just divorced because of her mom sucking. You know? Right then, I heard a knock on the door all of a sudden, scaring me. I hid the scrapbooks under a cushion.
Rena, 電話が来てるぞ。
電話？こんな時間に？
Man, that was a bit of a yap, bro. That took the wind out of me.
本屋さんからだぞ。本の取り寄せとか頼んだのか。
Oh, what was the...
沖宮書房の大石さんって人からだ。
Man, now we gotta go talk to a Oishi. Frick me, man. Frick my dumb ass Chungus life. I opened the windows, but all they let in was heat and the cries of the cicadas. Yeah, we're Keiichi perspective. It was break time between classes, but we couldn't get any rest. Mina and I leaned on our desks, exhausted by the heat. The younger kids sure are tough, considering how the heat wasn't bothering them at all. They were running around the classroom despite the temperature.
やっぱりさ、都会の学校だと教室にもクーラーとか入ってるわけ？
そんなことねえぞ。
Really?
あるのはせいぜい職員室ぐらいだな。
うわぁ、それは羨ましいね。生徒みんなで職員室を襲って占拠とかしないの？
Attack them and take
その
over.
辺の発想が
That's funny.
実に妙くさい。
Revolution!
ああ。
I didn't even have the energy to laugh. Mina and I stopped talking and used our notebooks to fan ourselves. I looked at the empty seat nearby. It was Rena's. Rena didn't come to school today. She called and told Chie-sensei she couldn't come because she's sick.
レナのやつ、最近元気ないよな。
だね。暑さにやられたのかもね。
なあ、本気で暑さでやられたと思ってるのか？
そう思ってるけど。
例の一件がさ、やっぱりじわじわと来てるんじゃないのか？
かもね。
We have to check on her.
それに暑さも加わって、夏バテでも起こしたんじゃないかな。
I can't even imagine how distressing it was for her to commit a murder, dismember the bodies, and get caught by her friends. We took each other's hands at that place and we united. All of us believed that we had to close the case there and had regained our peace. But was that as easy for Rena as it was for us? She must have not quite recovered yet.
おじさんはみんなで楽しく遊んでれば、そのうち元気になると思う。
We have to reach out to her. Alright? We can't just wait and see, alright? Wait and see? Is that a Chapter 3 Satoko reference?
そこまで心の傷が浅くなかったってことかな。
こういう時さ、どうしたらレナを元気づけられるかな。
多分、ほっとくのが一番じゃないかな。
It's best just to leave her alone, I think.
そんなのでいいのかよ。
And Mion,
俺た
you're
ち仲間
stupid.
だろ？
Mion. You're not a child
ホー
murderer?
ムシックってあるじゃない？
You're not a child murderer, but that's brain rotted of you. Okay? That's dumb. That's stupid. What are you yapping about? It's best to leave her alone. Why? It's like homesick. Explain,
あれ
explain.
もね、ちょっと寂しいからって言って実家に電話なんかかけちゃうと一気に発症しちゃうらしいよ。
You want to call home just to hear your mom's voice, but that actually makes your homesickness worse. Yeah, maybe we don't avoid problems and wait for it to go away. Maybe we actually deal with the symptoms. You know what I mean? Like...
寂しい時はぐっと耐えて、例えばスポーツにでも打ち込んで気分転換を図るのが一番なんだってさ。
気分転換させてやりたくてもあいつ最近部活に加わらないし。
レナはどうか知らないけどさ、人には甘えたい欲ってのがあるんだよ。
Okay.
そばに支えてくれる人や同情してくれる人
That's supposed to be us, the
甘え
friend
たくなる
group.
欲、
We're
慰めてくれ
family.
る人が現れるとさ、際限なく甘えちゃうことってない？
どうだろうな。
This is some
際
Satoko
限
ass
なく甘え
logic.
るってことは相手の同情をより深く得ようとするってこと。
I
そうす
swear.
るとケイちゃんは慰めてるつもりなのに相手はどんどんどんどん
This is some
落ち込んでいっ
this
ちゃ
is
うことになる
brain
んだよ
rotted.
ね。
I can't take it. This is some sort of like Sotoko depending on my brother is actually a bad thing logic. Bro, the point of a social network is to rely on it, alright? The point of friends is to go through the hardship together. This is verbatim what Keiichi was saying out loud, dude. Verbatim. Alright? And so, like, I get that it's like, oh, I don't want to be a burden to you. Baby girl, I want you to be a burden on me. I like being burdened by you. I like that. Because I want to be needed. And I want to be relied upon. Because that makes me feel reliable. That makes me understand how deep and strong our relationship is. That makes me feel good to know that you can reach out to me. That's a good thing. Yeah? And so, they going, oh no, I shouldn't reach out to my friends that are suffering because what if they feel bad that I've reached out to them? No, that's the point of being friends.
慰められて甘えられる。これに味を占めると不幸に
What the fuck do these words mean? Okay, I have to completely depending on someone means trying to earn even deeper sympathy from them. At that point, even though you're trying to comfort them, they just slip further and further into depression. By finding initial success through relying on someone and receiving comfort, they grow addicted to indulging in misfortune.
レナもその辺分かってるからわざと一人になろうとしてるんじゃない？慰めや甘えが目的だったら私たちのそばにいて涙を流せば済むわけだし。
じゃあ落ち込んでるレナを
Okay, that was kind of the end of the
どう励ま
thought.
せば
Let
いい
me
んだ
reread.
よ。
Okay. People usually have a desire to depend on somebody. You want to depend on somebody who supports you and sympathizes with you. Have you ever experienced that? When you can't stop depending on somebody when they try to cheer you up? Completely depending on someone means trying to earn even deeper sympathy. At that point, even though you're trying to comfort them, they just slip further and further into depression. By finding initial success through relying on someone and receiving comfort, they grow addicted to indulging in misfortune. Yeah, okay. I get what she's saying, where it's like, if I'm in a really bad mood and I go to a person and I'm like, hey, I'm really struggling, this sucks, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, it's okay, here, hug, feel better. I'm gonna be like, oh, whenever I'm in a bad mood, I can go to this person and I can feel good. And so that gives me a reason to be in a bad mood, so that then I can go to them and feel good. And so that would be, the reason to be in a bad mood is indulging in misfortune, so that I can go to them, relying on someone, and feel good, receiving comfort. I get what they're saying. Or I get what she's saying. In this context, it's stupid and is wrong. I'll explain why. Hey, Mion, baby girl. Rena just killed people, and we caught her. We had one, say it with me, one, like, combining, unified moment. I don't think she's, like, addicted to indulging in misfortune. When we caught her and forced her to open up to us, and then when she opened up to us after we pried it out of her, like removing teeth, because Keiichi had to pry it out of her, only then did she open up, and now she's stepped back. She's not addicted to indulging in misfortune and relying on us. She hasn't tried to rely on us once. She is actively pulling away from relying on us. She's never gone out of her way to do this. So we can't think that she's like making a mistake of stepping in and taking too much from us and like being addicted to sympathy and addicted to that. Because people do this and it's annoying, and I get that, right? Where it's like, hey, baby girl, sometimes you just gotta like drink from the water you're led to, alright? Talk about horses. But hey, that's not Rena. It's not even close to Rena at all. It's so wrong. If she wanted to depend on us or get comfort from us, all she'd have to do is to stay with us and cry all the time. That's also extreme and makes her sound weird. All she'd have to do is cry all the time? Yo, if she wanted to do that, that would be fine, by the way. It would become bad if she gets stuck in that place for too long and starts to, like, cycle in it, right? Like a wheel stuck in mud. Then I get it, okay? If she's been in a depression, crying to us for, like, a month, and, like, is not making any progress, there is a time where you're gonna be like, hey, we're gonna have to get out of this. We can't just stay in this cycle, right? There's a time where you walk through that with them, too, but guess what? That's also a process you can work out as a group. That doesn't have to be individual either. You don't just cut them up and say, I'm never going to give you sympathy again. You just start to wane it off of that or something. You know? I'm addicted to attention. Pretend I made another very sus comment. Char! Rockin'! Yeah. So this is crazy from Mion. And I think it's crazy especially because she's saying all these big words and like is weaving together an argument that the argument itself isn't wrong. It's just completely... I think it's completely misused, right? Like, the things she's saying can be true, and I absolutely can see them applied to people, but it does not make any sense with Rena in this situation, and is going to be... Like, dude, I could see the same shit being talked about with Satoko, right? This is, like, this weird, like, independence thing that Satoko was doing, too, and I get why Satoko was doing it, and I feel for her, but, like, I could see her saying this exact same argument of, like, if Satoko wanted to come cry to us, she could. She's actually doing her own thing, and this is actually a good thing for Satoko to do. And we have Satoko jumping, like, Satoko's, like, literally going to die if she keeps doing what she was doing, right? She's, like, torturing, she's letting herself be tortured because she's trying to prove something, and then she's set, like, so it's like, independence isn't always good, you know? And this is the same mentality that was poisonous in Chapter 3, and now we're bringing it back here, and we don't even have an excuse to bring it back because Keiichi broke through all of it, dude. Keiichi saw through all of this, saw through the timelines, and got right to it. Picking it apart using a mathematical proof? That's what I'm saying, dude.
女の心情としては、辛さを励ましてくれるより、忘れさせてくれる方が嬉しい。
So I'm not a huge fan of help her forget her pain. I'm much more of a fan of help her accept her pain, alright? I don't like forget, I like accept. But sure. I think that's just healthier, chat. You don't need to, like, destroy yourself by throwing yourself to your demons, but you should at least, like, look them in their eye and recognize that they're there. Yeah, this is such a Mion behavior.
慰めるな、励ますな。なんだよ、お手上げじゃないかよ。
See, and it's like, I would, dude, you don't have to comfort her, you don't have to cheer her up, but you can be at least there. Be there for her, for whatever needs she wants, right? You can be there for her, and be like, I'm here for you, let's make it happen. What do you need from me, you know? You don't have to go in with an idea in your head of, oh, I'm going to do X, I'm going to do Y. You know, because I get that cheering her up to make her, like, not think about it, that's kind of cringe. But just be there for her, dude. Communicate.
慰めるな、励ますなは、心理カウンセラーの鉄則だって
That's a golden rule for psychologists, did you know? I am 3 seconds away from Discord calling psychologists just so that we can tag team Mion and destroy her argument. That's where I'm at right now!
結局、心の傷ってのは、自分で治すようにできてる。
What? I mean, like, kinda, but no! Mental trauma can only be healed by the person who has it. Yeah, but who gives you the bandages and the methods to heal yourself?
周りの人が治したとしても、それは本当
Zero
の感謝じゃない。
lock-in.
だから、レナが自分で元気になるのを、私たちは見守るしかないんだよ。
Mion, hypothetical. If I stab you in the stomach and pull out your intestines and throw you onto the concrete, do you want to just wait there until you heal on your own, or do you want a doctor? Oh, wait, you want a doctor? Oh, you're screaming in pain? Oh, you want morphine? Oh, but that'd be giving you comfort, Mion. That'd be giving you comfort. You see how stupid this is? Ah! I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
理屈じゃ理解できるが、なんだか薄情な気がして好きになれねえな。
I clasp my hands behind the back of my head, looking at the ceiling. Oh wait, I have to do a thing. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, ding, bing, 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 bing. There we go. Okay. I clasp my hands behind the back of my head, looking at the ceiling. Mion laughed. Meat grinder analogy. That was kind of meat grinder, huh? Wait, okay. Rena will be fine as long as she has someone like you to worry about her. I'm sure she can pull herself together. Didn't you just say I shouldn't do anything? Wait. I thought you just had a big tirade about how I shouldn't do anything. So what do you mean she'll be fine as long as she has someone like me to worry about her? I thought I shouldn't do anything. That's okay, I'm liking this. Rika, fix us. Rika, I need you to like whip out some Oyashiro-sama knowledge. Rika-chan spoke up. I wonder how long she'd been listening to our conversation.
レナが話したいと思った時や打ち明けたいと思った時に静かに聞いてあげることなのです。
Psychoculturists. Shout out my boy Psychoculturists streamer, by the way. Go check his Twitch. If somebody wants to link that, that'd be cool. Link his channel.
聞くだけでいいのか？励まさなくていいのかよ。
ケイちゃん、打ち明けるだけで心が軽くなる。
Okay, I don't know how we got here, but I'm fine with it.
静かに耳を傾けるのが何よりも嬉しい時ってある。
ミーの言う通りなのですよ。レナが話したいと思った時、いつでも話しかけられる場所にいてあげるのもきっと仲間として大切なことなのだと思いますです。
It feels like opposite of what she's saying a little bit earlier, but I'll take it, dude. I'll take it. I guess if you say, like, depending on someone, sure. I guess cheering up. If we want to be anti-cheer you up, that's fine, as long as we're still there for her. That's fine. I'll take it. Miona and Rika-chan were absolutely right. I was going to pat Rena on the shoulder and tell her to cheer up when I saw her next. Yeah, that wouldn't have been good. But, Subsulak! Now I know that would have been a one-sided on my part. Rena doesn't want to feel down herself. She wants to cheer up if at all possible. If I cheered her up irresponsibly, she'd be very disappointed because she'd think that I didn't understand her pain.
そうだな。
Keiichi, I really need you to, like... I need you to channel the same energy you had at the garbage dump, okay? That's how we win the game for free. That's how we win the game for free!
レナを励ましたいのは俺の欲求であって。
Good! And Keiichi, you're so close. How do we learn what she wants you to do? Do you hear that? Do you hear that, Keiichi? We ask questions. We communicate. CQC. Clear, concise communication. I mean CCC. Wait. Clear, quality communication. Boom! That's what we want.
ありがとな、二人とも。
There we go. We're making it. We're so close. We're so close.
何か勘違いをしてたかもしれないぜ。
On that day, I thought I cheered her up. But I started to doubt if I had reached her heart. I might have just been dragging her someplace where I wanted her to go. I wasn't on her side in the real sense of the term. All of a sudden, Rika-chan patted my head. We got it now, Char. I think we're making it somewhere. She needs to know that we're on her side. Yeah, Danganronpa I am interested in, by the way, chat. I'll speak that. I'll speak that.
とても強い力をレナに与えたんだから。
It's true. Also, I agree. Mion's right.
でもさ、よくよく思い出すとすっごい恥ずかしい。
Dude, it reached my heart, dude. Keiichi was reaching my heart. We heard footsteps from the hallway and everybody started to head back to their desks.
お待たせしました。
Yeah, I know Danganronpa has like a really big like fanatical fan base, and I really like cornering fanatical fan bases. That's like my favorite thing to do. We didn't have a club meeting that day because Rena wasn't around. That worked out for me. Because I had an errand to run. What's our errand? It wasn't a big errand, okay. My mom wanted to use her point card to get some detergent. I didn't see the point of going all the way to the store just to get detergent, but my mom told me to go because she's busy helping my dad with his work. Now we're yapping about detergent, dude. Hey, yo, can we go back to, like, helping Rena feel better about the maggots in her blood vessels and also that she killed 2 people? I would love to talk about that. That's just me, though. I started walking towards the shopping center. I noticed someone was watching me, hiding behind a distant tree. I wonder who would do such a mischievous thing. I stared at them to find out who it was, at which point they emerged.
Rena じゃねえか.
Yo, Rena, what are you doing? Rena is poking out from behind a tree like a psycho? Are you feeling better now? I was about to say that, but I swallowed the words. Somehow, Rena looked very serious.
どうしたんだ?
We have to be there for her. Alright? Come on, Keiichi. Rena put her index finger to her lips, told me to be quiet, looked around carefully, and beckoned for me to come over. I had no idea what was going on, but I followed her instructions, shut my mouth, and ran to her. Rena gestured for me to squat down to hide in the shadow of the bush. I don't know why I had to do that, but I could ask her the question later. I just followed her orders for now. Rena looked like she was making sure no one was following her. If it was Mion, she'd do something like this just to fool me as a joke, but I know Rena doesn't do things like this for fun. Jay Quinn, thank you for the follow, appreciate you. Dude, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Chapter 1 when Keiichi was losing his mind and how everybody was, like, antagonistic towards him. And being like, hey, what's going on, dude? His weird, like, paranoia stuff. But right now, Rena's doing that, but Keiichi's on her side, dude. I know Rena doesn't do things like this for fun. I had no idea what kind of situation I'd gotten myself into, but I could feel how tense it was, and I made myself as small as I could.
もういいよ。ごめんね。
It's okay, Rena. What's going on? The tone of her voice made me relax a little.
どうしたってんだよ、一体。
多分私、誰かに最近後をつけられている
Oh, she's paranoid. Who would follow her? When I thought about it, I realized how stupid the question was.
まさか警察かよ。
Rena Mamiya and Tepe Hojo, 2 people disappeared. Even though they were awful human beings, the police had to investigate if they found out they had gone missing. Oh, she did call her. It probably wouldn't be difficult to find out that Rena had been to Rena's house, but it should be okay. As long as they didn't find those bags, it should be okay.
警察なのか警察じゃないのかわからないけれど、綿流しの夜以降、誰かにずっと見られている気がするの。
どういうことだよ。
She's paranoid because she has those scrapbooks, dude. From the dead person. Once I asked that question, Rena stared directly at me with a blank expression. Her eyes looked as though they were evaluating me. She stared at me as if she was assessing whether I was worth talking to about something very important. Rena squeezed her own wrist tightly, then started talking in a whisper. Remember, this was a habit we saw when we were in her, okay, I'll run it back. When we were in her internal monologue, it was like a weird comfort to her to be doing that, right? So that's what that is. They then start talking in a whisper.
話してもいいけど、誰にも内緒にできる。
ああ、もちろんだぜ。レナがそうしろってんなら誰にも喋らない。
圭一くんなら信用できるよ。
She smiled and looked around one more time.
連中はひょっとすると、ミオさんのスクラッ
Thank you, Rena, for opening up. Hey, round of applause for Rena, dude.
で、ああ、
Round of
看護師の
applause.
高野さんのことか。あとスクラップ帳って何のことだ。
Opening up to Keiichi. I did not think she was gonna do it. I appreciate this.
多分圭一くんは知らないよね。高野ミオさん殺されたんだって。
いつ？
She told me to be quiet again. I lowered my voice and let her continue.
綿流しの夜、私たちは
Like, dude, chat, imagine this
富武さ
situation.
んに会ったよね。
Imagine if the entire squad stops doing their own thing and starts moving as a freaking unit, dude. Imagine if Rena, Mion, Keiichi, Rika, Satoko, what if they all grouped up, slept in the same room together, moved around together, went to school together, walked everywhere together? You think that they're ever gonna lose? That is gang behavior. Thank you for the anonymous gift to Masay. Masay, I hope you like your anonymous gift. Thank you for the anonymous gifty. That's very nice of whoever did that. Thank you, anonymous gifty. So very kind of you. Tickle, tickle, tickle.
あの直後に
Yeah, they need to deathball. Exactly. They need to treat this like a league game and deathball. Because, oh, yeah, good luck jumping all of them. Dude, imagine if they all open up about everything, and they all got that syringe on them. Mion got her Glock on her. Boom, boom! Then Higurashi would be 1 chapter long. The final chapter is going to be the deathball chapter. And if it's not, this series is gone. Dog water. Alright, I'm going to be real. They need to do the deathball strat. It's perfect. Is Oishi on the team? Ban that chatter permanently. I would like to see them vivisected from this chat.
富武さんはお社様のたたりにあって喉をかきむしって死んだ。ミオさんは岐阜の山中で焼き殺されていたと言ってたの。
Satoko with her poop traps.
本当かよ。
Yeah, Satoko got poop traps. Rika got future vision plus syringe access. Rena got that hatchet and that dog in her. Mion got them connections. Keiichi is the binding agent. It's perfect. Oishi is the cheerleader. I would watch that.
変に騒がれたくないんで事件を公にしていないんだって。
He has the AC for support. Honestly, him having the car to drive them around would be clutch.
どこで聞いたんだよ。
内緒だよ。
Dude, Oishi actually throws the match, dude. Unironically, if I had any sort of like time, future vision, multiple path structure, like return by death ability, whatever Oishi has, give me that ability, I beat this series in my first try. I'm not even gonna lie. All you have to do, walk in, get Keiichi on your side, get the whole squad on your side, tell everyone every piece of information. That's how you win. There's 2 ways to survive in a death game, chat. You either always lie or you always tell the truth. I think there is something incredibly powerful about always telling the truth, always, right? Because then you just make yourself into the, like, ultimately trustworthy. And then everyone's just gonna be on your side. It's just for free. Think about it.
私実は大石っていう沖宮署の刑事さんと連絡を取り合って。
Now Rena's in the Keiichi situation from chapter like 1 and 2.
その人に教えてもらった。
どうし
You
て
live or you die.
大石って人がレナに。
Eventually we all die, chat, but that's
ちょっ
okay.
とそこはわからない。彼が言うには私なら信用できそうだからって言うんだけどね。
Thank you, Brock, for the follow. Appreciate you. I was dumbfounded by all this, but I knew she wasn't lying. If it was Mion, she'd be sticking her tongue out by now, but Rena wouldn't make a joke out of something like this.
ミオさんが殺された理由は多分彼女の研究のせいだと思うの。ミオさんがこの村の歴史とか民族学とかそういうのを熱心に調べてたってのは知っている？
なんとなくは聞いたことある。
Takano-san was interested in the occult and in mysterious things. I remember Mion once told me that she was studying the village's legends of man-eating demons out of curiosity.
彼女は多分その研究の中でこの村に関するある重要な秘密を知ってしまったの。あるいは彼女はそんなにも確信には踏み入ってなかったのかもしれないけど、そうは思われなかったんだろうね。
ちょっと待て。この村の秘密ってなんだよ。
私はミオさんのスクラップ帳をほんの数冊借りて読んだだけ。でも彼女が特に大事にしていた秘蔵の数冊だからかなり重要なことが記してあったと思う。だから多分ミオさんが至ろうとしていたことに8割方ぐらいは近づいていると思うの。でもあまりに突拍子もなくて私にはまだ信じられない。
We got worms in us. We got worms in us, Keiichi. Well,
検
not
証
you.
してる段階なの。
で、なんなんだ一体。秘密を知ると殺されるっていうこの村の秘密ってのは。
I gasped the moment those words left my mouth. If Rena told me, I might get killed too.
ケイチ君にはまだ全部話したくない。確証が持てたら話すね。だってそれくらいに途方もないとんでもない話だから。
Detergent matters less than being there to help you. Think about
例え
it.
ば予備知識のない内訳については私自らはその存在を検証できているけど、他にもたくさん未検証のことがあるの。それらを埋めていかないと私ですらにわかには
I think she
信じら
got
れない。
drugged. I do think she got maggots? I was totally lost now. I want to ask her some questions, but I decided not to cut in. I think she was drugged at the place. It was so hot outside. But Rena held her arms as if she was cold.
レナ、俺はいつ
Thank
だってお前
you!
の味方なんだから。
Yeah, this is my favorite Rena outfit for sure.
ありがとう。その一言がすごい嬉しい。
From her expression alone, I could tell that she really meant it. I could also tell that she was involved in something very big and that she felt lonely because she couldn't tell anybody else about it. I had to be on her side while she was going through a difficult time.
私とね、今日ここで出会ったことは内緒にした方がいいと思うの。私と接触があったことが知られたら、ケイチ君にも危害が及ぶかもしれないから。
You think I'm scared of them, Rena? If it means being on your side, we'll just have to fight them together. Nia lights a cigarette.
わかった。
That's not your line, Keiichi!
俺に何か協力できることはないの
Close
かよ。
enough. I'll take it. Close enough.
今はない。
God damn it. You can lead a horse to water.
でも協力をお願いできることが分かっただけで。
I think this is real. I think this is good.
今の私には心強いよ。
It's the best we're getting.
最後には頼らせて。ね。
おう。任せとけ。
し、車が来る。
Rena pushed my head into the bush. Which one? That was bad. I went along with it and crouched down even lower in the bushes. We stayed quiet for a while. I could hear a car coming closer, and after a while a white van passed by. I was surprised at her hearing. She heard the car coming when it was still far off in the distance.
今の車、ナンバー
I'm
見えた。
sorry, chat. That was pretty bad. That was unhinged. That was bad. I need to get better. Dude, it's like, it's too reflexive. I trained myself into like just saying terrible shit all the time.
いや、ごめん。見えなかった。
私もちょっと見えなかったけど。
Wait, a white
さっきと同じ
van?
ナンバーの車だと思うの。
Chat, whip it out. Whip it out, chat. White van needs to get added to the cast. Thicker. The white van. It looks like a dog. The glass, the door, there's the door, it's got like a windshield and shit, yeah. Alright, the white van. The white van, I think, if there is a director, it might be connected, okay? Because this is connected to both Rena and Keiichi. Oh god, we're going wide. We're going wide. Chased Rena around. Hit, almost hit Keiichi, chap 1. Chap 6. Okay. Yep. Boom. White van has been added to the cast. Always be ready.
その、レナを尾行しているとかいう連中か。
多分。普段車なんか通らない道で、今日は何度も追い上げられるの。その度に、私は隠れてやり過ごしているからいいんだけ
How's
ど。
it tracking her?
どうもおかしい。
そいつらなのか。高野さんたちを殺して、レナが持ってるスクラップ帳を狙っているという連中は。
Probably just Takano. Because I still think she killed Tomitake. I don't blame her for not being able to believe what's going on because this is really crazy. Takano-san uncovered something really significant through her studies. The people who want that information hidden found out about it and they killed her on the night of the Watanagashi, copying the curse of Oyashiro-sama. They're looking for the scrapbooks, the fruits of her research, and Rena has them. That's why they're trying to kill Rena?
じゃあ、レナの家が危ないってことはないのか。
大丈夫。
Why?
スクラップ帳はゴミ山の私の隠れ家に隠してある。
That doesn't make it
お父
safe.
さんが不安だけど、何も知らない
That
か
does
ら
not
こ
make it safe
そ
there,
何も危
dude.
害が及ばないかもしれない。
No, shout out the Korean guy that also did the notes off me. Chat, I've showed this off a few times. My real notes are on my phone. My real notes. Yeah! Yeah! I'll probably share it at the end of the series. Though it is a bit of a mess, to be honest. It is a bit of a mess. Because it's just like, I just add stuff over and over, kind of sequentially as I hear about it. But no, yeah, we take some notes. I'm not crazy, but we take some notes.
圭一君が言わなくても顔に書いてあるよ。 突拍子もない話でとても信じられないでしょ。
Wait, it's Truck-kun trying to isekai people, you're right. I wanted to deny it, but I felt bad to lie. I remained silent in the affirmative.
それが当然の反応。私だってミオさんのスクラップ帳を読み始めた最初はなんだこりゃって
Yeah,
思っ
the
て
crack
全
theories.
然信じられなかったもん。
I still love how, at the beginning, I was so dedicated that I wrote down that Keiichi has never used a hatchet before. Like, when is that ever gonna be relevant, me? What do you mean? Oh, he hasn't used a hatchet, guys. Or like, Rena has no cover for the hatchet. I was like, okay, her not having a cover is gonna be important one day because we're gonna find the cover or something. I was thinking way too big. I was thinking way too big.
すべてに目を通してようやく何かの筋が見えてきたんだもん。
すまん。もちろんレナの味方になりたいのは本心だ。でも話が全然見えないんで
True.
どう助
That's a
けて
good
やればい
response
い
from
かわかんないんだ。
Keiichi. Well said.
話せばケイチ君の身にも危険が降りかかるよ。
Rena,
レナにはすでに降りかかってるんだ。
I'm willing to be in danger. I am the danger.
ならおあいこだぜ。気にするな。
I don't mind, don't worry about me. There we go, there we go.
わかった。話す。
Komoto's Keiichi imagining the disaster. The disaster just still is like a completely supernatural event that makes no sense to me. It's just crazy. Literally me in full caps writing, Keiichi hallucination after Satoko bridge push. And then my following note, which I added later, says, JK, it's not a hallucination. Why is your face so memeable? I was born this way, okay? I was born with an incredible debuff and I tried to turn it into a buff.
多分ミオさんたちを殺したのはひなみ
Okay,
さん。
we're in it, we're in it, we're in it, we're in it.
もっとはっきり言ってしまえば
And she's wrong and it's over. God damn it, we never make it anywhere. We're always falling into the same traps. We know it's not the Sonozakis because of Shion's business in the last
ダ
chapter.
ム戦争の時の村の旧敵
New
ばか
track
り
just
が
dropped?
毎年犠牲になってい
Is
く
this called like
あれだろ
incorrect theorizing? Because this is wrong!
ダム戦争の生産のようなものなの。村の裏切り者を片付けることによって
It was
本当の意
Mion,
味で
guys.
ダム戦争を
It was
終わらせよう
Mion.
とする。
確かに
It's such a good red herring that
そう見えないこと
the
はない
cast is now
誰
falling
も
into
が
it
はっ
again.
きりと口にはしないがうすうすと園崎家の仕業だと疑ってるみたいな話は聞いたこ
Yeah,
と
they
ある
just
ぜ
take credit for it, but it's not actually them.
でも裏切り者を制裁するなら別に綿流しの場にこだわらなくてもいいんじゃない？毎年
This was you, by the way.
鬼隠しで一人なんてスローペースで殺す必要はない。そうでしょ？
I can shame them. I actually can shame them. You know why? Because the scrapbooks didn't say shit about the Sonozakis, did they? They said 3 families in general, right? Well, we didn't read the full thing. We only saw a bit. Shmion Sonozaki made a cameo in a Chris Chan documentary. That's hilarious. I would love to see that clip. That's actually an amazing clip. I never heard the words demoning way before, but Rena clearly thought they have some sort of creepy, significant meaning, so I decided not to cut in.
これらの連続開始事件は
Yeah, it's a 2 birds, 1 stone. They're getting rid of who they want to, and then also are bringing up the religious. Yeah, that's the idea. But it doesn't actually work for the Sonozakis because we know that the Sonozakis don't do it. Yeah, chat, if you don't know, we have Shmion Sonozaki in a cage in our Discord, as Sif is saying. We've heard them caged in there for like a year and a half. Yeah, it's our Chinese spy.
もっと踏み込んで言うと明治以降に失われた鬼ヶ淵村
Oh,
の
and that is
神聖性を取り戻
unironic
すための
pink cubed lore that we have her in a cage. And before I even started Higurashi. That shit is still so crazy to me. And then doing this for the sake of the Parasite is the idea.
彼らは最終的には太古の昔にそうだったような
Right, the Parasite. She hasn't brought up the
お社様
Parasite,
信
but
仰を
it kind
復
of
活
fits
さ
into
せる
this.
こ
I
とを
don't
目
think
的
it, I mean,
としている。
the director could be part of, like, the bald guy's grouping. Even if the bald guy's not into it, Kimiyoshi, it could be part of his family, maybe.
お社様信仰古出神社のことか。
そう古出神社って崇められていると思う。お年寄りの人は敬っているけどそれだけだよね。子供たちは境内を遊び場くらいにしか思ってないしほとんどの村人たちも
地域の集会所くらいにしか思っていない。
Dude, and I was so close to getting Shmion in the cage, to drawing the words pink cubed in the dirt. I was so close. I was talking with them in DMs that one time, trying so hard to get them to write pink cubed in the dirt. Wait, okay, I need to see this clip. Chris Chan, A Comprehensive History, Part 13. I never actually watched these. Is this 20 minutes
on
in?
YouTube, whom people...
Okay. Wait, is this... Wait, actually, Sif, do you want to check that to make sure there's not, like, spoilers for Higurashi in that? Just to be safe. And I'll go to it when you say it's clear. Or anybody can, but...
それがダム戦争をきっかけに蘇ったの。彼らはそれをお社様信仰を復活させるいい機会だと捉えた。
Okay, let's watch this real quick, chat. Chris Chan, Sonozaki reference?
fact one of 3 that he made a YouTube video insulting her as punishment. This video was in fact one of 3 hate-filled videos he directed.
Think what you will still be punished greatly unless you give me back my thing. Punish me, baby, punish me all night long.
At specific persons on YouTube whom he
Pleasant nightmares.
he believed to be trolls. The first was addressed to Shmion Sonozaki.
You hide under a veil. I don't know. Are you a pretty woman? Or do you hide a beast?
Us with the cage! Us with our own... The same Shmion! It's the same Shmion, chat! The Shmion in our cage, Chris Chan had an entangling with.
Perhaps you are actually
that was what... Oh, I never said this part, though. This part's new.
You get not much of a response from me. Because...
Our Shmion hasn't deleted her account yet. Or there. We don't know.
Cowardly, naive individual.
W check.
Is the cruelest of words because it questions one's intelligence.
Oh, yo, the subtitles here is crazy. Intelligence. You did not have to put that in the captions because it literally is undermining the sentence.
And that's what I'm calling you, you naive.
The next video was...
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I know some of the Chris Chan rabbit hole. I remember following it when it was all coming out at the start, but I never watched, like, the full documentary series. That's crazy work, though. That's funny.
ってことはつまりお社様信仰の狂信者たちが裏で暗躍しているってことか。
そういうこと。そもそも
W quick time event.
御三家によって管理されていた。
That's such a funny way to put it. Unironic quick time event.
だから御三家には現代にも脈々とお社様信仰を復活させなければならないという市場目的が受け継がれているの。
Oh wait, thank you. It's crazy this entire idea because Rika is like the reincarnation of it, and Rika don't frick with it. Rika don't want to be killed. And why is Rika getting ritually killed part of this? That doesn't make any sense.
フルデ神社にわざわざ同盟事務所を設けた理由も透けて見えてくる。
Right? Like, why would you want to ritually kill Rika as part of this? It's like they don't... And the thing is, it still could be Oyashiro-sama worshippers, and they just have some weird thing. They have some weird thing. I might actually be drunk. I can't stop being absolutely floored by your expressions.
じゃあ、ひなみ沢村連続開始事件ってのは、ひなみ、いや、
It's like that clip with LeBron James, dude.
狂信的な集団の仕業。なら待てよ。どうして高野さんが殺されなきゃならないんだ。
それは御三家が鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれた太古からずっと隠していた。
How would she get a syringe though to hit Tomotage with? I don't know. Maybe she didn't kill Tomotage, but she just killed somebody trying to kill her. It was like self-defense, and that's why she had the look of a killer. But I still felt like she was. It wasn't really. It didn't feel like that.
その重大な秘密ってのは何なんだ。それを知ると俺も狙われるってだ。
There's parasites in my blood, Keiichi.
だからそれはまだ言いたくない。私自身が10割の確証を得るまで言いたくない。多分今ここで話してもケイイチ君は耐えきれなくなって
Next thing Keiichi has to do is
違いないもの。
Rena, I think we need to get the full squad in on this. Are you okay with that idea? We get Shotoko, we get Rika, we get Mion. I think we're unbeatable. That's the next line of dialogue I need out of Keiichi right now, or we lose the game for free.
おいおい、俺がそんなやつに見えるかよ。
This is a line I feel like Subaru would say in ReZero. Shout out the ReZero reactions over on
もう
YouTube.
少し時間が欲しいの。あまりの事実に私ですら受け入れきれていないの。だからもう少し時間を欲しいの。お願い。
わかった。
今日ここで話したことは誰にも喋っちゃダメだよ。みーちゃんとリカちゃん。
That's the opposite! 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 That's not what we want!
じゃあ、ケイチ君はもう行って、私はもう
Don't
少
you
し
say okay! Say
辺りをかかってから行く。
wait!
用
We
心
should
し
talk
す
to
ぎる
them
ということはない
too!
からね。
Rena ducked low in the bushes and proved away. I was left alone there. The cries of the cicadas surrounded around me, making it seem as if I was alone there the whole time. I started walking, still dumbfounded. In the end, Rena didn't tell me the secret because she was afraid of putting me in danger. But she told me clearly that there are people who want to resurrect the cult of Oyashiro-sama, and that they're among the 3 families that control the entire village. I'll stop screaming. My fault. They orchestrated the series of deaths for that purpose, and they killed Takano-san because she got too close to the secret they wanted to hide. Rena met Takano-san and happened to obtain the scrapbooks in which Takano-san wrote about her research. Rena still can't believe the secret written in the scrapbooks because it's just too crazy. Hey, come on, Rena. You're kidding me, right? It's like one of those comic book stories. A mysterious occult group is plotting a conspiracy? I mean, it's not funny, even if it's a joke. But Rena is right about one thing. Even if this is true, it's really hard to believe. I understand why Rena wanted to wait to tell me the secret. Maybe she was just fooled by Takano-san. But Takano-san was murdered for real. So is it also true that someone is following Rena looking for the scrapbooks? I remember, Rena said that a white van was following her. You can see white vans anywhere. I bet there are a lot in this village alone. She might just be oversensitive to everything right now. Rena hasn't recovered from the shock since that day. It's probably why she got the idea into her head that the police or someone else is coming after her. I didn't cut in while she was talking. I think I did the right thing. If I had said that it was ridiculous or something to her face, Rena wouldn't have trusted me ever again. At that point, however, I gasped. A white van was parked on the side of the street. I wasn't sure if this was the same car that passed by earlier since I didn't see the plate number. But the number of people in the car and the ambience of it was similar to the one earlier. There's one other thing that looked suspicious about it. There was no reason to park here. It was on a small road in the middle of the woods. We're onto something? There's nothing around here. Please, can I just see the director, dude? I need to see the director to prove he's not a drug hallucination. What is Pink's actual name? It's a secret. Nobody knows right now. Well, very few people know. It's leaked a few times, but it is a secret, chat. My real name, Pink. My real last name, Cubed. Think about it. No traffic lights, no vending machines, and no public phones. I probably wouldn't notice it until it's under ordinary circumstances, but I felt something was wrong. And once I noticed how odd it was definitely suspicious. There were 4 men in work uniforms in the white van. I wonder if they're the forest people, the forest workers. The driver was smoking a cigarette, but the other men were just sitting there doing nothing. If they wanted to take a break or have a smoke, they could have chosen a better place than here. It was possible that they stopped because they had to go to the bathroom really badly, but it didn't seem that way either. I don't see any of their cocks out. They didn't look as comfortable or relaxed like they would if they were taking a break. They looked like they were waiting for something to happen. There was a deep tension in that car. Could they possibly be waiting for Rena? No way. I didn't see anybody walking around here. This road is a back road. Nobody really uses this road, let alone by car. But it's impossible. Why you keep it a secret? Just for like security. I think it's better to try to keep it as secret as possible. I think it'll come all out eventually, which is fine. But I think it's just better for like safety, like privacy. And so that people don't like DM people that I know. I felt bad for Rena to even think about it, but this must be something that she got into her head because she's feeling victimized or something. She must be imagining things because she's so nervous from when her friends caught her in the act of killing Rena and Tepe. Yes, sir? I heard someone say that when I passed by the van. He couldn't mean me. He didn't even know who I was. So I assumed he was talking to one of the other people in the car. I pretended I didn't hear him, and I kept walking by, and then he said it again. And on Thorn as well. 兄ちゃん、すまんね。学校の帰りかいね。He had a strong accent similar to that of the older villagers. He must live here, but I didn't know him. I could tell he didn't know me either because he didn't call me by name.
そうですけど。
兄ちゃん、学校からこの道をずっと歩いてきたんで。ちょうど文房具屋の角を曲がって。
そうですけど、何か?
You're probably lost, I thought. This village has many small turns and you can easily get lost when you try to take a shortcut. So he must have been waiting for someone to ask for directions. But then he said something disturbing.
兄ちゃんさ、この道の途中で女の子に会わんかったかいね。
Okay, so important things. He had an accent similar to that of the older villagers. He must live here, but I didn't know him. That's going in our white van notes. Boom. White van, notes added. Oh, it's this song, my favorite song. Huh?
白い帽子に白い服を着た女の子なんよ。紫のリボンもついた。会わんかったかいね。
They were definitely talking about Rena.
いえ、会ってないです。
And he's a terrible liar. I wasn't ready to hear them ask that. Rather, I was scared. That's why my voice got all shaky. Up until that point, I couldn't believe Rena's story. I thought it was ridiculous. I actually laughed, if only to myself. That's why I wasn't ready at all. My heart was beating fast and I was sweating all over. I immediately answered no, I didn't, but it might have sounded like an obvious lie. The driver stared into my eyes. He looked like he was trying to figure out if I was lying or not, and my legs started to shake. I felt like a frog under the glare of a snake, and I couldn't move a muscle for a while. But I think the same went for those men, too. They were clearly a suspicious group, and they had just asked a villager about a girl out of the blue. Anybody would get suspicious. And I was right. The man broke the ice and started making excuses before I even asked him why he wanted to know about the girl. That's not an excuse, bro. What?
あれと思っただけなんで。
そうですか。
忘れてえな。
That made no
ごめんな、兄
sense.
ちゃん。
Yeah, we passed a girl earlier, and you're a boy, so we asked you if you saw the girl. What? The men started the engine and drove away. After they left, I saw nothing. That's right, nothing. You should have gotten the license plate. There was no reason why they had to park it here. So, were they really waiting for Rena? Yeah, that guy had a terrible lie. And he missed the license plate. That was a free license plate angle. Ugh, but that's okay. Honestly, fine. At least now Keiichi knows it's real. Lunch takeout list 2? Brit. Keiichi officially not the worst liar? Yeah, at least he said something. Mystery machine. Be drawn further into the conspiracy. Thank you, Wen, for the follow. Appreciate you, Wen. The moment when you follow. This music, dude. Chat! I got a piece of dark chocolate. Fun fact, chat, dark chocolate's my favorite type of chocolate. Hey, there we go. Even closer. Give me a closer focus. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's so close. I don't think it can do it. I think that's the best right there. Sheesh! Furthermore, it's important that we closely monitor her father. Chocolate break. Dark chocolate, milk chocolate, white chocolate, all the way at the bottom. Like, you have to scroll down the window for like 7 pages, and then white chocolate's at the bottom. Since he has also suffered mental shock from the divorce and has been trying hard to take care of the patient, there's a strong possibility that he may develop an induced delusional disorder. He might be deluded into thinking that the stripper actually does love him and start giving her all of his money. As the first step of mental care, one should listen to the patient's story carefully without denying it. That's the most basic of basics. However, when the patient and the listener are related, it's easy for the listener to become deeply influenced by the patient's delusions. Additionally, delusional parasitosis is widely known to make people highly impressionable, and the influence sometimes can spread throughout a whole community. Therefore, even if several people claim to acquire a parasitic infection, it doesn't necessarily prove the existence of a parasite. Some of the phone calls to the healthcare center for the extermination of pests are nothing but a mass delusion. Since the subject matter of the delusion in this case is extremely rabid, the patients might harm or even kill each other in abnormal ways, believing this to be the treatment for the disease. They might also give up hope and commit suicide together in the worst case. Give up and commit suicide together could be the disaster of Hinamizawa, right? It could be a form of a group suicide where they, for some reason, know how to release that into the world and wipe out Hinamizawa. This influential delusional disorder, otherwise known as shared parapsychotic disorder, shows a particularly strong possibility of influencing close companions. One thing we do need to figure out, which I'm going to look at again. Keiichi Fent line. Mion Sashion Psychostab Keiichi line. This is the... Yeah, this question. What happens to make the gas eruption happen? Not because of Rika dying, because of Psycho Shion timeline. Maybe the ritualistic part of the death caused it, but probably not. Yeah, what we need to know is what happens in the gas explosion timeline that sets off the gas explosion. I am willing to believe that it is something intentionally that happened. It could also literally just be Keiichi has magic in that case, in which case, why does he have magic? What kind of divine situation got us there? But I like to imagine that someone set it off and made it go boomy boomy mode. And it could have been maybe a form of group suicide or something, but we just don't know what. We don't know what. Anyone who's going to contact the patients must be made to understand that the patients are under medical treatment and must be warned not to be influenced by the patient's delusions. Individuals who are likely to be influenced are the patient's family members and people who deeply care about the patient, such as boyfriends or girlfriends. Oh, frick. Yeah, white chocolate sucks balls. I like dark chocolate because I think it can have, like, a lot of depth and, like, interest. Like, it can be very, like, white chocolate, or, milk chocolate, low-key always kind of taste. I'm going through, like, all the 5 senses. Yeah, it sometimes smells the same, sounds the same, feels the same, looks the same. I feel like milk chocolate kind of low-key doesn't have a ton of, you know. Dark chocolate has more depth to it, in my experience. Dark chocolate is dog shit, bro. You're just wrong. Admit you're addicted to sugar or what? You know what I mean? Chat, escape from your shackles. Experience the full multitude of experiences that your tongue can experience. Say experience 3 times fast. Yeah, for me, like, chocolate isn't necessarily a sweet thing. There's, like, sweet chocolate and then there's bitter chocolate. I like both, because I like chocolate. I don't like sweet. If I wanted sweets, I would just eat, you know, I could eat all sorts of sweets. But, like, chocolate to me is a taste that's, like, not correlated with sweets. I also think chocolate pairs well with Dr. Pepper, fun fact. It makes Dr. Pepper taste different. I'm, like, literally, I'm like Ratatouille, dude. You know what I mean?
本当にすまない。いいよ、ケイチ君。そのおかげで待ち伏せをやり過ごせたんだしね。
あいつらは何
I don't think I've
者
ever
なん
had
だ。
bread with dark chocolate.
そのお社様信仰を復活させようとする信者の集団の手先。
彼らにはそういう自覚はないと思う。彼らを操っている黒幕はそうなんだと思うけどね。多分ダム戦争の当時から陰で様々な工作をしてきた連中なんだと思う。
ダム戦争の最中に園崎家が裏でいろいろと暗躍したって話は俺も少しは聞いたことがあるな。
Licorice sucks. Black licorice sucks. Red licorice is fine. Let me adjust. Black licorice sucks. Red licorice is I actually like.
ダム戦争の最中に誘拐事件があったんだって。これも秘密の事件なんだけど、なんでも建設大臣の孫を誘拐して ダム建設中止の約束を裏取引したんだって。
大臣の孫を誘拐？おいおい、そんなの聞いたことないぞ。
大臣が犯人との取引に応じる姿勢を見せたため、事件を公にしないことになったんだって。大石さんは当時その事件に関わったから知ってるんだって。
うんうん。それで？
大石さんが言うには、孫の誘拐や大臣の脅迫などの手口は恐ろしいほどに高度だったんだって。その事件は園崎家が命令を下したことだけは分かっているけど、結局未解決なんだって。当時園崎家の当主である園崎お涼は武装闘争の方針を打ち出していて、配下である暴力団組織の中に特攻隊を組織したそうなの。ダム計画の撤回がどうしても望めないときは、
It's still so crazy that I think that's true. But then the actual like Hinamizawa stuff of like the curse of Agashiro-sama is like not Sonosaki business. Like they did like half of it, but not the other half, you know? Everybody knows that the Sonosaki family had tried to stop the dam project even if it meant breaking the law, so I wasn't so surprised to hear that she had a dangerous plan like that. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Mion who came up with the idea. The plan sounded just like her. The Special Attack Corps, oh my goodness, they have a special high-level trained ultra like Giga Force, secret police agency, shield agents. They got shield agents, Hinamizawa agents. Oishi had uncovered the information right after the dam conflict ended. At the time, Oryo even said that if the village was going to be submerged, all members of the Unagafuchi Guardians would choose to stay in their houses and drown. So because Oryo was behind those things, I couldn't just laugh off the idea of an armed assault on the Ministry of Construction. According to the information Oishi sees, she planned a suicide mission as a last resort when the dam conflict started to heat up, in case their resistance wasn't successful. She had actually obtained weapons and put people through training for the sake of that plan. The Special Attack Corps were flown to America, having received a huge amount of money from Oryo for the operation. In the yo, what is going on? We're in the southern Texas? Wait. Did they fly to Texas? Hinamizawa, Texas mentioned? Wait. Texas mentioned! We're so back! They got Texas fighting training! Hooray! Wait, Higurashi's Peak? Texas is canon. In the southern desert of the United States, some retired military soldiers gave them highly professional training. While the plan was never carried out, the Special Attack Corps became a death squad. I feel like we need to take a break. What do you mean became a death squad? Under the direct control of Oryo after they came back from America. They were involved in many unsolved terrorist incidents, and they succeeded in kidnapping the grandson of the minister as well.
That's
what I'm saying, dude. Mion can fly a helicopter. Yo, Mion. We need her on our side to take out the evil people. I didn't take a close look at the four men in the white van today, but thinking about it, they did look professional in a way. Add it to the van notes. I didn't take a close look at the four men in the white van today, but thinking about it, they did look professional in a way. They were pretending to just be taking a break, but I could tell they were tense the whole time.
Takano-san
圭一君が見た通り、連中は相当警戒心が強いみたいで、隙を見つけない限りは強引な手段に訴えてこないみたいなの。だって強引な連中なら私の自宅の寝込みを襲えばいいんだから。
Yeah, your house wouldn't be safe at all. Dude, you can't sleep at your... It's so risky to sleep at our house, but like if she goes somewhere else, she's also at risk if they see her do it.
彼らはミオさんを殺し。
And they can always find her at school, so they have a consistent way to find her, so she can't just shake them every day.
それで 自分が狙われているのを察して誰かに預けたんじゃないかと考えてるんだと思うの。その有力候補が私なんだと思う。
How would they make that connection work?
強引な手段に
I feel like this connection is crazy work. I don't know at all why they would think Rena's connected to this. It was such a chance encounter that she gave them to Rena, and then they didn't meet again, period. Right? Rena met her once. How would another group know about that? That doesn't really make any sense. You know? I mean, maybe they were following her for like a long time, but then they would have just seen they would have, if they would have had to see that they were interacting, but maybe only seen it for briefly enough that they didn't know if the things were handed over. And because they were following Takano for a while, and then after the Tomatake thing, then they grab her. It's just weird. It's just weird. It's a weird jump to target Rena. But I mean, it's kind of what's happening because it's not the cops that are after her, you know. And the only other thing that happened was this.
かなりヤバい橋を渡ってるんじゃないのか。
Dangerous Game by Richard Connell? Is that a Psychopass reference? What? 0 people in chat understood what I just said, by the way. Fully. There was like 3 layers to that sentence. Oh, Rena. I wish you knew. I wish you knew how deep that goes. I get you. Listen, even if you understand The Most Dangerous Game by Richard Connell, and you have to understand the connection to Psychopass. That's the hard part. That's the toughie. What a book, though. That's a good book. Short story. But the connection is crazy. But anyways, look in.
高野さんのスクラップ帳の話はしたのか？
Chat, I'll just say it. I named, because I did a reaction to Psychopass as my second series I ever reacted to, and I named 2 of the episodes The Most Dangerous Game, and then the second one by Richard Connell, or some shit like that. Something stupid. And then the thumbnails were The Most Dangerous Game's, like, front picture of the book, and then I just put Psychopass, like, headshots onto it. And so the link between The Most Dangerous Game by Richard Connell and Psychopass is my thumbnails and titles of the second series I ever did on the channel. It's just unhinged, dude. It was dumb. I was like 10. I was 10 years old when I made that. We already had the Discord cookout, FBI. You were not invited. Sorry. Is what it is. Wait. You should. I think you should. He's an officer. Keiichi, that guy is so untrustworthy.
Keiichi-kun, 私は君にだって信じてもらえるか自信がなくて話せないでいるんだよ。大石さんに話したって絶対に信じてもらえるわけがない。
なあ、レナ、もう煙に巻くのはなしだ。話してくれ。
Yeah, get all the cards out on the table. We can work together.
何がスクラップ帳に書いてあるんだ。高野さんが消されるほどの何が書いてあるんだ。
簡単に言うと、このスクラップ帳に書いてあることが事実。彼らの神が貶められることになるの。
But it doesn't explain Rika, so it still doesn't work unless the parasites are mind flayer undefense. You know? Why do they even want to do that though? Why even do that? Just to make it more reclusive, I guess.
どういうことなんだ。
つまり、お社様は神様じゃないってことなの。
神様じゃない？
I had no idea what she read that made her so certain, but whatever it was, it'd be sacrilegious for people who believe so strongly in Oyashiro-sama.
お社様の教えっていくつもあるけど、その原点はたったの一つしかない。それは中から出るな、外から入るなというもの。この大原則を守るために、その他の競技を発展させたと言ってもいいくらい。隣人を愛せとか、家内安全とか。
Love your neighbor. They're trying to just recreate Christianity, dude. In other words, Oyashiro-sama existed solely to stop the villagers from going outside the village. Oyashiro-sama doesn't bless the villagers or protect them from disasters. The people believe that Oyashiro-sama does all that for them, but the truth is that the people abuse his name for that purpose, generation after generation, and nothing more than that. Why did Oyashiro-sama descend in the first place? Because demons came out of Onigafuchi Swamp and attacked people.
この時点で解釈が違ってたの。鬼が湧き出して襲ったんじゃない。湧き出したものにやられると人々を襲う鬼になる。
Possessed by rabies
湧き出したもの
or parasites or whatever is the
どういう意
theory.
味だよレナ。
Whatever came out of the swamp possessed people, crawled into their blood, controlled them, and turned them into demons. People had no resistance about whatever it was that came out of the swamp. They become demons, attack the other villagers, and turn them into demons as well. That's right. It was a weird infectious disease that broke out from the swamp. It made the infected people go out of control. The villagers saw this disaster and explained it like so. Evil demons came out of the bottom of the swamp, possessed people, and turned them into demons as well. And then some people thought it made them stronger, which formed a symbiotic relationship. Ah, yes. Symbiotic. I learned that in middle school. Okay. Trying to think if, like, the Shion stuff contradicts this. I mean, the biggest contradiction is just Rika. It just comes down to Rika. It cannot be the whole truth. It just can't. And whatever's going on with Oishi. Like, there has to be another element. Even if this is reasonable, and even if there's, like, a disease element. Which is fair. You know. Yeah. That is the truth of the story of the demons that came out of Onigafuchi Swamp.
それだと伝説をうまく説明できるな。じゃあお社様ってのはひょっとして異国から来た医者？
Oh, cute! Oh, and so he was able to cure people, and so then they weren't infected. Yeah, that's cute. I forgot about the theory of the person coming from this separate area. Oh, cute. Okay. But then, so the story of him being able to cure you, and like he lives in Hinamizawa, and he can like temporarily cure people. All his treatment could do was reduce the symptoms of the infection. And, okay, maybe you could reduce the symptoms. Maybe the... well... I'm trying to connect this with the syringe that Rika had. That's like an attack syringe that makes people go crazy and claw out their throat. I'm trying to connect those. So that could be like bottled super parasite, but like... You know? It could be attached, but like in the opposite direction. But it's so fast acting, it's kind of crazy to think that it's like a disease. But like maybe, Villagers could have their symptoms suppressed, but there was no way to kill the parasites that had infested them. After a while, the village was divided into two groups. One group was made up of the people who were already infected, the other consisted of the people who weren't. Without a cure for the disease, the uninfected looked down on the people who could only suppress their violent symptoms. They even talked about drowning them in the swamp. But they knew killing the infected people wouldn't solve the problem. The parasites came out of their water sources, including Onagafuchi Swamp. I feel like this was something... Dude, this has been a classic theory, that the water has been hoed. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that was an ancient theory, dude. They couldn't fill them all in, for if they did that, they would lose their access to drinking water. They could have chosen to leave the village, but that was hard for them, for that was the location of their ancestors' graves. Under the power of Oyashiro-sama, infected people could live without showing symptoms. So both those who were infected and those who weren't decided to live together equally and to coexist with the parasite. Oyashiro-sama was impressed by the villagers' decision. He decided to stay there and continue to treat them. And then he just like passed down the medical teaching. And then that's what like the director or whatever used, that they have the medical teaching. And so then they're able to create the super evil version that is the syringe, maybe? Yeah. I don't know, like... The thing is, I'm getting like led. I'm like getting led by by the collar right now. I'm getting like pulled around, and I'm getting pulled around, and I was like, ah, yes, this is good. This is right. This is reasonable. This is like the 17th time, by the way, that this has happened, where I'm giving a theory, and then they pull me along, and it explains everything well, and I go, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, and then we cut to like an hour in the future, or maybe like 15 hours in the future. And none of it makes sense anymore, and they are like, and how dare you think that was correct, you know? So it's like, this makes sense, and I think there's some truth in it, probably somewhere, It just doesn't explain everything, so it can't be the whole story. And also, it probably has something wrong about it. We just don't know yet. Like, okay, so you're telling me, like, what is the treatment that everybody is getting in the village that helps them with the symptoms, that if they leave the village for too long, they start getting hoed? Example, Rena. Why was Shion not getting hoed nearly as much as Rena? Right? Shion wanted to go back home and didn't like it there, and she broke out. She's also just mischievous and crazy, you know? But, like, I feel like Shion wasn't, like, she wasn't, like, getting treated with, like, medical stuff all the time. That's, like, a big difference, right? Where, like, Rena was getting actively treated for going crazy and then also had, like, the divorce happen, which is, like, a stimulus. So it's crazy. I feel like Shion didn't have that as much. She just didn't like being repressed and then ran back home, you know? She had, like, a much more, like, normal response that you don't even need to have the infection to make sense. And so to assume that she was infected, which she would have had to be as a Sonozaki, because 3 families, like, it only really makes sense. It's kind of weird that she didn't have a more extreme reaction or wasn't getting drugged or whatever, you know? So I'm a little bit like, yeah. Oyashiro came from the Pink Cube Swamp. The Cube Swamp, dude. Hooray. That's kind of where I'm at right now. And it does, so it's kind of weird to me. And I feel like it doesn't make, like, perfect sense there. And, like, what's the treatment being given, right? The treatment of the, like, Rena is back here. Yashiro-sama is the idea of somebody that can treat the infection. So when Rena was gone, the infection was no longer being treated, and therefore she started to go crazy, right? And then normal drugs couldn't do it because Oyashiro-sama has this, or the teachings of Oyashiro-sama have a specific fix, right? I think that's kind of the idea. So her coming back to Hinamizawa, what's the fix, you know? How did she come back and then without knowing it got treated for her infection? What about Hinamizawa is passively treating people? It could be the water, right? Maybe the water carries both the... Well, but also, if you're telling me the water... The parasites came out of their water sources, including Unigafuchi Swamp. Eventually, wouldn't, like, everybody... If this is still happening, wouldn't everybody be infected? You know? There were those who were, and those who weren't decided to live together equally. Brother Man Bill! I feel like everybody would be infected. Unless they were, like... Unless they didn't want everybody to be infected and kept the polluted stuff in certain areas or something. Right? That it was like a special practice that only they would drink out of the swamp directly in order to get infected and pass down, like, an infection or something. Or that they would... right? Maybe it was like there's more intention there? Alcohol is the catalyst to unlimited autism and creativity. Hooray. So I feel like it has to be more than that. So, like, maybe, like, some of the water's infected, some of it isn't, but all of it has, like, a treatment put into it. But that comes from the teachings of Oyashiro-sama. It could also be connected to the gas leak. Maybe the gas leak, because maybe people have control over the gas leak, and that, like, a small amount of gas leak is allowed, and somehow the gas leak in a minor amount treats people, and then in a major amount kills them all. I mean, that's just pure speculation. Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of tests you could do, right? Like, bottle a bunch of Hinamizawa in water, and then leave Hinamizawa, and then drink the Hinamizawa as the way to drink water, and see if your symptoms come back or not. But the thing is, I don't know how long it took for her worm stuff to happen. And also, when she was in treatment outside of Hinamizawa, and she saw Oyashiro-sama, and he, like, blessed her to put the symptoms down, what was that? Right? I mean, it could have been somebody from the village, because I feel like somebody from the village went out to her. I don't really know why too much, but maybe kind of where I'm going is, like, somebody from the village came to her while she was in a super drugged up hallucinogenic state or something, and then gave her bottled Hinamizawa water or the treatment, whatever the treatment is, treated her, said, I am Oyashiro-sama, I can only protect you for so long, in their head being like, this treatment I gave her only lasts for so long, come back. Drink the swamp Kool-Aid and become a Watanagashi cultist. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Swamp Kool-Aid. I just wonder why everyone's not infected. Like, is Keiichi infected? Because then it isn't about being born in Hinamizawa, it's about living in Hinamizawa, right? Usually it's said that villagers are the ones. That Keiichi could go in and out, he would be fine. So it'd make no sense. Like, Keiichi would also be a target for infection unless the infection is, like, gate-kept in some way. I feel like I need to write a little bit of this down. Let me write down the parasite theory, like, over here. So, like, here's the parasite. Wiggly, wiggly, wiggly. Wiggly, wiggly. Here's the parasite, right? So, parasite theory. Maybe gates capped so only certain villagers get it. This would be 3 families and such, and explain why Keiichi wouldn't be considered a villager. Or it's just straight up in the water supply, and maybe takes a while to take effect. What's the cure that what's the temp cure that Hinamizawa offers? Environmental treatment from Oyashiro-sama that current villagers put out somehow. That's a sperm. That's a sperm. Why is Pink drawing a sperm? Chat. Oyashiro-sama came here to cure the Onigafuchi villagers from all the sperm that was in the swamp. Onigafuchi swamp and the demons is just a bunch of sperm. Talk about it. Similar to rabies or something, which is why people go demon mode. But then why do miss out on treatment somehow, or just because she went crazy? Okay, there we go. That's some parasite theory thoughts. The cum theory. Parasite theory. AKA sperm theory. We're so back. Incredible work. I'm about to click the next line of dialogue, and the next line of dialogue is going to say, but wait a second, none of that makes any sense. Why would anybody ever write this down in their notes? It makes no sense. How long to get into the womb? Bro, we in Hinamizawa. How long till we get to the egg? Bro, we in Onigafuchi swamp. Oh, that's so good.
外から人を入れてはいけないってのはわかるぜ。感染者を増やさないためだろ。
That's so good.
でも出てはいけないってのはどういう意味なんだ？
寄生虫たちは気候や風土の関係でこ
Because
の
of the
ひなみ川の
climate?
地でしか
I mean,
受
sure.
けられないらしいの。だから宿主である感染者がこの地を離れようとすると強い症状を出してそれを妨害するの。
Let me actually add this. Parasite thus causes maggot disease and other homesick problems. Does it maybe can only live in Hinamizawa? What happened? Hydrate is back. Hydrate, 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 hydrate. This is why y'all can't be trusted. This is why. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think it's 6, 7. There's 7 of them. I didn't even mean to do a 6-7 joke, but that's actually what happened. Sperm dies when it's too hot. Sperm theory correct? Holy! You're right. Okay. Unironically, a tear to my eye. Hooray. Sperm theory is actually onto something, dude. Yeah, I don't have alcohol in my house, dude. I wish I did. I don't. I need to get some alcohol in my house. Put it over there. Get some vodka. The strongest symptoms of the infectious disease were violence and delirium. The infected people acted just like demons, and the impact of seeing them in the throes of the disease was strong enough to make others describe them as such. Another one for the burp folder? Are you trying to make like a pink burp compilation? What does that mean? Wait. They couldn't even let people leave who had just come to the village. If they had left after being infected, they might go crazy in a faraway land, turn into a vicious demon, and cause a disaster. Infected people were never allowed to leave. When an infected person left the village, they brought him back by any means necessary. Rena? That was what it really meant to be demoned away. Oh, and Satoshi. Satoshi. So, infected people brought back to Hinamizawa / killed because they're infected and thus can't be let out. Satoshi? So maybe Satoshi didn't escape and he got grabbed. Including you and I. See, that's the big thing. Yes! Oh my goodness! Good move, Keiichi. He actually put a connection in that I made. Thank you. Yes! Are they gatekeeping the infection? That's my next step, are they gatekeeping the infection? Oh shit. Yeah, you're right. I've been typing Hini with the I think, every time. Yo, witch, what are you talking about? I am not a cartoon! I am a living, breathing person. Ah! Okay, wait. Weaken the power of the parasite. Hosts are very important for parasites. If something happens to the host, the parasites that live in the host have to share the same fate. In other words, if the host went crazy and attacked people, the host would be captured and killed, which means that the parasites would die with the host too. Wait. You're talking about natural selection? Yes. Good thing. Yeah, after this scene, I think we'll do a cut. So now there's a bunch of weak ones? There's a bunch of really weak ones? They're cultivating nice parasites. What is this Space Station 13 ass behavior? But the 3 families probably have the better parasites, right? The ones that are more evil and whatever. That's a fun idea. What? Hey, I was gonna say this! I thought about this, but then I didn't say this because it doesn't make sense. Yeah, because the gutting festival would be a really good way to translate parasites, But then the thought I had was like, okay, but why would anybody ever eat, like, they just gut them and then, like, throw them in the river, right? And so that would, like, pollute the river, but, like, that's the best I got. And then I also thought, like, oh, well, you just shit in the river, too, and that would spread it. So we wouldn't even have to gut people. But if they're eating the guts, then yeah, perfect. Oh, because man-eating demon. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I had this thought, but I dismissed it because I was like, why would they eat the guts? But man-eating demon, duh. So yeah, there was probably the religious practice of eating the guts, which is, as we were saying, in order to pass the parasites and make... Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, it does connect to the gut thing. Okay, I was trying to find that connection, but I didn't quite... It glimmered in my brain for a few seconds, and I dismissed it. I should have investigated more. In order to vaccinate? I don't know if they were necessarily trying to do all that. Really? I feel like eating the infected's guts is not a smart... Did people do this historically? As like proto-vaccinations? Like what? Okay, sperm theory is going crazy. Alright, is the syringe ultra concentrated gigasperm? Step 1. Sperm inoculation through eating guts. Okay. The syringe that Rika had was full of sperm. And then she wanted to inject Shion with sperm. And then Shion took it and injected Rika with sperm. Chat, would you jack off in Onigafuchi Swamp? Chat, we have to jack off in Onigafuchi Swamp. Come with me. Come with me, chat. We're gonna go jack off in the swamp together. Was he German? Why do we always think they're German? Oh my god, why are we always doing the German thing? I swear. Okay, bring it back. I've talked about this before. Was he German? You see this? Irre, German notes. Irre is maybe Irre is carrying, maybe carrying, parasite curing, or parasite knowledge? Maybe? Like, the German reference is an Irre reference. But he's just yapping. He's straight yapping here. So, like, why is it a German reference? It's always Germans. Eugenic sperm. That's true and crazy. No. He was German. No, he was German. I'm gonna say it. He was German. And those are the notes. The notes that Irre had might be parasite knowledge notes. We're gonna do a crazy move here. Irre has now been officially connected to the sperm theory. Irre... Maybe Irre carries the old knowledge of Oyashiro-sama the Doctor? German notes? Talk about it. Sperman the German. Sperman the German. Think about it. And then also, don't forget that this does connect to Hitler in our Hitler theory. Where's the hit? Here it is. Remember... I forgot there was a thing that just says the Germans. Chat! The Germans injected the swamp with sperm. Alright? A bunch of Germans came over and started jacking off in the swamp. That's the theory. That's the theory. And then also, I don't know why, but y'all are just doing 4 hydrates. Y'all have too many points. Okay, can we like quintuple the hydrate amount? I can't gulp 4 sculpts. I'm gonna drown. I'm not yet renaming it the Yummy Cummy theory. That's insane. That's insane. Okay. Unironically, this is going somewhere, and I'm sorry that this is how it is, but this is what we are doing, okay? The sperm theory is very much connected to Irre, who's connected to the Germans, who is connected to Hitler, who is connected to Pink Cube, who is connected to the Cube, who is, of course, a parallel structure metaphor for Shion and Neon, who are the red herrings that is the Sonozaki family, stroked by the otaku real quick, Watanagashi, and we're all the way back to Rika, who, say it with me now, had the syringe, which was, connect it back, the sperm. And that is the secret of Oyashiro-sama. You're gonna come in the sink or sink in the cum. Both. I don't think that Rena's story is too crazy to be true anymore. It still sounds crazy, of course, but I've never heard any theories that explain the legend of the village better than this one. I'm infected by the parasite suit. That's the big question right now. That is the big question. Chat, I've literally been writing down stream times of when I think there's a clip. Fun fact. I'm not trying to clip farm, but whenever I say something and then I think to myself that's kind of a clip, I'm writing down the times so that I can go back later and turn it into a short. I'm cooking! I need to get a hotkey. Eventually I need to get the modifier. If I can get the modifier, then I get the modifier, I click a button whenever I have like a clip moment, and then it just puts into my thing. I think we can tie the sperm directly to the otaku. Holy shit. Ryuki, she is watching this and crying. Rika tried to impregnate Shion. Yes, but then Shion impregnated Rika in turn. We're full of a bunch of them. Yeah, microorganisms. Chat lock in.
よくヨーグルトとかの CM で言ってるよな。確かにそうだ。
これもミオさんの受け売りだけど、例えばシロアリっているでしょ。木材を食い荒らしてしまうアリ。実はシロアリって木材を消化できないんだって。体内に寄生している。
So who impregnated Oishi? What the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? She's talking about termites, huh? Oh, okay. Termites have microorganisms in them that deal with the wood. Okay. Yeah, symbiotic. That's what I said earlier. Symbiotic. I didn't know that. When I hear about the word parasites, I feel creeped out almost instinctively, but now I know some of them aren't so bad to us. It's been suppressed. Inoculated. Wait! When the disaster happened, didn't the disaster also include people in different areas? Right? Because when the disaster happened at the end of chapter 3, everyone in the village died, but also I thought that a bunch of people that weren't in the village died. Right? A bunch of villagers that had left also died. That could maybe be something connected to the parasites. That, like, the villagers died because something. You know? That there's some sort of connection there. That, I don't know. Like, maybe the gas spread through the whole world and then spread around the realm, and then everybody with the parasite got killed. And so it was like, even if in high concentrations it killed everyone, maybe in small concentrations it would kill people with the parasite or something. I don't know. That could be an explanation for that event. In some sort of weird biological way.
お社様を神として崇める人たちにとっては、これはとても不愉快な説。
Of course. If Takano-san's theory is correct, Oyashiro-sama isn't a god. And the punishment by that god, namely the curse of Oyashiro-sama that people have been so afraid of, will turn out to have just been the symptoms of an infectious disease. I see. That's what dethroning God would mean.
だとすると、もしこの伝染病の病原体を特定して世間に発表されるようなことがあれば、
Irre, bro. Irre, do you know about this? Because if... Oh, good. Look, we just had a perspective change. That was cool. That was a cool way it was done. We transferred to a different phone and then got the different text. Like, Ire probably knows about this and is studying this or something. Yeah. His old German notes make me think he's in too deep on something.
彼らの一番恐れることなの。そしてミオさんはその病原体を特定しようとしていたらし、そのミオさんが消されたということは。特定できたってことが。かもしれないね。
Yeah, maybe in a different
ミオさんはもういないし。
Ire watching Pink jerk off in the swamp. Wait, the Cube! The Cube was patient 0. The Cube jacked off in the swamp and spread it to the full people. He was horny for the swamp, dude. It's starting to come together. I am not German. I'm American. I don't think I even have German ancestry either. I think I have like a... I don't actually know. Maybe Scottish or something? True, yeah. Why wouldn't it have been discovered?
確かに病原体そのものは未だ発見されていない。でも確かに何かの規制を受けていることの信号だけは確認されているんだって。なんだって？本当かよ。
What do you mean? German cube. When a parasite enters a human body, the body's immune system cells try to kill the parasite. It creates an antibody called immunoglobulin E. The most common way of checking if a person is affected by a pathogen is to look at the levels of this secretion. According to Takano's research, people from Hinamizawa have a very high level of IgE in their blood. Holy shit. I think I have some Scottish in me. I don't know, though. I'd have to check. That's not all. They also have obvious symptoms of being infected by parasites. They don't have any allergy. Yo! Yo, get me the frickin' thing, too. Wait. They are immune to allergies? Yo, sign me up. I will drink out of the cum swamp. I don't care. IgE stimulates mast cells and they secrete histamines and serotonin as a result. These cause an allergic reaction. Free serotonin just dropped? That allergic reaction isn't pleasant for humans, but it's necessary for the body to kill the pathogen. But the parasites don't want to be killed, of course, so they secrete substances that counteract IgE. As a result, IgE stops stimulating the receptors of the mast cells, which stops secreting the chemical compounds. As a result, the antigen-antibody reaction, namely the allergic reaction, doesn't occur. In other words, a human body that was infected by a parasite secretes a high level of IgE, but that doesn't display allergic reactions. For your information, a human body that's infected by a parasite doesn't suffer from hay fever. You get hay fever due to your body secreting a large amount of IgE because it's mistaken pollen for a parasitic invasion. As a result, a large amount of stimulants like histamine will be secreted, but your body can't contain the parasite that it's attempting to kill. Cum chalice cosplay. That's why your body continues to secrete IgE. As a result, the stimulants keep causing allergic reactions. That's how hay fever works. If you have a parasite in your body, it'll deactivate your IgE and suppress the secretion of stimulants. As a result, you don't have an allergic reaction. In other words, there's no hay fever in Hinamizawa, and you can cure your hay fever by moving here. Sperm makes you immune to hay fever. All Hinamizawans have high IgE, which is proof of parasites. Loki on the sleazy. Sleazy. Okay. Pink, where's your other hand? I'm trying to add some more sperm to the swamp.
そうなるね。
だとすると、そのスクラップ帳は狂信的な連中にとっては十分危険な存在だな。たとえ特定できなくても、存在を証明している時点で十分に危険だと思うぞ。
そうだね。たとえ証拠にはならなくても、彼らにとってはミオさんを葬るに値する危険性があったと思う。確かに恐ろしい秘密だな。ちゃんと説明してもらえば理解できることだが、いきなり聞いたら刺激が強すぎる話だぜ。でしょ？だから私も最初は信じられなかったし、ケイチ君に話しても信じてもらえないと思った。で、大事なのはその事実を隠蔽しようと暗躍してるヤバい連中がいるって方なんだよな。そう。今大事なのはそっちの方。
Fanatics who want to revive the sanctity of the god they worship. Reviving the majesty of their god means reviving the power of that god, and the power of the god is the infectious disease. This infectious disease can't spread nationwide, unlike other infectious diseases, so from now on I'm going to start calling it an endemic disease. That fits better since it only affects this region. Anyway, the endemic disease of current-day Hinamizawa is different from the one of old times. It's been through a process of natural selection, and it's harmless now. In other words, it doesn't do any harm to human bodies. The harm was once interpreted as a curse. A curse is the power of a god, so a harmless endemic disease means that the god is powerless. Well, except that if you leave, you do get hit with it. That means that the only way to regain the majesty of that god is to revive the curse. In other words, they want to bring back the primitive endemic disease, namely the harmful strong version of the parasite. Okay, so everybody's infected by the nothing version, but maybe they're infecting people with the stronger version, and the syringe would contain the Giga Strong Ultra version, and so you get super disease blocked. And so they're raising the parasite back to its previous strength to rethrone God. Which could also explain how they can make the bomb, or the syringe. Well, they want to deny the other fact. This isn't contradictory at all. No. They can say, they can deny that they're actually a parasite and research the parasite. They can deny it to everybody else, but still know that it's fake to themselves. How do you, like, people do this all the time, dude. Right? It's called lying. They can lie. Or that, or all the fanatics could be in on it, and they could just be lying and be like, we want people to believe it's a god, even so we know it's a parasite. We don't know how well kept their secret is. We shouldn't assume.
表向きは信仰を盛り上げているけど、その裏では信仰の正体について極めて冷静に理解していて、神の技を自らの手で復活させようとしている。なるほどな。
Lying? Keiichi doesn't know how to lie?
皆さんのスクラップ帳にはそうとは一言も書かれてないんだけど。
Is that Irei's clinic?
私、監
I'm
督の
suspicious
診
of
療
Irei's
所って
clinic because of his
怪
German
しいと思
notes.
うの。
Yep.
ひなみ沢の規模から見て、
Oh,
施
is
設が
it?
立派すぎ
That's
る
good
の
to
がそ
know.
の理由。そして、ミオさんはそこに勤めていた。
So
監督
Mio-san
は
wasn't in the
その
fold.
先
I don't
に
even
スカ
know
ウト
if...
されてきた細菌学者が正体とか。
I wonder if Irei's in the
ミオさん
fold
は
or not.
余計なことを知りすぎたから消されたんだと思うの。なのに、監督が消されない理由は、
Let me look at my Irei
監督は
notes.
信者たちに依頼されている立場だから。
Who's Risa? Risa dies, said Irei. I don't know who that is. It's one of my old notes. I don't know what that means. Most sus thing was not telling Oishi and Akasaka about the kidnapped boy he treated. German notes. PhD, rich AF, but single, so can't adopt Satoko. See, I could see him being there for a good reason of, like, trying to cure the parasite. Him being there to make the parasite stronger, I feel like is... it's just weird. I mean, like, so he was the person that checked out the body that Oishi found. And Irei could straight up just be lying. I've never really trusted Irei that... I have trusted Irei at times. But mostly because it's like... enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. So, like, the enemy of Teppei is an ally of mine, which is Irei, because he's a friend of Satoko. So, like, I kind of get that. Let me look at Risa in my notes. Maybe it's because it could have been a typo. It's the only time I have Risa in my notes. It was probably just in the big list of everybody that died that there was a Risa. Maybe that meant to be Rena and it just auto-corrected to Risa. I don't know. I'm gonna pretend that doesn't exist. Yeah, and then, well, and this is it, right? I have the question mark connection to the syringe, which is the biggest question. And so, no motivation, but why, right? Who other than Sonozaki's one I'm gone, why? Need to demon away someone as offering? Someone that truly believes in Oyasha or someone, but then why not swamp his ass? Convenience? I want to have him gone but not dead. Also don't want him to stay around for Yashiro-sama. Who got him to leave? Yeah, like, I don't know. It could have been anything. Like it could be that the syringe people let Satoshi, or wanted Satoshi to leave alive as a test to see what would happen if somebody left, and to see if he would come back naturally, you know? Right, that could be an option. He could be a test, or he could have left after being, like, cured to see if the cure works, right? Like, I could see him being an experiment by the syringe people. He could also be used as an offering to try to keep up the religious stuff, you know? But then why wouldn't you put him in the swamp and just kill him? Yeah, we just don't know. We don't know. There's so many reasons that, like, he could have been left alive by the syringe people and gotten rid of, or something else, right? There's just so many reasons. Makes people claw their throat out / get sick. Rika in chapter 5. Akasaka. That's so funny. I think it's Akasaka. Is Pink or Oishi more submissive and breedable? Oishi got that tummy, dude. Had a syringe when jumping Shion, never another time. Also, yeah, how did Rika get the syringe? That's still a big question. Like, even if... Because I feel like I'm seeing some level of a motivation possible for Ide, just because, like, it could be to cure stuff, it could be to study stuff, it could be whatever. Maybe he doesn't care about the religious stuff, and he was just brought in as a scientist, and he's, like, trying to do, like, medical breakthroughs, you know? Or he could actually care about that stuff, and then he's usually just not that sus because we had the red herring of the Sonozakis the entire time, so that, like, whenever he just looked normal compared to them, right? I just don't know how Rika's involved. Maybe as part of the three family, but, like, the Sonozakis aren't involved, right? I don't think the Sonozakis are connected to the syringe and the drugs. I don't think they know at all, right? Would they know? I don't think so. I feel like it's a tightly held secret with, like, Ide and stuff. Oh, but the special group, the special agents, were Sonozaki agents, right? And that doesn't really work. Special agents were Sonozaki agents, so why would they not... So why would they be part of the sperm theory? I thought Sonozakis were just taking fake credit. Right? So that's kind of an issue here. Because the Sonozaki family trained the death agents, right? The death squad agents. That was Sonozaki trained for the kidnapping of the son of the Ministry of Construction, or the grandson or whatever, right? And so these guys were trained, or the death agents were trained by the Sonozaki family, so why would they also be working with the director and all them if the Sonozakis aren't part of that, right? Are the Sonozakis part of this drug theory, the sperm theory? I mean, no, because Oreo specifically says that she does not know what's going on with the... She's taking fake credit and does not know what's going on, and the Sonozakis are not involved with the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. That's said. And so, why would they, the same group, the Death Squad agents, that the Sonozakis trained, be doing work that the Sonozakis are unaware of, right? I think that's the thing, right? Are they doing work the Sonozakis aren't aware of Wow. Even despite having been trained by them. Because Sonozakis don't understand the mysterious deaths. And these guys are the Van Andys, which are part of the mysterious stuff. Keiichi and Rena getting hunted are proof. Right? And so that's my thing. Is that it's kind of weird that this group, the Texas Death Squad agents, are doing work as part of the Sperm theory if they were trained by the Sonozaki family who don't know what's going on. So it's weird, like, they might have just gotten, like, trained by the Sonozakis and then approached by something else, aka the director or whatever. And then that got them, you know, grabbed. But then we're still kind of back to, like, why does Rika have a syringe? You know? I don't know. 3 family stuff, right? Maybe she's just been approached and given stuff. But I feel like she would have told us by now, no? Right? Like, why would Rika... How would she have gotten a syringe? And then why should... Well, she might not have told us because half of Rika is not trustworthy because half of Rika is Oyashiro-sama. And the other half is, like, our Rika who's a kid. You know, I kind of have, like, the split thing going on. And so, maybe only the Rika that knows about the syringe is the Oyashiro one, right? We kind of have, like, a split Rika. Split Rika theory. Half Oyashiro, half child. Maybe only Oyashiro part knows about the syringe, just like knowing about the wine he hid. So idea here is that, remember that the Oyashiro part of Rika had the wine that was hidden that I don't think the child part of Rika knows, and so maybe it's the Oyashiro part that has the syringe. Because I could believe that the Oyashiro part would have the syringe and not tell us, right? And it would be like, that could have happened anywhere. She got future vision. Or I guess the Oyashiro part, he has future vision. And then also could maybe be part of some of this, like, greater stuff. Maybe, like, half of Rika is part of this, you know? Because if you're the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, then you're the reincarnation of the which, and again, it's weird because now we're mixing metaphors. We're mixing together the drug parasite stuff with the religious stuff. And she is proof of the religious stuff being partially correct. So, like, maybe Oyashiro part is working with syringe people. Just like the Oyashiro from the past. Right? So, like, that would be an idea that, like, because Oyashiro was originally a doctor doing work, and so Ide is, like, the true spiritual successor of that, perhaps, in which case maybe half of Rika is working with, the Oyashiro part of Rika is working with that in order, and that's how she got the syringe. But then the question is, if she's working with the syringe people in some regard, why would she be killed? Because that would imply a third party that wants her dead that aren't part of the syringe people, right? Then why would she be killed? If not by the syringe people. You know what I mean? It's like, it's gotta be the syringe people. Like, the syringe people were my original guess for who killed Rika. But I think there is a world that Rika is working with the syringe people because of the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama and her access to a syringe. But then it's like, who actually killed her ritually? Well, okay, think about it this way. Well, no. The syringe people want the belief of Oyashiro-sama to be a thing. Then why would you kill Rika? That still doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? We need another connection to the director. Director possibly killed Rika ritually. But why? Why kill your reincarnation of the god you're trying to raise back into standing? Doesn't make sense. So that's I think that's my thing right now. Is that like Rika, I think, could be working with these people, but then it doesn't make any sense that she would die, because I don't see a motive for why the syringe people would want Rika dead when she is literally a walking reincarnation, which is perfect for getting people to believe in the god more, right? Unless you just said that, like, oh, her walking around is actually making people believe in the god wrongly, like the elderly people are believing in the god in a way we don't want them to, and we want the more aggressive god, and she's too chill. Maybe just ideological difference. Maybe, fuck you. Come on, work. Here we go. Maybe just ideological difference on level of violence that the god corresponds with. Because Rika Loki chill. Rika Loki chill. So maybe there's like, okay. The new theory is that half of the Oyashiro-sama, half of Rika, is in some degree working with the syringe people, who Ire is also working with because he has German notes, which are maybe the original notes of the original Oyashiro-sama as part of the sperm theory, right? So Ire is working with them. Rika, the Oyashiro-sama part, which to some degree reincarnation or spirituality is true, is working with them to try to, like, you know, help with the disease stuff. But then we have another group, which are a different part of the syringe people that want the original virus to go crazy mode, right? And crazy mode means more violence, more barbarity, more demon mode, which is different from what Rika and Ire want. Perhaps Ire and Rika want to tame the thing even more and study the parasite, and they ideologically want safety, whereas this other group, for some reason, wants ideological violence. And that's why they can both understand the truth of the parasite, but have differing opinions to the point of death. That's the theory. Does he want safety or the original dangerous virus, parasite? Which ideology does this put him in cahoots with syringe people, or against them, or what? What about Rika? Cahoots. Who wants sperm? Yeah, I think Ire is doing sperm collection samples. That's why he likes the baseball team. That's where he gets his sperm from. Okay, cut that. That was too much. Cut that. Cut that from the transcript. Anyways. Yeah, okay. I feel like we've made some progress here. You can see when I started taking it a little more seriously because we got blocks of text. Blocks of text, bro. And how does this correspond? Oh! And the parasite makes you go bald, which is why Mayor Kimiyoshi is bald. I get it now. Okay. Let's hit the end of this scene. We don't know if he's researching it in the good way or the bad way, though. I think there's a good and a bad way. And it might not even be him. I think it's a good guess. I do think it's a good guess. Satoshi might have been an experiment as part of that, like, let him leave. Right? Maybe they were, like, microdosing it in people to get them more aggressive, seeing what would happen. Maybe they were, you know, trying to dose it into the two people that fell off. Maybe they fell off because they got drugged into losing their mind. Like, maybe these were all just experiments of their different syringe, like, brands or something. Their quarrel turned into a lynching. That might have had the primitive infectious disease and the symptoms, the aggression delirium might have kicked in. The victims of the second year were Satoko's parents. There were no witnesses. Those events were veiled in mystery, but there's a theory that someone might have pushed them over the cliff, since the fence on the observation deck that they fell from was quite sturdy. Yeah, maybe somebody pushed them, or maybe they were diseased and they jumped. What if one of them was infected by the primitive parasite? He or she might have become violent and pushed the other over the cliff. I think there's a really good world that they're doing yearly tests on people to, like, really figure out what the disease does. This might be Ire, or it might be someone else, and Ire is, like, trying to minimize it and make it safer, while other people are making it more dangerous and experimenting with it, or he could be doing both, or he could be part of neither. Satoku died from a disease, and his wife drowned herself in the 3rd year. He might have died of shock because of a hypersensitive reaction to the infection. His wife might have gone crazy and committed suicide when one of the symptoms, delirium, kicked in. In the 4th year, Satoshi's aunt was beaten to death, probably by Satoshi himself. Like, and even think about, like, Keiichi in Chapter 3 might have been dosed with it in order to see, like, and then he dreamed up a death scenario. Witch, I hope you feel better, Witch. Everybody who knew Satoshi-kun remembers how he changed at that time. He showed signs of being both aggressive and delirious in the 5th year, and also Keiichi in Chapter 1. For the first time in 5 years, the victim experienced the maggot disease described in the old scroll of the Furude Shrine. The reason behind this is unclear, but the strongest primitive parasite could have given its victims a delusion of maggots. This means that they finally managed to duplicate the curse of Oyashiro-sama after 5 years of research. Yeah, they were experimenting, yeah. Tomotake's son is the victim of the 5th year. He died in an extremely abnormal way, and I'm the only one who understands his death because I experienced the same thing. He kept clawing at his throat to get rid of the maggots and died as a result. And this would also make Rena one of the experimented on people, which means somebody hit her with the disease. So there were 2 birds, 1 stoning it, where they hit Rena with it in her backstory. Rena backstory. Right here. Maybe, frick you, man, come on. Maybe sperm experiment gone right. Maybe a sperm experiment. He had clung at his throat to get rid of the maggots and died as a result. With all that explained, I finally understood the maggot disease I experienced in Ibaraki. Yeah, and that lines up with what we've been saying. I left Hinamizawa and it made the parasite in me uncomfortable. As a result, I tried to resist, even though it wasn't very strong, and it tried to make me homesick. But with my parents' divorce, I grew mentally unbalanced, and I completely lost the power to resist for a period of time. Or somebody came and hit you with something to make it go worse. Parasite was weak and harmless, but my mental instability allowed it to worsen my symptoms dramatically. Maybe. It could also be that, or it could be sperm experiment. As a result, I went crazy and became violent. The delusion of Oyashiro appearing in me in the bathroom is probably the terminal phase of my delirium. I created the supernatural existence of Oyashiro-sama that I was instilled with when I was little, then I persuaded myself to go back to Himizawa based on that delusion. Some of the transcendents of Unigafuchi must have had the same kind of experience. They must have passed their experiments down as the acts of God. I remember I once saw on TV that the indigenous people in South America used some kind of natural drug in order to have a mystical experience, and that they called it a ritual to communicate with their gods. Chat, I'm not a successful sperm experiment, I'm a sperm accident. Talk about it. This is the closest thing to an answers arc we've ever had, by the way. Hopefully I think some of this is true. Yeah, a big ceremony, a really big ceremony. But then, okay, maybe... Yeah. Maybe... What's up, Search? Hope you're doing good, hope you're doing good. Hope you've been liking the VODs. Maybe the timeline of the gas eruption was that they got discovered. Right? Maybe the sperm... Maybe sperm experiments got discovered, so they just nuked everyone. Lamau. That could be a reason. I don't know exactly what would have gotten it discovered, but something happened, and then bada boom, bada bang, lose the game for free. Right? That's a thought, that's a thought. The sperm became gaseous. The sperm's gone airborne! No! Dude, Rena's always been the smartest character, so I'm not even surprised that she's like actually thinking good. Well, and she's got the notes of Homegirl, which are working really well. Yeah, and maybe... Well, but why would they want Rika dead for the day of revival, right? Oh, wait. But if they're calling it Oyashiro-sama's revival, maybe they kill Rika so that then they have to bring Oyashiro-sama back by then doing the ritual. Because if Rika's already alive, Oyashiro-sama's alive, there's no need to do a day of Oyashiro-sama's revival. So maybe you can only do a day of Oyashiro-sama's revival after you kill Rika because she's the current iteration. So if you want to bring, like, Oyashiro-sama to life in all of us, you need to kill Rika first, right? But then that, of course, is a disguise to hit everybody with a stronger parasite. But what's the end game? So what if everybody has a stronger parasite and they're all more dangerous now? Yeah, now you have a village full of dangerous people with, like, super rabies. Congrats? What's the end game? I don't understand the end game at all. And also, the day of revival is just an assumption that they're making that might not be at all what their plan is. You know? But maybe that has to do with Rika dying.
レナ一人が抱えていい問題じゃないぞ。かなり笑えない大陰謀だぞ。俺たちにはどうしようもない。警察に任すほうがないぞ。
私が話したことを警察は信じてくれると思う？
信じるかどうかは向こうが判断するだろう。とにかく話した方がいい。
圭一君、それを大石さんに私が打ち明けたら、私がスクラップ帳を持っていることを告白するのと同じなんじゃない？
And I do think there's a world the police are compromised, just some of them. I don't trust the chief for some reason. I'd have to check my notes as to why.
ミオさんが殺された後だった。敵はミオさんを殺した時点でスクラップ帳の紛失とその数日前に
Oh, that confirms what I just said. Confirmed. Because chat, Oishi came to me after Mio was murdered. When they killed Mio, they found out that her scrapbooks were missing. They also know that she met me at the library a few days ago. Who else knows this? The Death Squad in the van. Because why else would the Death Squad be looking for Rena? Which means that the Death Squad got either got the same information at the same time that the cops knew, or the cops told them, / the cops are in cahoots with them. Right? There's a very reasonable chance that the cops, in some level, are compromised and are giving, like, information out. I've been thinking, this has been a thought for a long time. This isn't new. I'm sure I've said this many times before. I'm sure there's been more evidence. But it very much is a problem. Talk about it.
つまり
そう。大石さん自体が敵の手先である可能性
I don't know if I feel like Oishi's not, because we've been in his head and he doesn't know what's going on. But I think he is surrounded by them.
彼はうさんくさくて腹を割らない。
He's also incredibly
その
suspicious and
先
sucks
に疑わせる
balls.
ようなことを言って自分は味方だと言ってくるけど、彼だってその園崎家の手先かもしれない。
And we know it's not the Sonozakis, or at least maybe like some of the Sonozaki minions are part of it, but the head Sonozakis
4年目の
aren't.
撲殺事件を知ってるよね。さとこちゃんのおばさんが殺された事件。あれは犯人はサトシ君以外に考えられないんだ。
Fingered a drug addict as the murderer?
犯人は麻薬
Is that
中
how
毒
you
者
say
だ
that
とい
they
うことになる。
created and put them up?
警察内部に
Weird use of the word
狂信的な
fingered.
連中の手先が混じっていて犯人を捏造したってことか。
3年目の神主さんの
Yeah. I
分
agreed.
析とか
Agreed.
2年目
Agreed.
の北条夫妻の事故現場の見聞とか、警察がもしも彼らの片棒を担い
True.
でいるなら、
Or like Irrei.
数々の
Irrei is the
完
one
全
doing a
犯
lot of
罪
the
が
like
可能になる。
looking at the
雛沢
bodies.
御三家はダム戦争時から今日に至るまでもずっと警察への
It's
圧力を維持しているんだよ。
compromised.
それに沖宮の町のいろんなところに一族が進出して実権を握っている
Chat,
と
I
いう
just
の。
never seen that use of the word fingered before. Like, not even just making a sexual reference. Like that, y'all assumed that. I didn't know you could. Oh, maybe pointed? Oh, like point, like you're the, like I point you as the murderer. I get it now. Wait, what was that last question? Oh yeah.
それはミオンの口からだけじゃない。
I'm not answering that,
口から
chat.
聞かされたミオンの園崎家がどれだけ市内全域に強力な影響力を持っているかってのをな。
そういうこと。警察はこの土地では必ずしも信用できない。
なあ、レナ、すまん。先にはっきりさせたいんだが、黒幕は園崎家なのか、ミオンも関係があるってのか。
No, sadly they're thinking the wrong. They're like it's so reasonable to think that.
御三家であるミーちゃんやリカちゃんが
Smart to add Rika to that. Smart to add Rika. I think part of Rika's part of it. Just maybe some of, but not the heads of the Sonozaki. The heads don't know anything. Oh, now you're not trusting your friends, though. Yeah, it's like she heard me. It's like she heard me. No, but thematically, the thematic power. The thematic power of friendship, though. What we learned earlier in the chapter is that friendship beats everything. And we have to, at least for one chapter, push that to the breaking point. Let's just see what happens if we believe in our friends the entire way down. Alright? If it ruins us, fine. I don't care. We have to try it, alright? It's gotten us out of a problem before in chapter 2. As dumb as it was, it did work. We need to do that now. We need to try it, alright?
ただ、今回のことはちょっと話の次元が違う。ケイチ君は見たことあるかな？みーちゃんは普段はふざけているけど、園崎家の次期当主として振る舞うときはものすごく冷酷で別人みたいに振る舞えるの。
We failed the thematic impetus.
もし無関係だったとしても、それならばやはり耳に入れることで危険に巻き込むことにもなるんじゃないかな。
We're doing like a Keiichi Shion thing again.
かなり頼もしいと俺は打ち明ける価値があると思うんだが。
I believe last stream that Mion is my best friend, but where is she now, huh? Damn.
だからそれはダメ。
I think we should tell her. Keiichi's right. I'm with
敵ではない
Keiichi.
と確認が取れるまで。それは
Like, Rena's being smarter here. Honestly, reasonably, Rena's right. But I think Keiichi, like me as the past the fourth wall, thinks that Keiichi is right, but Rena shouldn't have a reason to agree. Rena's making the smart play, Keiichi's making the dumb play, but I think the dumb play is sadly the better play. And there's no reason to believe that for them, you know? This is smart, that there's a extreme amount of suspicion towards them, and I absolutely understand, and Rena is being clever here. But thematically, and just in how we've seen things go, it would probably be better to do it. And listen, Keiichi he has all the wrong equations, but I think his answer is correct. And that's crazy. Alright? And I would never say it unless I've seen as much as I've seen. Alright? This is how it goes. Then we bludgeon her to death. Like... Keiichi is my idiot Chud's son, but also the goat. Keiichi is the strongest Chud. Go forth, my Chud.
高野さんめ、とんでもない置き土産を残してくれたな。
でもそのおかげでとてつもない陰謀を知ることができたんだよ。
Rena and Keiichi can't separate. They need to be together forever now. Better than one. Usually it's just one. Or it's two kids challenging the mastermind who controls the village, but then one of the kids is actually the mastermind in disguise and is looking for the real mastermind. This is me citing the Shion Keiichi incident. He's up to bat though. Yeah, he's ready to make this happen. I appreciate that. Yep. And there's no twin shenanigans that can go wrong. That's the best part. I got you, baby girl. But what about three heads? What about three heads? Step one. Step one. Wait for Rena. Step one, we have to find a way to clear Mion's name and Rika's name. Rika actually I don't think can be cleared, sadly, and this is something that they don't know, but Rika having the weird other half makes her way too dangerous, right? We just can't trust Rika, because we don't know what the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama is up to. I would guess that the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama is on our side more than it's against us, and that because it's being victimized, we know it's going to die and be ritually killed, which means that it isn't the one doing the killing. So I trust it more than I don't, but there is, you know, there is a big, we can't really clear her, but I still think it's worth trying, you know. But then Mion, it'd be great if we could clear, because then we get Mion on our side and blah blah blah. And then Satoko is just free, but Satoko kind of comes as a grouping with Rika. Where I don't think you can get Satoko without getting Rika. In a way that you can trust that she wouldn't just tell Rika. Yeah. Now they're lying to their friends. This is be dangerous. Man, this is a good chapter, chat. I like this chapter a lot. This is a fun chapter. Dude, and it's what I'm saying before. Like, there was that one, like, after credit scene, or like I forget what they call it, where they were like, Rika, her like actor, was like, this is the time when you can experience Higurashi the best. When you don't know the answers, before the answer arcs have begun. And all you have are questions, and anything could be true. This is the time when Higurashi is at its best. You're damn wrong! You're damn wrong! This is way cooler! I like this way more! I like getting tools! Give me answers, and let me see how they all connect! That shit's way more fun! Alright? I don't want to be I don't want to be sitting there, surrounded by 500 red strings, and half of them are around my neck. Alright? It doesn't make sense, and they all contradict each other. You know? Once we start cutting through them and really seeing the connections, that makes it way more fun. And like, the edging is necessary. I get that. I get that. Where like, us not knowing the situation is necessary for the buildup of it all coming together. But the coming together part, for me, is way more fun than the edging. I don't want to be edged. I want the climax. Am I crazy for that? A thriller fan, not a mystery fan? I think, yeah, I am not. Mysteries are fun because they get solved, not because I don't know what's going on. You know? That's the fun part of the mystery is it all coming together, not me fucking scooping around in the dirt for 10 hours. And by that I mean like 130 or something, because I've been in here for a while. Yeah, I mean, Rika's gonna die any day now. Rika doesn't know exactly when her death date is, though. And the religious ceremony is probably Rika dying, but we'll see. Nah, sadly they don't. We know they don't because Rika can get ritually killed before then, but we might. And we don't know how long it'll take. We don't know. We just don't know. I think we have a year at least. But I also feel like we don't because of how they killed Mio-san. Agreed. I might not know, but there might be a bigger religious event than Watanagashi. The gas eruption event! The gas eruption event, otherwise known as the orgasm in the sperm theory. Holy! It might not be long until that day. On the day of Oyashiro-sama's revival, they're going to spread a dangerous parasite, and that day might be just around the corner.
Rena, まだ電話してるのか? そろそろ終わりにしなさい.
Yeah, and I think that's true that some pieces of media never give you the answers, and it's kind of cool to like have like a non-ending. And there are times that's really, really enjoyable. I think for Higurashi specifically, that's how I feel. Though there are probably other pieces of media that the climax, like, I wouldn't want to know the true answer. I couldn't think of any off the top, but my father stuck his head out from the living room telling me I need to hang up soon. I thought about telling him so many times. It's natural to think that your parents will be on your side no matter what. But I know just how weak he can get, so I couldn't tell him. I don't think he'd believe me anyway. Even if I told him, he'd just tell me to call the police. It's better that I don't tell him. I might get close to my father to get me. If he didn't know anything about anything, including the scrapbooks, there'd be nothing to squeeze out of him to begin with.
ごめんね、ケイチ君。今夜はもう遅いから、これで切るね。また明日、学校で。
おう、また明日、学校で。
用心してね。ケイチ君も、もう部外者じゃないんだから。
おう、せいぜい気をつけるぜ。
I remember the suspicious men in the white van and felt a chill run through my spine. They looked like villagers, but they weren't. They had the village accent, but they were just pretending. Oh? The more I thought about it, the more suspicious they became. It let me know that Rena and I aren't safe. Brenna's right, they're just suspicious of her and they're not sure if she has scrapbooks or not. They were just pretending? What do you mean they're just pretending? What do you mean they were just pretending? Why are we saying this now? Or they were pretending, lol. Alright. So now we are back to not knowing for that one. If Rena's right, they're just suspicious of her and they're not sure if she has the scrapbooks or not, but it's still creepy. Rena probably experienced the same creepiness I felt when I saw the van several times up until now. She must sense the danger more than I do. However, the fact that they weren't attacking, that they were merely observing us, was disturbing. If they attacked her, she could have done something like going to the police. There is a world that Rena has already been infected with the stronger parasite, and they're just observing her. Because I feel like that's what happened with Keiichi in Chapter 1, is he was infected, and then they just observed him. And maybe, like, trying to hit him with the van and all that stuff was them trying to get close to him so they could infect him or something. So there is a world she's already cooked, or at least that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to build up to something. But all they're doing is just watching her from a distance. She can't do anything about it. She can't talk to anybody about it. She probably just wants to stay in her house all day. But if she acted different, they might take it as proof that she has the scrapbooks. We have to think about how to fight against them without making it obvious. I told myself that there were no going back, and I put the phone down. Dang! That's juicy, chat. That's juicy. It's at the end of the chapter. Is it pretty much just gonna be like 99% yap chapter? I feel like I extended it a lot by just yapping. Yeah, okay, so it wasn't the end. Oh, going to school? Okay, chat. Let's take a quick BRB break so I can go piss. It's a piss break angle. I'll be back, chat. Alright. This break successful. My goodness. I gotta like clear off my desk. I have so much stuff on this desk. Need to make way. Make way, make way. There we go. It's a little bit better. Woo! Check DMs. What the hell is this? What? Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh, look at this chat. I don't even know what I might be looking at. All right, check this. Check this. Look at this collogue. Is this the Higurashi experience? Is this the Higurashi experience, chat? Is this just how it goes? I really like the eyeball one. I like the eyeball one a lot. This one's good. These two, what am I? Wait, what was I doing here? This was all this stream alone. What is this one? I'm trying to figure out what exactly, like, the intent is. I'm, like, trying to crawl? Am I, like, crawling over something? I don't know, but it's an emote on Discord now. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Nyan Cube. Oh, no, 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 no. No. I don't want to expose all the people I'm talking to on Discord. That's crazy work. Well, hey, shout out imageflip.com. Yeah, chat, remind me to do emotes after the stream, and I'll do a bunch of emotes after the stream. That's crazy. I'm responsible for the unholy name. Thank you, Yaz. Thank you, Yaz. Always looking out for me. Also, let me get like a snack. Let me do like a little snack break, because I'm kind of hungry. We have been going for 3.5 hours. Delightful. Gotta get a few 100 calories in, chat. Then we'll continue. Quick snack break. One more. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, these are pretty I feel like these are kind of normal. Oh, frick. On par for the course of the Pink Cube stream experience, no? I think I just have a naturally expressive face. I think that's just kind of how I work. Purchase a cat outfit for the next sub goal? Yo, that's a low blow. That's a low blow. I was obsessed with doing these for the better part of the stream. I like how we are obsessed in completely different ways. I'm trying to actually figure out the plot, and you're just screen capping my face over and over. That is crazy work. Deranged, dare I say. Delirious, even. Wait. Check if Witch has the Parasite. I bet Witch has the Parasite, bro. Oh. Calling them the mating press person is crazy. I think I know what you're talking about from the short, yeah? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. Okay. Man, these are so good. Okay. Let's make it happen, chat. Oh. I'm hungry. Can you feed me some? Yeah, I got you. Take a bite. Take a bite. Yummy. Yummy chip. Come on, focus. 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 This is my face. This is my face right here. Come on. Yeah! Yummy chip. Ow. Indirect kiss. Indirect kiss. Okay. Okay. I told myself that there was no going back and I put the phone down. The next day, Rena came to school acting normal like she said she would. She talked with Mion as cheerfully as she always did, and it made me wonder if the story she told me last night was a complete fabrication. That's because the story really was too ridiculously crazy to believe. This village has a very weird and rare endemic disease, and there are religious fanatics who want to use the disease to revive their weird cult. And they've been researching the pathogen of the endemic disease so they can spread it throughout the village. I was deeply influenced by Rena last night, and I believed everything she said, but thinking about it with a cool mind under the bright sunlight, it sounds too crazy to be true. The story Rena told me is based on Takano-san's crazy hand-me-down ideas. It's based entirely on her theories, which, though very feasible, have no evidence whatsoever. False. It is true that the parasites are in the people because they have higher of that specific thing. The IBA or whatever it's called. The I whatever, they got more of that, which means they got something in them. They're immune to hay fever. Have you ever gotten hay fever? Talk about it. Find me a single Hinamizawan who has hay fever, and I will retract my statement. You know what I mean? So there's a little bit of evidence. The fact that Takano-san was murdered lends credit to the story, I'll give you that, but... I looked at Mion. She was fooling around with Rena. It's hard to believe that she's involved with some crazy conspiracy. Fair, because she's not.
っていうか聞いてないでしょケイちゃん
I've never had hay fever either. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I got the parasite.
まだ寝ぼけたまんまなのかな寝不足だとおつむもちゃんと働かないよ
Wake up, sleepyhead. Bunk. Mion made fun of me for reacting too slowly. It's almost impossible not to trust this bubbly, cheerful girl. I trust Mion. I trust my friends. I know she'd never have a hand in a crazy conspiracy like that. If she knew about it, she wouldn't be able to act this cheerfully. Rena told me not to tell Mion because she might be one of them. But it might be worth telling her without letting Rena know. Oh. Oh, no. Tell her without telling Rena? That's a good way to get Rena to not trust you anymore, dude. You gotta be on the same side. Of course, there's at least a 1% chance that the conspiracy is true and that Mion is one of them. If so, I'd be doomed. Final pick, and now I'm gonna go to bed and not throw up. Good night. Good night, witch. Good night, witch. Is there a place that this thing is? So I can see it right now? Because I don't know if I dare wait. Go to right, witch. Go to right, witch. I like this one. I like this one. Me eating a chip. Delicious. Man, I look like I got a big ass head here. Bro, look how long this is. My goodness. I think that could be an emote. There's a world that's an emote too. That's a good one. Okay. But if I had to choose between believing the crazy conspiracy and trusting my friends, my answer would be obvious. I know that my friend Mion isn't a part of any conspiracy. She'd never be involved with something like that. Even if the conspiracy exists, I'm sure Mion will be on our side. He's right, I think. But working without Rena's thing is going to be tough. Rena's thing. I trust my best friend Mion. Real. Would you trust your best friend A if they told you your best friend B is some crazy murderer? See, you're going into the... Oh, wait, but didn't... Remember in Chapter 2 when Mion killed Satoko and Keiichi just stopped caring about Satoko as one of his friends and only was paying attention to Mion as his best friend? It's just some crazy work, alright? I don't dare try to get into his head. I kind of just understand what's going in. Leave the stream open for statistics, W. It's a shame that, like, probably within 39 seconds of you stop chatting, the viewers all disappear. Right? Because Twitch is counting viewers really weird now, which means I have, like, 10 viewers when I should really have, like, 5 million. Talk about it. All them lurkers. I love my lurkers, but Twitch doesn't think you're real. They think you're bots. So, whether or not it's true, it must be worth telling Mion about it. Shout out the lurkers. Shout out the lurkers. On YouTube as well. Shout out my YouTube
なに
lurkers.
ケイちゃん
If you're on the YouTube vertical stream, remember there's a YouTube horizontal stream. Just go to my channel or go to Twitch. Talk about Twitch. Or go to Discord. There's not a stream there, but it's the Discord. Oh, go to my Patreon. Get me money. Talk about it.
こんなところに呼び出して
Oh, wow. He's just telling her without telling Rena. Alright, well, it's happening.
それも誰にも内緒
I
で
feel like he's not going to be very good at explaining it. Like, Rena's much better at explaining, so
お前
Mion
な
might not trust
体
him.
育倉庫の裏に呼ばれたら真っ先に
yeah.
そう思うのかよ
Wait, what?
じゃあラブレターとか
Yeah. A love letter.
でもそういうのは下駄箱が定番じゃない？
都会じゃそうでもないぞ直接渡す白兵線型も少なくない
Like, imagine, dude, Rena looks out the window. She's paranoid right now. She sneaks around the corner, sees Mion. Like, dude, she's not an idiot. Oh, wow. Let me look around. Keiichi's gone and Mion's gone. Everyone else is in class. I came here with them. Where did they both go? I poke my head outside. They're not getting water. They're not in the bathroom. And I told him not to tell anyone, and now he's telling someone that I think is one of them. Is he, like, telling her that I know? Like, this is such a good way to get Rena to freak out. You know? And to get paranoid and just lose her schmind. You know what I mean? It's a bad move. It's a bad move from... You have to work with Rena. Because she's your friend. You have to work with her.
なわけねえだろ
And if you're gonna work against her, then, like, at least do it in a cleverer way where she's not gonna know about it. Go find her after school. Go to her house after school.
それよりかなり
You
真
know?
面目な
Don't do this
話が
at school where
茶
Rena's
化し
gonna
は
know.
一切なしで聞いてくれ
Yeah. I feel like this is how it all falls apart.
何よどうしたの？
お社様信仰を復活させようとしている連
See
中
what I
がいる
mean?
ってのは知ってるか
What do you mean? Like,
は？
he doesn't know how to explain it well. He's not gonna convince Mion, and Rena's gonna stop trusting him. This, of course, was just my way of getting a feel for the situation. I wanted to see how she was going to react by getting straight to the point. Remember when you said that, like, wow, if Rena had gotten straight to the point, I wouldn't have believed her, but since she explained it, I believe her. And then he's like, what if I go straight to the point? Keiichi! This is why we have to work with Rena. I know that Rena's making a misplay, but that doesn't mean you go and make an extra misplay. 2 misplays don't make a play. They are just 2 misplays. Mion really did look puzzled. People wouldn't normally react like this if someone pointed out their secrets out of the blue. They always panic if only just a little. Either Mion was a brilliant actress, or she really didn't have anything to do with the idea of reviving Oyashiro-sama. I decided to tell her everything.
お前の家の園崎家ってひなみざを含め
Are they filled with parasites? Do you have a parasite in you right now?
お社様信仰を復興するため何か暗躍してるってことは
I feel like this is gonna go poorly.
なんで？
いやだからさ今のお社様信仰って大昔の時代に比べたらだいぶ信仰心が薄くなってるだろそれをさ大昔の鬼ヶ淵村のレベルまで引き戻したいと思っているいわゆる原理主義者的な連中が
This is an okay build up so far. Because if you can get her to believe in that, then you just add in the parasite thing.
何の話なわけ？
But she's just like,
本当に何の話かわからないのか
わかるわけないよ。
she's smiling a
何
lot,
その
dude.
全米第1位みたいな
Yeah,
面
she's
白い
not
ストー
taking
リ
it
ーは
seriously
さ
at all. Mion's reaction was very natural. It seemed impossible that she was pretending she didn't know anything about it. But regardless, I continued.
いやだからそういう連中がこの村にいるらしいんだよミオは知らないか
お社様信仰を鬼ヶ淵村の時代のレベルに、
Yeah.
そんなことして何かいいことあるの？
I don't know their motive.
そりゃ信仰の熱い強
But they
制的
don't
な連
really
中に
believe because they know about the parasite. It's just power and control, and maybe
だってケイちゃん
and maybe they just love the parasite.
大昔の厳しい戒律の頃に逆戻りって誰も喜ばないよ。今のこの現代村から出るななんて言われたら
Also true.
生活なんかやってられな
I
い。
agree. I don't know their motive very well.
ほら
Their motive doesn't make the most sense to me.
なんでもお社様の生まれ変わりとか言ってちやほやされてるらしいだろそういった取り巻きの老人たちの中にはきっと狂信的な一派が存在して
リカちゃんの取り巻きっていうと君吉のおじいちゃんとかのこと？まあ確かに信仰心は熱い方だと思うけど狂信的ってのはどうかと思うね。
いやだからいるんだよ
Now he's losing his temper. He doesn't have proof. It's falling apart! She's laughing! She's laughing at him! There are parasites in our water and you're laughing!
それで
で、そいつらはお社様の正体がこの土地独特の風土病にあることを突き止め、
Like, what are you?
その病原体を研究しているら
It's
しいんだ。
so over. It's so over. It's so over. Okay, that's a weird response from her. I'm gonna be honest. They found out that the curse of Oyashiro-sama was just an endemic disease unique to this village, so now they're researching the pathogen. This is the most, like, unhinged shit I've ever heard without any build-up, right? He's been talking about, like, they're trying to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama. That's a religious thing with one thing, and then now it's, guess what? It's actually an endemic disease as a pathogen. And she goes, where? Wait, okay, what's your next line, Mion?
というか、風土病って何？
Okay, this is fair. This is, I think this is actually, she would be confused.
病原体って何よ？演歌長。
She's stupid. I was getting confused. I didn't know what I was talking about myself anymore. I was deeply influenced by Rena last night. I believed everything she said, but having said it all out loud, I started realizing how impossible the story sounded.
どうしたの？ミオさんに妙なことでも吹き込まれたわけ？
Yeah, it's fine.
知ってるのか？
有名だよ。あの人オカルトマニアだから、いつもとんでもない空想話をでっち上げて、たまに真に受ける人がいるとかなりヘビーに吹き込むって有名なんだよ。私も昔話を聞かせてもらったことがあったけど、結構面白かったな。
それって。
At least this is a way to like laugh off this encounter being crazy, but like at the same time. ケイちゃんもどこかで耳にしてるだろうけど、この村は大昔はちょっと特殊な文化。 I think Rena's onto something.
それは少し刺激の強い要素のある文化でね。
Or at least,
厳しい戒律と厳しい
at least it's a good enough explanation for all the weird shit. It could be completely false. Though, then how else do you explain the hay fever thing? It could just be something else. You know, there's enough evidence to look into it and to feel some kind of way, especially because she's getting hunted.
ミオさんもそんなマニアの中の一人。
じゃあ、
she's talking about the
この村が
something else.
怪し
She's
げ
talking
な
about
寄生
the
虫に支配
torture.
されているという話は。
はあ？寄生虫？それ、ミオさんの親戚。
Okay, that lends it to be even more true. I think.
言ったでしょ？ミオさんはオカルトマニアの鬼ヶ淵村の奇怪な伝説などを研究して、あれやこれやの仮説や推理、妄想を楽しんでるわけよ。だからその寄生虫に村が支配されてるって説以外にもいろいろ捜索してる。私がずいぶん前に聞いたのは UFO 説だったよ。これが結構辻褄があってて面白いの。太古の昔に鬼ヶ淵村に UFO が墜落して、そこから出てきたという感じから始まる B 級 SF ホラー。
Guys, we have to bring in the UFO theory. The UFO theory, chat. Next to Takano, we're bringing the UFO theory. UFO theory. UFO. It's the UFO theory, chat. UFO theory. Aliens. Holy shit. It's starting to connect. And the aliens are the demons, the devils, right? And then the villagers are the normal people, and then the aliens and the villagers start to be normal. Reptilian theory? This sounds reptilian to me. Holy. Satoko? Movement in the crust opening up the gas is kind of a thing. A movement in the Earth's crust that leads to the gas leak is actually something that we know could be true. That seems kind of real.
そうそう。地底王国のお姫様と村の若者が恋をして、互いに仲直りをしたっていう SF ロミオとジュリエットだった。
The Princess of the Underworld?
で、最新作がどうやらケイちゃんの聞かされた寄生虫説ってわけみたいだね。いやいや、いつかそれらを全部まとめて本にしてほしいよ。
A book, ha ha ha. Mion began laughing so hard that she had to hold her stomach. As I looked at her laughing like that, I realized I fell for something that ridiculous. God damn it. That point, it was obvious. I've been completely taken in. Ugh.
俺がこれから聞くこと
We
に
just
答え
lost
て
Keiichi,
まず
dude.
お社様信仰を復活させようとする連中は実
Because
際
now he's just trusting. That's the problem with having a bunch of best friends and nobody's on the same page. The best friend maneuver only works if they deathball. And they refuse to deathball. Right? Because Rena is refusing to deathball because she doesn't trust them enough and wants to clear their name first. And then Keiichi fails to get the deathball going properly, which then scatters them. Ah! It's so painful!
しないよ。
And now he's just gonna believe
とい
her.
うかむしろ逆。ひなみ沢は外部に対してどんどん開いていって栄えさせていこうということで、御三家はすでに意見を統一してる。これはまだ
I
内緒
mean,
なんだ
maybe
け
they're
ど、
trying to like...
21世紀までをめどにね、新しい高速道路がここいらを
I might write that down.
があるんだよ。
There might be like a world where they want to figure out how to get the parasite to live outside of Hinamizawa, and so they're experimenting on the parasite to try to see where else it can live without going like barbarian mode. Maybe they've already extended it to like the neighboring village, right? And they're slowly trying to grow its force, and so they're preparing to have interconnection between different society at the same time because they want to spread the parasite everywhere, you know? Maybe they're trying to do that. Have a plan for a new highway. Interconnection plan. Who do you believe, Pink, Mion, or Rena? Rena. Rena's onto something. Mion has no idea what the fuck's going on. Rena's onto something. I think. The thing is, the parasite theory is like a good enough explanation. It's not perfect, but it's good enough that I want to look into it. Especially with the little bits of truth with like the syringe or the elevated levels of IB whatever, IgE, right? And the immunity to hay fever. Like there's enough here. And then German notes maybe, Sperm in the German. I think there's enough here to work with. And if this could all be wrong, but then there's gonna be truth. Even if this is entirely wrong and there's no parasites, the connections are still gonna make some sense, right? Because it's still true that Rika had a syringe. It's still true that somebody is making these, that they're causing this kind of thing. The maggot thing is probably still true, you know? Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to spread this outside of Hinamizawa eventually, and that's why this is a real plan. But if it's just the Sonozaki family isn't part, the head of the Sonozaki family isn't part of this situation, so it might just be a separate thing going on at the same time. Maybe this is the rest of the three families' way of undercutting the Sonozakis by using this religious stuff, and so that they can regain control, because the Sonozakis have too much influence with their Yakuza stuff. In which case, she doesn't know what's going on because the Sonozakis are specifically being kept out of it. You know? Grandma thinks she's still gonna be alive at the end of the century.
まあ、21世紀の仕事だから、それは私が引き継ぐ大仕事になりそうだけどね。
じゃあ、外部の人間を意味嫌う連中なんてのは存在しない。
Spermin Sonozaki.
だからそんなの存在しないって。ただでさえ不便な村をさらに不便にしてどうするんだか。現に村は今別荘地として売り出しを開始してる。
Such as your parents.
ケイちゃんの家はまさに
LOL. Yup.
村人はみんな歓迎してくれたでしょ。若者の流出を食い止めるため、御三家もいろいろと考えてるんだから。
There was nothing vague about what Mion had said. Her story makes a lot of more sense than Takano's delusional theories, and so Mion's words woke me up from that delusion.
じゃあ、あれはどうだよ。寄生虫の感染の証拠を示す。
She's not gonna know anything about this.
ひなみ沢の住民だけ異常に
She'd be like,
高いみたいな話が。
I've never heard that before.
そうなの？というか、ミオさんはそんなのどうやって調べたわけ？
だって高野さんは看護師だろ。
Yeah, I
調べる気にな
mean,
ればいくらだって。
そんな怪しげな調査のために誰が血液採取なんかに協
you
力
think
す
she
る
was just
の？
lying?
誰もしないって。
Yeah,
それに
Mion.
仮に採血をしたってどこでどう調べたわけ？
Does
ミオさんはたった
the
一
facility not
人
have
で
enough?
一体何人の血を調べられたっていう？
I don't know, bro! She doesn't have hobbies! That's the closest thing she has to a hobby! I couldn't believe I thought Takano-san could do all that just because she was a nurse. She definitely could! She definitely could! Alright? It struck me hard to believe that she got that many blood samples and did a high-level examination like that without any help. Dude, people go in for blood samples, like, somewhat regularly sometimes. I went in for a blood test recently just for health reasons, right? I didn't have any problems, but I went in just to have a, you know, have a blood test in document. Which, by the way, chat, take care of your health. That's called preventative health right there. I got a little blood test, got all my levels figured out, and then if I have a problem later, they can do another blood test and see if there was a drastic change. Boom. Take care of your future self, chat. When I thought about it rationally, I shouldn't have believed such a ridiculous story so easily. But, Keiichi, you're forgetting about the white van. The white van was something kind of real, you know? Now he's gonna just dismiss that, but like, that's kind of real. And then also, what's your...
花粉症って都会の病気じゃないの。あれは確か排気ガスと関係があるんでしょ？ここはひなみ沢だよ、ケイちゃん。というか、多分沖宮の人にだって花粉症なんてそうそういないと思う。
The thing I just said, where maybe they already spread the parasites out to Okinomiya and they're trying to spread it larger, this would be proof of that, by the way. Talk about it, chat. I'm gonna write this down. I need to write this on my doc. Maybe experiments are so that they can learn how to strengthen Parasite and or spread Parasite. Okinomiya, perhaps the first target, because it's so close. I like how Mion is actively tearing apart this theory, and I'm going and adding more to it. That's crazy work.
その先本家当主直属の暗殺部隊ってのがいて、昔大臣の孫の誘拐とかをやったんだろう。
That one's real. I know that one's real.
そんなのがいたらかっこいいね。
Does Mion not know about that? Mion might not know. I thought she did know. I'm trying to remember that chapter. I thought she did know. Is she lying here? She might be lying here. Man, I don't remember if she knew or not. That sucks. Yeah, she wants a hit squad. Because I thought we saw young Mion in that chapter, but I don't remember the context well enough. It was literally like a few months ago, dude. Yeah, I don't think I have it in my notes whether she knew about this specific thing or not. I don't know if it matters too much, because even if I don't think she's lying about the rest being false, but she might just lie about one thing, or she might just not know. It's a little bit same difference. Because I don't think that the rest of this she is lying about. I trust that she genuinely thinks it's all dumb. And so even if this one little thing she was lying about, it doesn't matter, because it wouldn't tarnish the rest of what I think. Even I was sounding ridiculous, but I believed all of it last night. I believed it because Rena looked very serious. Sounded, you didn't actually see her, did you? That was on a phone call. Oh?
だけれど、あれは私たちじゃない。私たちじゃないけど、それを私たちはさも自分たちが犯したように振る舞ってた。
Go on.
わかりにくいぞ。
Wait, that was part of the stuff that y'all... Wait. I thought y'all actually did that one.
うん。ダム戦争の当時、鬼ヶ淵死守同盟は相当に物騒な抵抗運動をしていたのは事実。脅迫めいたこともやってのけた。
Yep.
でもね、あの当時それを利用するやらしい連中もいたらしいの。鬼ヶ淵死守同盟の名を語って金品を要求したりするエセ同盟って連中。
The Onigifuji Guardians were a very aggressive force at that time. There's a high possibility that some people thought they could use the name to extort money.
その中に大臣の孫の誘拐があった。
No, you're wrong though. You're wrong. I don't think they extorted money, did they? That was not my... I don't think I wrote what they were doing. I thought it was... I don't think we... Do we know exactly what they got out of it? Oh, frick. Oh, but it failed because the guy was grabbed too early. Oh, no, but the guy's lost so... Oh, God. I don't want to have to go replay that chapter. That was chapter 4. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let me reread some of this. Onigo Fuji Guardians, adopted son of somebody influential is a lieutenant. President is Kimiyoshi. That's just all of them. They spread industrial waste around the dam project to sabotage. Rika has future vision. The 5th festival is the last one, which means they don't have a full year. Why did Rika cut the phone lines? Well, we learned that already. The gas thing is real. Watanagashi that year, Kumagai also disappeared, and also Ide suicide happened still. Oh, Ide killed himself. That kind of sucks. Rika murder didn't happen at shrine because no dirt on her feet there. Happened somewhere else and she was brought to the shrine. She was drugged to syringe ? Oh, God. Yeah, that's kind of what they got the minister to promise to shut down the dam plants. That's why they released the kid's location. Right, they gave like a tiny bit, but then the 2 guys didn't know about it anymore. Which is how they jumped in and got. So they kind of hoed their own people, I think. But yeah, I thought they successfully but that's not what Mion's saying. That's why I'm confused, because Mion is saying that they did it for extortion, but they didn't do it for extortion. They did it for the damn stuff. And so for her to say they took credit for it, like, yeah, y'all took credit for it, but also I thought y'all wanted that. But I guess some other group could have been doing that with the hit squad. I mean, maybe this explains why the hit squad wasn't trained by the Sonozakis, because this was the only connection that the hit squad was trained by the Sonozakis. So this could mean that the hit squad, maybe they were taking fake credit and didn't actually train them. So maybe somebody else bankrolled them and got them to train in Texas or whatever. But then the Sonozakis just take credit for it. Dude, Sonozakis are literally the Fraudozakis, dude. All they do is take credit for shit they don't do, and then do one little damn protest where, like, she throws bricks at, like, a cop. Like, that's all they did. Mion as a child threw, like, a brick at a cop, and then they came up with all this dog shit on top and take credit for everything. It's so annoying. It's so annoying.
おそらく誘拐犯たちは警察の捜査の撹乱を狙って死囚同盟のふりをして
But the ransom was the dam.
正直あの事件は同盟にとっても驚きだったよ。
No! You're gaslighting me! Stop gaslighting me! I believe implicitly! Stop! Oh my goodness! Oh, I got some spice in my eye from the Doritos. Ah! Dude, like... Oh, I need like a freaking napkin. I'm getting debuffed live. I'm actually getting gaslit. Okay, oh, frick. Okay, chat. I think I need to pull up my old stream. I need to get this figured out in my head. This doesn't make any sense to me. Hey, some people are watching the shorts version of the Higurashi stream. That's kind of cool. Look, most people are on the normal one. Which, shout out the YouTube audience. Appreciate y'all. The chat's over on Twitch, by the way. But there are some people in the shorts version. That's kind of cool. Look at that. It's working. Okay. So this is going to be chapter 4. Let me open up, like, this one and this one. The last 2. And I need to look through it a little bit to figure out, like, I feel like she's just completely wrong here. And it's driving me crazy. Me watching the new Critical Role season, by the way. Yo, the new Critical Role season kind of lit. Brennan, a great DM. Talk about it? Okay. Make sure this is looking okay. Yeah, okay. So, how can I get what I'm looking for here? This is meeting Rika, Rika being freaky. Look at her big ass head, dude. You are not that clever. I know your brain's not that big to warrant this level of head difference. Okay, and then, I mean, what's going on over here? Is this just a little checkup? Okay. Whatever. Similar. Here's Mion. Mion is a child coming in for the first time. Here, though, we know it's the first time because we can see that... Oh, hey, look, my camera's smaller because we can see on the It's kind of fun. Because I'm checking the different sprites. So Mion comes in. Did I still hate Mion at this time? I think I did, yeah?
No, but I feel like this Mion, we could still fix.
I just hate Mion at this time.
Mion? Because Mion is young enough that she's, like, such a victim. I mean, I guess even modern Mion.
That's so funny. I still think she's like Satan. That's funny. Okay. You're just yapping about shit I don't care about. Blah, 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 blah. He's talking about, like, millstones and stuff. So boring. Oh my goodness, so boring. Yo, give me the plot. He's still talking about millstones. The scene and... Whoa! Wait. I think I missed something.
Hide creeping across both their face, suddenly front side of the...
Why did the atmosphere change?
Contemptuous smiles. Something rude. Search in a small...
There's some sort of mistake, and the millstone suddenly stops turning again. Turning takes a great deal of power, more or less. Certainly, to get a project that's been suspended going again takes quite a lot of work. It's a millstone that isn't easily stopped, but once it's stopped, it'll never turn again. It's that kind of millstone. It'd be nice if there was some kind of way to get the millstone to stop, wouldn't it? Oh, and then they both go quiet and smile. Oh, so they're talking about the dam project. They're talking about the dam project. That's so crazy. Okay. Well, that's not really anything. And then... The guy shows up with the noodles and stuff. And then the kid... Is this the kid pretending to be sick in order to get Ire to pull up? I feel like this isn't what we're looking for. Oh, right, here we go. The minister is discreetly withdrawing the dam project. The Himisawa Dam is indefinitely postponed. I wonder when we're letting the boy go. So it worked. And they're not doing ransom. We know this for sure. Because the men are saying this. And the main family... They're talking about the family seems to be engaged in the time. And so one of the three families, main, makes it you assume Sonozaki. I feel like Mion's just lying. Right? It's heavily implied by these things being next to each other. Though, I know this is just Ryukushi just trolling. But, like, it's implied that's like, oh, we're gonna stop the millstone. And then the next scene is the millstone stopping. And then them being like, well, we're waiting for the family to tell us when to let the guys go. So you'd assume that it's them that did it. But even if it's not them that did it, then somebody else did exactly what the Sonozakis wanted, and they just took credit for it. But they assumed that they were getting a ransom out of it, and assumed that their real efforts caused it, when in reality, the efforts that they assumed were the ransom were actually the real reason that their efforts succeeded. That's crazy. And so even if Mion is assuming that, but then that means that the men, I think, got, they thought that the Sonozakis were telling them to stop, but really it was someone else, or at least whoever the main family is. I mean, that could be a different family. I don't know if they ever say Sonozaki. I'd have to, like, rewatch the entire chapter. We've been talking about the weather for, like, 20 minutes. Do you see this? I'm skipping through this. All I've seen is the weather for, like, a million years. Oh, it's Rika, I think, talking about nonsense. Oh, that's the end of the stream. Oh, wait, I have an extra thing? What is this? Oh, this is, like, something else. Okay. And then I don't think this is gonna be... I feel like I got what I needed. Where I feel like I am getting gaslit. Or, like, here, maybe? Because they're talking about Rika knowing stuff. Rika, we're never gonna know with Rika. Is young Mion in any of this? This is just her trying to aura farm stuff that she actually... Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, Oreo is being so... Grandson. Dude, look, okay. Okay. Here. Oreo and Mion talking. Privately, so they don't need to perform. Yeah. Ministers. You're talking about something else, right? Okay. Slow your roll, Pink Cubed. Okay. Oreo's son is talking about a central person, blah, blah, blah. It's a voting block. Unlike Mion, however, Oreo was looking up longingly at this guy from veranda. Okay. And I scroll up. And I'm reading some of this. Okay. 4 days, maybe. We'll let out another deep sigh. That's what I'm saying.
孫とはいえ気の毒だな。そう。十分気はせ。
She's gaslighting us. I think Mion's lying to us, dude. Because it doesn't make sense that they are taking credit for it. Like, there's no one to perform for. It's a private conversation between Oreo and Mion. Yeah, Oreo is being so chill. Oh, Mion, don't frick with it. The playful expression drained from Mion's face, leaving behind a stern tone. And then, as if to ascertain Oreo's will, looked into her eyes. Oreo, expressing intention with only those eyes, looked back into Mion's. Yo, Mion's gonna be like, why would we give up this early? Look at this look on her, dude. I still think she's the devil. Mion, give a small nod, and then turn around. Okay. No, she just left. From far away, a voice responded in the affirmative. Mion, after confirming she's been heard, picked up the phone and began dialing.
もしもしミオンだけど
Who is she calling? Yeah?
うちのお父さんいます
Why? And then calls the father? Is that the end of the tip? That's the end of the tip? That's the end of the tip?! The glint in the demon's eye. Oh, and I'm the bad person for thinking Mion's the demon when we hear the glint in the demon's eye. Oh yeah, and I'm the crazy one. No, dude, this doesn't, like, okay, so maybe, like, Oreo saying that's enough of a warning, we should bring this to an end soon, is the idea that they should intercept on another person's behalf? And, it's either saying, we have control over this, which means Mion's currently lying to us, we have control over this, let's let him go, or this is saying that that's enough of a warning, we should bring this to an end soon. That's saying that I understand this is happening, this is something we don't control, but we should still bring this to an end out of goodwill. Right? That's enough of a warning is crazy, though. Because if this doesn't make any fucking sense. Because that's enough of a warning. You are characterizing the kidnapping of the minister's grandson as a warning. Right? Which is the correct characterization of it based on what the men said that actually did the kidnapping. It is a warning to get the dam to be removed, right? And so for her to say that's enough of a warning implies that she knows about that. We should bring this to an end soon. We're done. It's done, right? If it was the ransom theory, like Mion's currently saying in the current timeline that we're playing, if it's a ransom, why would she call it a warning? She would say, like, yeah, this is wrong. We should stop this. Right? She wouldn't say that's enough of a warning, because it's not a warning. Right? It wouldn't be a warning if it's a ransom. If it's something that you feel like people are taking advantage of the Onigafuchi Guardian name and doing shit, then why would you call it a warning? That's just weird to me. You know? I feel like we should bring this to an end soon. Like, that makes enough sense, but to call it a warning is kind of weird. And then she calls her dad, as if her dad has some control over it. But, like, I could see a world where it's, like, her dad has some power over the people that are doing the ransom, but we know it's not a ransom. And so if they're assuming it's a ransom, which is what Mion currently assumes in the current timeline, why would they call it a warning? It's just this, he's the grandchild of our bitter enemy, but I still feel sorry for him. That's enough of a warning. I guess warning kind of works for the ransom thing, but it's like... It's just weird phrasing if it's not something they have control over and she's not performing for anyone. I think that's the weird thing to me. This is Mion and Oreo alone, outside, and, like, there are, like, distant servants or whatever, but, like, this is, like, a moment of privacy, more or less, with them. So it's weird for her to be like, that's enough of a warning, we should bring this to an end soon, implying that they have control over it. Which might not be the case. Because if it's the case, then, and it's a ransom that they aren't okay with, why would they let it even be happening in the first place? You know? Let me see if there's anything else I could use to, like, help me. Because, like, I just don't really get it. I don't really know. Why is my camera just off in that section I skipped to? Did I just turn the camera off? Apparently I did. Okay, and then this is them fighting. Recovery. Rika and the telephone poles. Dead wife. Flash forward. Daughter. Oishi in the bathrobe. Jacking off underneath. And then they're like, we're going to do this together. We're going to figure it out. We're gonna be our hero academia. Higurashi, When They Cry. Oishi and I co-authored a book on the string of mysterious deaths. Oh, that was good. That was good. Okay, the Kimura case was one of those incidents. The Kimuras thought they could stifle the police investigation by acting like they were the Onigafuchi guardians. They kidnapped the boy to demand a ransom. And we know that's false. And I have the impression that Mion should think that's false. Because of the way that her and Oreo were talking. But also, there's just enough plausible deniability in the way they talked that she could have still believed it was a ransom back then, and that the warning thing was just being, saying it in a weird way.
よく大臣の孫を誘拐できたもんだって話題になったね。犯人たちに会えたら表彰してやろうなんて盛り上がったっけ？
ちょっと待て。
They give them an award.
じゃあ大臣の孫の誘拐は鬼ヶ淵死守同盟は何も関係ないのかよ。
うん。全くない。
Mion said it firmly. It was a simple and clear answer which left no room for suspicion. And thinking about it, it's nothing surprising. Kidnapping the grandson of a minister and negotiating with him in person is a huge deal. The Onigafuchi Guardians were a very aggressive group, but this operation wasn't so easy that it could be carried out by any of the normal residents of Hinamizawa. I feel like the truth is in that stupid chapter, and I just have to find the right tip or something. I guess that's kind of true, the definition of ransom, yeah. Well, I think, they follow up ransom right after saying there's a high possibility that some people thought they could use their name to extort money, to rob people of money and valuables. So when they say ransom, Mion's implying, in the way she's speaking, that it is that is money and valuables, right? That's what she's implying. I mean, these two aren't spoken lines. So it's literally rob people of money and valuables. The kidnapping case was one of those incidents. So she's implying that. Absolutely. Yeah, I feel like I think she's being slightly deceitful. But it might, oh my god, frick. Because it's no coincidence that the minister's grandson is kidnapped, and then the minister said that the dam project would be, withdrawn. Because didn't he say that, on TV in one of the tips? He, said it on TV or something. So, and it was kind of, a weird thing for him to say as part, it was, off script of his thing, where he was like, we're gonna pause, or something like that, right? And so, I think Oreo and Mion should know damn well that that was due to the grandson thing. Because they happened right next to each other. And then the grandson was gotten. It was only a few days span. So for her to say and imply that it was for money, I think she knows is wrong. But it also could be somewhat true that the Sonozakis didn't really do it, because the Sonozakis have their dumbass power structure, where they just say stuff they kind of want to happen, and then it happens, right? So, they literally have plausible deniability baked into their structure so much that she might not be completely lying here, but it has this, aura of deceit especially with the implication of ransom money, that makes me think that she's being deceitful. Yeah. So I'm still gonna blame the Sonozakis to some degree for it, or at least say that she's being somewhat deceitful, but it's light enough that I'm not gonna... It's not worth pushing all the way. I don't think she was being deceitful saying that the theory is stupid with the parasites. I don't think that was deceitful. I think Keiichi just can't explain it well, and then she's able to knock it down, especially weaponizing that little bit of plausible deniability, right? The Niga Fuji Guardians were a very aggressive group, but this operation wasn't so easy that it could be carried out by any of the normal residents in Hinamizawa. It was obviously the work of a professional criminals, without a doubt. And she has Yakuza connections. She hasn't brought that up. Those would be the professional criminals. Maybe,
さっきも少し言いかけたけど、園崎本家はね、この誘拐事件を自分たちが黒幕であるかのように振る舞っていた。
振る舞ったってのは
Yeah, okay, please elaborate.
これは園崎本家の秘密の家訓なの。ケイちゃんにはこっそり話すけど、話したことは内緒だよ。園崎本家ではね、自分たちに都合がいい何かの
I hate them so much.
あたかもそれが自分たちの差し金である
The
ような
Sonozakis are the
ブラフの伝
worst.
統があるの。
Fraudozakis. They literally just take credit for a bunch of nonsense all the time. What an annoying way to exist. I hate them for this, dude. I would, like, condemn my own bloodline if I were born into these frauds, okay? A tradition of bluffing. Like, y'all just never done anything with your lives and you're proving it? I can't. That's incredible. Incredibly insane.
自分たちに利することがあったなら、それは事件でなくてもいい。お天気でもいいし、宝くじ
They
の
call it a
当選番
ransom
号
is
で
deceitful,
あたか
though.
も
I think you know damn well
園
it's not
崎
a
本家が
ransom.
望んだから、そのような結果になったかのよう
That
な
might be just, they might just think that it went coincidentally
そうするとどう？
well or something, but... Jeez.
なんだかものすごい黒幕ってイメージになるでしょ。
The
つまりそういうこと。
Scamizakis.
これは園崎本家の当主だけに代々公伝で伝承され
And now you
る
know,
秘密のイメ
Keiichi.
ージ戦略が自分たちを本来よりもより強大に見せようとす
Rage
るイメー
bait
ジ戦略。
family.
じゃあ
The
ほら
three families. One of them is just the
ダム戦
Rage
争
bait
時に
family.
建設省を占拠するって作戦があったんだろう。あれは
Yeah, good question. It's just
しかも
completely
その
false.
ために武器やら訓練や
Thank
ら
you. Good question. Did they actually go to Texas? You're telling me the
それ
Texas
も
trip was
全
a
く
lie?
同じだよケイちゃん。そんなバカな作戦本当にやるわけ
That
ない
was
じ
a
ゃ
spin we
ん。
put on it? Put on what? Put on what?
最大の目的はあいつらならやりかねない、なんて恐ろしいやつらだっていうプレッシャーと幻想を与えるのが最大の目的だったんだよ。つまりこれもまたイメージ戦略ってわけ。
They obtained weapons and went through training just so they could exact pressure. They had no intention of actually carrying out the plan. But they... No, okay, but they did. Okay, but they did! They did go through training and obtain weapons, though. In which case, it's the same difference, because that means those people would be prepared to be the Van Andes to do the stuff we saw with, Rena. So this is still... That doesn't... Just because they were bluffing on actually attacking, if they're admitting that they actually did the training as part of the bluff, then it doesn't matter. It's the same difference. Because I don't care if they actually attacked. That made sense, of course it did. It matters if they were trained. It's impossible to attack the Ministry of Construction. Even if they did, it wouldn't solve the problem. All I had to do was use common sense. Even if they did, that would have been crushed within seconds by a huge number of policemen. Why didn't I think of that?
じゃあ武器とか
Okay, well, yeah,
訓練
please
とか
ask about that. Did they actually do that? Mion, Shion, top or bottom, go? Shion's definitely a top unless it's Satoshi or somebody that inspires Satoshi feelings in her. In that case, she's like an extreme bottom. Mion's a switch. I think Mion's a switch. I think she would treat it like a game, right? And then she would express her feminine side, but she also has a very a less feminine side. I think she would play both sides. She'd pull out the strap-on if you fail. Oh my goodness. Punishment game strap-on. Absolute cinema. As for the weapons, no comment.
訓練もやったよ。
Okay, so this is somewhat true.
はったりになるようちゃんとしっか
Yeah,
り。
they're both switches in different ways, I think.
笠井さんをリーダーにお父さんとこの若い衆たちを引き連れて
It's Texas! Texas mentioned! Remember the Alamo! It was Texas! Holy shit, chat! We're so back! Man, I called that one! Man, I called that one! Strap on while K-Chen wears a maid uniform punishment game? Exactly, exactly. W Texas chat. W Texas chat. That's awesome. Appointed Kasai as the leader of the group. I'm doing something I should have done a long time ago. I'm doing something I should have done a long time ago, chat.
Lock in.
Chapter 1.
Was not okay. Speaking. Yes. The bell and give world cap.
We're gonna revisit the director thing. I like actively have not done this for so long because I don't know. We're doing it. We're doing it. It's too late. We have to. These are the people that Keiichi saw while he was in his drugged up crazy state.
It was a bizarre sight.
Well, I am kind of quiet here. The VODs are kind of quiet. People were low-key rad about that. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today.
Those 2 might even be among them.
Why do I sound like I'm about to cry?
They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me.
I'm tired. I'm 7 hours and 48 minutes in.
Those 2 might even be among them. There's 1 person there.
Wow, this is really quiet, actually. I totally get what people were saying earlier. There was 1 person there wearing a white coat, Yurei. But he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor. Probably not Yurei, then.
I would probably ring the bell and get me to open the front door. Pretend to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and then the rest of them would all rush in at once. I mean, there's a second door, right? There's the front door, and then there's the back door. And the back door is what we usually use. In my heart. I'm not surprised.
The white van.
You gotta run. You'll just break the window. Not sort of a person with brown eyes. Live that fine if it Oishi-san. And the only thing I could rely on was time. I'd only write what I knew perpetrator. Leave all the information that would help. It was an undeniable see from the window. To begin with,
okay.
Also, there was a teeny bizarre
unidentified person known as the director.
Include the directors from the past incidents, and the only one is the construction body divided into 6 people. Did both. Police would never even. Literally.
And then Mion called him director. That doesn't make any sense. That was probably just illusion. Director's kind of stand-in for whoever actually did. How actually is like, you know, doing stuff. I feel like I saw someone.
Back of the clock. The syringe is proof. Turn that down and start. Burn. Oh, right. Everything. Turn the clock and leave the resting code. Later. I'm worried about.
I just double flip him off. That's what I did. That's funny. Oh my goodness! I need like a picture of this guy. I'm pretty sure there's a picture. And they could have been drugged. They could have been like drugged or whatever to go do this, or parasited or whatever. Right? There's a lot of reasons it could have been. It could have been Shion. It could have been whoever. Who cares? Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass, why is he saying that? Do we not see? I could have sworn. Did I hallucinate? I could have sworn we saw an image of somebody at some point. Oh, and then I think we never see from Keiichi's eyes again. Pretty sure Keiichi just dies there. What about this after credit scene? Just suspect? Yeah, they're just talking about the syringe and stuff. Wait, what? Am I tripping? I could have sworn there was a guy he saw at some point. I mean, he got jumped by the 2 guys. Did they not have a spray? Oh my god, am I hallucinating? I feel like I'm hallucinating. Look at this. Look at all this. He's definitely like 17 layers deep in drugs right now. Okay. Maybe it was earlier.
What are you trying to get?
This I think is Mion. This is the needle thing.
Be surprised at
how. I feel like this was maybe something to do with Shion.
It's like I don't get it. I actually don't get it.
It has something. Hey, me in the past, bro. It has something to do with Shion. Don't worry about it.
Doesn't make sense.
It has to do with Shion. Don't worry about
what
it.
she's yapping about.
And she's covering for her twin.
Doesn't make sense.
Yep.
It just clearly doesn't make sense.
It makes
Now
sense.
she's like, I don't know. What do you mean? Well, it's just a little prank. It's just a prank. No, it's not. It's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not, man.
Beyond what is it?
Yeah, okay, none of that matters. So, dude, am I going crazy? I could have sworn there was a guy. Where's the guy? I know there was a guy. I know there was a guy. What is happening in here? Okay. That's her being freaky. Oh, and her fingers. Remember her fingers getting, like, smushed in the door? Where's the guy? Where's the guy? Where's the guy? Is there no guy? Did I dream of a guy? I think I dreamed it. Oh my god, did I dream it? There's no guy? Where's the guy? Guy? No guy? Chie? Rena? Is this her breaking the windows? Okay. That's Oishi? Frick, that's just Oishi. Top right, there's a guy. Man, I hate Oishi. Oh my god, I don't think there's a guy. There's no guy. There's no guy. What do you mean there's no guy? I've literally thought there's been a guy in this first episode for forever. Since I could have sworn there was a guy. Image of your stream with the guy. Was that a Crudes reference? Was that a Crudes reference? Is that the name of that show? The Crudes? Did you just crude me? You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. Okay, so we squish your fingies. We're in a drugged psycho state. There's the needle. What happens here?
It wasn't saying girl crying. It was a faint mutter as she was speaking. She wasn't cursing tone. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her.
What'd she say here? He leaked it all to Kei-chan. You're talking about Oishi?
On yet smiling face, Neon's transformation.
Well, this is Shion right here, right? This is probably Shion. Maybe? Because she's acting crazy?
No,
yeah, they're talking about Oishi.
With her contacts. Neon spoke to me today.
No, man, fuck, man. No! They got us, bro. We lost Satoko, bro. I swear there was a guy. I swear there was a guy. 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 Oh, so this is when he got drugged. He got knocked out and then sent here. And then Rena's normal. So this is, okay. So, okay, listen. What happened back here, Rena's in crazy mode. Maybe she's drugged up or maybe Keiichi's hallucinating. Well, I think when he gets knocked out, that's when Keiichi gets drugged. And so here, this is Rena normal. And Rena's not a problem here, probably. And then calls Mion. Mion's probably normal. This might be Mion where the previous Mion was actually Shion in disguise. Right? Which is why she was so weird with the needle scene. So this is probably Shion. This is real Mion. This is real Rena. And then Keiichi starts to lose his mind? But then why are they forcing him to bed so much? And then searching around his room? And then did you call the director? But at this point, I think he's been drugged because he got knocked out. So he could have been hit with the syringe while knocked out. Well, no, but this is... I don't even think that's true. Because, chat, the problem... They talk about calling the director, and then people do show up. Unless we say that the director and all the people showing up weren't real and he was hallucinating all of this. We just can't know. We just can't know. Right? This could be him hallucinating and going crazy. It could be anything. The director will be happy to hear that. Oh, you know, what if the drugs have to do with, reincarnating people or something? Because this line, you've got into baseball lately, haven't you? Pretty sure the director will be happy to hear that. That could have to do with Keiichi is emulating Satoshi, and the director likes the idea of him emulating Satoshi because it's like we brought Satoshi's spirit back. So maybe this Parasite thing has to do with, like, bringing the spirits of the deceased or the past to the present, and so it's a way to, like, create, like, fake immortality or something. That sounds absolutely insane and ridiculous, but, like, this line, with the deeper understanding of how, in Chapter 3, maybe that was all puppeteered, so that Keiichi would emulate Satoshi specifically and redo Satoshi's events in order to become synced up with Satoshi, and then that actually happened, and he was synced up with Satoshi to the point of repeating what happened with Satoshi. So maybe there's like some sort of motive to like get people to spiritually repeat past people's events. But yeah, or it could be complete hallucinated nonsense. That's just as likely, I feel like. And then, that thing that looked like Mion spoke to me how Mion would speak to me, someone who isn't Mion. I mean, Shion, right? And then finish up before the director comes. But Shion doesn't work with the director, so it's not like... we know that Shion doesn't work with these people because we have the Shion POV. So this is like, this just has to be they're completely drugged, under control, or Keiichi's completely drugged, losing his mind. Right? So it's kind of same difference either way, because we can't trust any of this as, like, genuine. And there's no man. I swore we had a sprite. I swear it on everything there was a sprite. So we kill them, and then we go outside, and there's no one? We never see him? Oh my god, we might have never seen him. I could have sworn the director pulled up. And we make... Maybe I try to, like, link that voice up with someone. I'm sorry, I felt that only the Higurashi knew. And then that's the last time we ever hear of, or wherever from Keiichi's perspective. And then he just starts freaking out. And then he's pulling the maggots out. Digging itself into my back is very maggot coded. Though it's also just the shadow behind him of the Oyashiro-sama, right?
I mean, no.
Yeah. To be friends? I'm going crazy. Is it obvious? I'm going freaking crazy. I could have sworn there was a guy. But there's no guy. Is there a guy in here? I put Chie in very solid? Am I a lunatic? What do you mean Chie very solid? Are you stupid? I think I might hate you. These are all valid. These all three are valid, alright? Because this counts as both Mion and Shion, by the way. Because I bet it was both characters existed. So this counts as a composite, in which case real, Rena, real, bruh. These are all bruh. Yeah, no, this is a solid list. Chie makes no sense. Chie should have been acceptable, I guess. Dude, I'm so confused. I actually just remember incorrectly, and that's deeply troubling. I'm even gonna I'm not gonna do a full look like I just did, but let me at least do a skim look of, see if there's any sprites I don't recognize back here. I could have sworn I saw a director. I could have sworn I saw him, chat. I know what I saw. I know what I saw. I know what I saw, chat. I'm not crazy. I'm not. Okay, well, I give up. Okay, I'm crazy. GG. No idea. There wasn't a sprite, but some guy did Keiichi. Yeah, there were two guys that I think Keiichi met with and got jumped by. And then there was the guy that was in a doctor's coat, but we never got a sprite on any of them. For some reason, I thought we got a sprite, and we didn't, so I'm crazy. Jeez. I couldn't think of anything else. It was obvious now. I got hit with the syringe. I know Rena and I both were completely fooled by the scrapbooks of Takano-san's delusion. Rena was so serious about it, so I believed her, but if you examined it closely, there were so many inconsistencies. I couldn't believe Rena took a delusion like that so seriously. Why so serious? I knew the reason why, though. She was still in this state of shock after being caught with the corpses that day. She was mentally unstable. Then she came across this tall tale, and she believed it. Rena is a smart girl. She wouldn't have taken it seriously if she was stable. Plus, another thing happened to wake me up from the delusion, or something. The white van I saw yesterday came to school during the lunch break. The 4 men in work uniforms I saw were there, too. Ah, I wonder if they're the thing. This is insane. We actually explained this. What do you mean? I said thank you to Mion and followed them. The man who talked to me yesterday knocked on the door of the teacher's office.
Maido, okonogi zouen de gozaimasu ne.
The Okanogi gardeners? What the are you talking about? Okanogi gardeners?
今日も暑いですね。
いいえいえ。先生は今日もますますべっぴんで。
Bro want a piece of the chie curry, bro.
ではすみません。今日もよろしくお願いいたします。
はい。よろしくお願いします。これ、うちの事務屋から渡すように言われましたんで。
見積書と請求書ですね。ありがとうございます。日付は空欄ですね。問題ありません。はい、お預かりします。
はい。それでは取り掛かりますんで。
Man was talking to Chie Sensei with a big smile.
ん？どうしたのかね、前原君。
あ、校長先生。今の男の人は誰ですか？
The principal pointed his finger out the window. When I looked out, I heard the noise of an engine starting. The noise is coming from the engine of a motorized lawnmower. I saw young men in work uniforms taking another lawnmower, some brooms, and a ladder out of the van.
園芸業者さんである。だいぶ垣根や樹木が手入れされてなかったからの。夏前に一度剪定を頼もうと思ったのだよ。
ああ、校長先生。この度はお世話になりまして。
The man noticed the principal, took off his hat and bowed.
うん。よろしく頼み申しますぞ。
なんとか今日中で終わらせますんで、しばらくうるさくしますんが、ご容赦を。
Each worker took one of the tools and walked towards the fence where the grass was growing. The engine of the lawnmower was very loud, and the kids who were playing in the schoolyard looked at it curiously. I'm just waiting for a shoe to drop. I'm literally just here waiting. It was Chie Sensei. She handed an envelope with the documents in it to the principal. It said Okanogi Gardeners in green on the envelope.
では校長先生、申し訳ありませんが、この請求書を後日市役所に行かれるときに持って行ってください。
うん。心得た。
千恵先生、造園屋さんは昨日も来てました？
ええ。昨日の夕方に一度下見に来てもらいました。帰りに近道をしようとして迷ってしまったと言ってましたっけ。
Oh my god, it's just never easy, dude. Like, you're just like, you're tearing me apart. You're tearing me apart. You're tearing me apart. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Nobody got it out of the way back and try to take a shortcut. Chie, bro, maybe it's more serious than that, or maybe it's not. Then why would they ask about Rena? Just coincidence? They were like, how'd they get lost in the village? Why would they, okay. Why were they pretending to have accents, huh? Why were they pretending to have accents? That's weird. We don't know why that doesn't make any sense. Why would they pretend to do that? I'm literally getting tortured. I would rather be in the fingernail contraption. I'd rather be Satoko. I remember when I first came here, Chie Sensei started talking about when she got lost and they laughed together. There was never anything suspicious to begin with. Why are they pretending to have accents, though? Because if they're actual villagers, they would never get lost, right? If they're actual villagers, they would never get lost. Why would they pretend to have accents? There's no reason. I thought they were suspicious yesterday because of what Rena had told me. At first I thought it was unusual to see a white van, but then right after I heard her creep a story, I saw a white van parked on the road and I got scared. The gardeners weren't familiar with the roads of Hinamizawa and they got lost trying to take a shortcut on their way back, that's all. I had it totally twisted around. I believe that fake-sounding story. I believe that the Sonozaki family was working behind the scenes, and I fabricated the existence of a group of fanatical believers in my mind. Worse, I doubted Neon. Now you're doubting Rena. Damn it. I'm such a fool. She's my friend. Rena's your friend. We took each other's hands that day, so you did with Rena. Saying that we were a family made of friends. You did that with Rena. And that friends were friends no matter what. You did that with Rena. I said that, but then I doubted my friend, Rena. I'm so stupid. Anyway, Rena was the problem. Fuck! What do you mean? Rena's your friend! Oh my god. What do you mean, anyway, Rena was the problem? To be fair, he's doubting Takano, not Rena. I would like you to point your eyes to the bottom of the screen right now. She also needs to wake up from this crazy delusion. I had to hurry and wake her up. Rena seemed like she had no mind to listen to anyone else. She truly believes that the Sonozaki family are the masterminds of a large-scale conspiracy. Dude, her coloring is getting darker. It started like such a cute pink, and it's getting like more blood red when she's losing it, dude. I remember the plate number of the white van. I also remember their faces. Without a doubt, this was one of the vans that had been following me. So far, I've confirmed that 3 or 4 cars have been following me. I could especially recall this white van because it followed me around the longest of all. People who were in the other cars must be the lookouts, and the ones in this van must be tasked with direct contact, like kidnapping or assassination. The lookouts secure the surroundings, and the ones in this van attack the target. That's a common maneuver involved in both kidnapping and assassination. The scrapbook said that too. If so, I'd better watch out because it was them, not the lookouts, who came to the school premises. I don't think they'll attack me while I'm in school. They're in the early stage of their covert operation now, hiding their fangs and claws into the last stage of their horrifying scheme. That's why they won't take action in the school when people are watching. But it looked like they were talking with Chie Sensei in a very friendly way. Did the color just get brighter? Oh my goodness, I wish I could go back. I feel like... Am I colorblind? I could only hear bits and pieces of their conversation, but it sounded very suspicious. I tried to remember the chatter and the movements of their mouths, and I played my memory of it like a videotape in my mind.
Maido!
She's like replaying it. She's gonna replay it incorrectly. You look very beautiful today.
よろしくお願いします。これ、うちの事務屋から渡すように言われましたんで。
と、ですね。ありがとうございます。
Is she gonna assume that Chie and this guy are after her? And that Chie's in on it? Because she might spiral too far. I used the information I had to guess what was going on. I played the video again and again in my mind and also paused it and played it in slow motion again to check many times. She's gonna make a wrong assumption. Then something unbelievably horrifying started to emerge. There's no doubt that they're acquainted with Chie. But I've never seen them visit this school before, so it's hard to believe that the Chie Sensei is their contact. There's no doubt that they're the death squad under the direct control of the Sonozaki family. They have the local accent, which proves that they were chosen from the Sonozaki core. Why would they pretend to have an accent they don't have if they're not insiders? That's what throws me off, right? Them pretending to have an accent... They either have the accent, in which case it's crazy to imagine that they would get lost, or they don't have the accent and they're faking it, in which case they're suspicious. The death squad was talking with Chie-sensei. They know each other. What's their relationship? Who's Chie-sensei anyway? During the dam conflict, Himizawa's school was closed and it was merged with the one in Okinomiya. But the Onigafuchi Guardians didn't accept that, and they made a part of this forestry service building into a school. But needless to say, the school they made didn't have a teacher. So it was only going to be a token form of resistance. But a teacher who had a strong passion for education felt sorry for the children, and she came to work there. That was Rumiko Chie-sensei. I don't think I've ever gotten her first name before. Let me check Rumiko in my notes, see if I've ever had a Rumiko problem. I do not have Rumiko in my notes. Look at that. I should probably add it, huh? Wherever Chie is. Where are you, Chie? Literally, my notes for Kasai says, Kasai, Sonozaki Butler or something, important enough to have a sprite. Maybe part of Chapter 1 ending. That's why I was trying to find the sprite, because I wanted to see if the sprite was Kasai's sprite. In which case, Kasai would be a big part of everything, you know? That's what I was looking for, because Kasai is also part of the death squad, right? Wasn't he like... Wasn't that said? I think that was said. I probably should have written that down. I'm not writing down your name, Chia. I don't care. It's obviously strange. Teachers are government employees, and they normally belong to their prefectures. As long as they lie low and don't cause trouble, they don't get fired and they don't get demoted. They can work up until the office retirement age, and they're guaranteed to get a fixed retirement fund. She was one of those government employees, but she defied the Board of Education, came to work for Hinamizawa. The villagers admire her as a teacher of passion. I heard that Oryo Sonozaki herself successfully negotiated with the Board of Education that suspended Chie-sensei for defying their orders. Oh, that's kind of good to know. It was easy to get an answer from this by connecting the dots. Chie-sensei was recruited by Oryo Sonozaki as a teacher to work at the school the Onigafuchi Guardians had created. In other words, she was already working for Oryo before she came here. As for the principal, he was the principal of the school in Hinamizawa from the beginning. Now she's just spiraling. Like, that isn't true. I mean, even if that is true, the Sonozakis aren't in on this. You know? I think they did the kidnapping, maybe, or they took credit for it just completely, and then... maybe they just took credit for it. I don't know. But, like, they didn't do this. They're not hunting you down, Rena. But it's such an that's such an annoying thing. Okay, as for the principal, he was a principal of school in Himurazawa from the beginning. He's a respected person of this region, and he's been closely associated with the three families for a long time, so that means this school has been under the control of the Sonozaki family all along. That's why Chie-sensei is acquainted with the death squad. It makes sense now. Chie-sensei confirmed that I came to school today, made a phone call, and called them here. I don't want to know why she called them here. If she called them just to monitor me, they'd wait near the gate until class was over. But they came onto the school premises. Why? Stop pretending to be a fool, Ren and Ryugu. Do you think nothing will happen if you pretend not to notice it? Yeah, they're gonna get she thinks she's gonna get jumped. Think hard and calm down, Ren and Ryugu. What would they try to do to me today in school? In school? How are they gonna do anything with my classmates and friends around me? It's easy. Chie-sensei will tell me to come to the teacher's office during the last class of the day. What about my club mates? That's easy too. Chie-sensei can easily make them go home early using her authority as a teacher. She can make up any reason she wants. Maybe the classroom is going to have carpentry work done today, so they can't stay in school. It's so sad because I think she's partially right, but she's spiraling too hard. It's a Venn diagram or something, right? Or it's like a thing like this, right? Keiichi's on one extreme. It's a complete myth and we've been bamboozled. And then Rena's on the other extreme of everyone's out to get me, including Chie. They're about to get me right now. They're gonna kill me. The truth, I think, is in the middle. And now the squad is split, and they're both spiraling in the wrong directions. And now there's no hope. See? There's no doubt. They clearly said they're ready to do it today. And what else? She thinks that Chie's getting paid for this. You know? And a blank check. She gets as much money as she wants. Maybe something like that. I see. They gave Chie-sensei an envelope with some documents in it. That blank is an eerie phrase. Was my name supposed to be in the blank? Why is it left blank? What does that mean? Oh, okay, like, they're gonna choose her? I told you, Ren and Ryugu. Do you still think that nothing will happen if you pretend not to notice it? Stop that. So what it must mean is that it's an order from higher up. It says to make Ren and Ryugu become blank. I took a peek from the shadows and I saw the principal taking documents out from the envelope. He started reading them. He looked stern. He looked very serious. I wish I could take a peek at the documents, but I was too far away. Kept looking at him just to see if he'd react at all, and then the envelope caught my eye. The envelope said Okanogi Gardeners and had some numbers that looked like a phone number. Fortunately, I have good eyesight. Oh? I memorized the number. Easy? If they're a death squad, the gardening company must be a camouflage occupation. It probably doesn't even exist. I wanted to find out. I looked for a phone. This is not a bad idea. There's only one phone and it's in the teacher's office. Fortunately, the teachers were chatting in the hallway, looking at the gardeners. Oh, this is gonna look sus. It was now or never. She's gonna call them while they're doing this to try to prove to herself that they're real, but if they're busy doing work, they might not answer the phone. I made sure nobody was watching me go into the teacher's office. I rushed in and grabbed the phone on the principal's desk. Though I also kind of believe that they're the death squad. You know? Or that they're, like, not necessarily the death squad. I'd rather be Rena, because I think Rena will be killed if she does nothing. I think if Rena had Keiichi's mindset, and didn't think about it and had the scrapbooks, she would be gotten. It's too late. Like, she's already been exposed too much, and eventually, like, if she goes back to acting normal and, like, goes to her club hideout, they're gonna find the scrapbooks and they're gonna get her, you know? I think it's actually a problematic thing where the more suspicious you act, the more likely they are to try to get you. So they're gonna get Rena because she's acting paranoid, and they're gonna see through it and get her. So if she acted normal, they might not even think about her at all. But I think they already know too much because of the Oishi knows that she met with Takano. So I think she's in too deep. Rena's the better idea here. But yeah, I think that these guys are probably lookouts and are probably genuinely part of the problem. Death Squad is too much to say, but maybe. I went over because the Death Squad, you know, the Death Squad thing might not make that much sense because it could just be Kasai and bluffing, but they could just be a separate group of problem children, you know. I went over the phone number in my head and dialed it up. I'm glad they have a touch-tone phone. A touch-tone telephone. I love that song. It would have been difficult if it was a rotary dial. If somebody answered, I'd only have to ask, is this the Okanogi Gardeners? I'd wait for the answer before hanging up. It should be easy. It connected. A cold chill ran through my body from the bottom of my feet. Wait, don't make a quick judgment. I might have remembered the number wrong. No, I know I remembered it right. It was an easy number to remember. It's impossible to remember it wrong. Then, did I dial it wrong? I put the phone down to start over. This time I dialed the number more slowly. Teachers might be coming back any time. In this situation, it was risky to do anything slowly, but I need to make absolutely sure. I mean, and this is kind of proof that, well... The number should be real. I think she numbered it wrong. I think she numbered it wrong. Cause like, if they're doing the Okanogi gardeners are actually doing gardening work, which means they have to have a real number, right? So she did this wrong, but I also think that the Okanogi gardeners are a cover story. They do real gardening work, but they're also getting paid off or something to keep eyes on certain people. I think that's also can be true. Or, it's just a coincidence that these guys have a white van, and that the real people that have been following her in a white van, there's 2 white vans, and 1 white van is evil. Because we know 1 white van is evil. Because her and losing their mind Keiichi have both been antagonized by a white van. So either it's just a coincidence, and it's super unlucky, or it's a real van. And they're getting cooked. It's the same. There's no doubt. The company Okanogi Gardeners doesn't exist. See, it might exist, though. It's just a camouflage occupation for the Sonozaki family's death squad. That's wrong. I think it's close to the truth, but it's wrong. I was too stunned to put down the receiver. The announcement kept running over and over again. The voice was cold and creepy. I hung up the phone and rushed out to the teacher's office. I ran to the bathroom and held my head in an attempt to cool down. Calm down, Rena. Calm down, Rena Ryugu. Stay cool. Rena Ryugu. And then Keiichi's gonna show up and be like, Rena, you're smoking crack, Rena. None of this is real, Rena. Yo, can we calm down? I clicked. Rena, you're so silly. You're not being hunted. Here, come with me. And then she's gonna, like, flip out. I wasn't safe here anymore. If I stayed here, I might be erased even in the open. They'd erase me? Why? They aren't certain that I have the scrapbooks. I told Keiichi-kun where I hid the scrapbooks. I can't take it, dude. I genuinely can't take it. Before Keiichi showed up and, like, threw the game himself, she just connected it wrong. It's so over. I've never seen something as over as today. Paranoia got her the same way it got episode 1 Keiichi. Though, it also could be more than Paranoia, and it could be Parasite, because they could have both been infected at this point, because there's any vessel for infection, right? It's as simple as, like, he's at school, and the school water has a special parasite in it, or something, right? I think there is a chance that they both got infected without us having any idea to know, at different times with the stronger parasite, and that enhanced their paranoia, which started to make them spiral, you know? Yesterday I told him I hid them in my hideout in the garbage dump. Is Keiichi-kun in cahoots with the Sonozaki family? She looks out the window, sees him talking with Mion. I felt as if my head was a pot that was cooking some dubious stew. Chat, would you drink the dubious stew? Chat, would you eat the dubious stew or nah? How do you feel about cooking some dubious stew? There was only soup in my brain. I cut up clues, information, and facts that just like I cut vegetables and threw them into the pot. Some of them were floating on the surface and others were at the bottom of the pot. They're being cooked in a boiling soup. Dude, I'm starting to like lose my own mind is getting foggy. I think I ran out of stamina. I think trying to put this all together actually just stamina'd me out. I've actually just ran out of stamina. Like, my brain is falling behind. I feel like how I felt at the end of chapter 1. Right? Where it's just like, I've been hit with so much stuff, and nobody agrees, and I can't tell fact from fiction anymore. So I'm just like, my brain's giving up. I don't know if I can get myself to, I don't know if I can brain blast back out. This is really trouble. Like, I feel it. I think I recognize it really well because I felt it with this series a lot. I was cooking, and then now they started to spiral so hard that I'm having trouble telling how much of what I've been cooking is good or not. And I think a lot of what I was cooking still is valid. Or at least parts of it are valid. But I don't know if I have the mental acuity to sort through it anymore. I think I ran out. I think I've tapped out. You know? No, it can't be. Keiichi-kun is on my side. Oh my goodness. He's the only one who's on my side. He held his hand to me at the trash piles. There was no lie in that hand. That's true. When he grabbed my wrist, I felt nothing but his strong and pure heart. He promised me he'd been on my side. I shouldn't doubt Keiichi-kun. He's the only one I should trust. He's the only one who's on my side right now. And right at this moment, Keiichi-kun's about to invalidate that trust because he's stupid. No, I do not have parasites. I do not have parasites. And now, this is the worst timing. I mean, we're all seeing the car crash, right? I said it out loud on purpose, full of regrets that I doubted Keiichi-kun, the only one who was on my side. Now that I think about it, whether I have the scrapbooks or not might not matter to them. Erase anyone who is suspicious. That's the safest way. Does that mean they're in a hurry? Day of Yashiro Summer's arrival might just be around the corner. I mean, Rika's gonna die in a minute now, right? And that's why they're trying to get rid of any small fish bones that are stuck in their throat by any means before it's too late. We don't need her anymore. Just erase her if you're worried so much. I could easily picture Oreo Sonozaki saying that. Wrong person. But picture? No, she did say that. That's why they're here today. No, it's the wrong. I'm sorry you're wrong. What should I do? What should I do? Should I wait until school is over? I was like a fish in a pond. No matter how many times I escaped from the net, I was in the pond and they owned the pond. I didn't stand a chance. Then what should I do now? I couldn't keep escaping from the net. I should get out of the pond. I didn't know how to fight them. I don't know who's on my side. I was about to give in to despair. For now, I'd have to think about how to survive this, so I'd at least have time to think about how to fight against them. I have to get out of this pond. I mean, that's the smartest thing to do. When I was about to leave the bathroom, one of my classmates came in. Except she's still not cured of her parasite, so to speak. So if she leaves Hinamizawa and run or escapes whatever the treatment is, she's gonna go mad. So she's stuck in the pond because the pond is what's keeping her from going crazy, because she goes crazy if she leaves the pond, but also the pond is what she's scared of. She's in a damned situation, dude. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And pretend to be sick and talk to the girl while leaning on the wall. She didn't repeat early. Usually there she would say kana Cannot. She's exposing. Her mask is slipping. I shouldn't let Chie-sensei know that I'm leaving school early if I'm trying to run away from them. But if I didn't, they might think I ran away without cause. That might lead them to chase after me without mercy. If that happens, I don't stand a chance. And this sucks because she's escaping what I think is a safe zone. Yeah. They were planning to capture me after school is over, but I happened to feel sick and left school early. If they took it that way, they wouldn't think that I noticed the noose tightening around me. I was about to go back to the classroom to get my bag, but I changed my mind and turned around. I didn't need my bag anymore. I realized nobody was watching me, so I stopped pretending to be sick and started running. I'm so... I don't think I can click an image or a link without... That's too risky. That's too risky, chat.
Chie-sensei, ここがおかしいですぞ。
おかしい？どうかなさいましたか?
You can click? Alright, bet. Oh, good. I opened up my other monitor. I wasn't sure. Oh, no, this is good. This is actually true. What? Okay, here we go. Wait, I wanna let y'all see this. Wait, imagery freaking sucks. It's like covering everything. Rena POV. Rena POV. I'm nothing like y'all. Little does she know that whoever's hunting her down wants her to leap out so they can scoop her midair. So her getting paranoid and losing her mind like this is actually exposing her to get easily scooped. Her safety's in the school with the other fish, right? Hey, double meaning with school. That was funny. But she's just freaking out. She doesn't know. It thinks I'm a bot. Oh my goodness, my life is a sick joke. It thinks I'm a bot. Am I really doing this for a FBI thing? No, I'm not. No, FBI, I'm not showing that.
見積書と請求書の日付が空欄になっておりますぞ。ここは今日の日付ではないのですかな？
ああ、そこはお役所の都合らしいんです。見積書の日付と請求書の日付が同じだと、なんだか都合が悪いそうで、庶務係さんから空欄にするようよく念を押されています。
あとそれから請求書に書いてある電話番号と封筒に書いてある電話番号が違っていますぞ。どちらが正しいのですかな？
あらやだ、本当ですね。
I'm going to kill Ryukishi, or whatever his name is. I have to kill him.
どうしましたね?
The phone number is just straight up wrong. So like Rena, that's so frustrating. Like I'm gonna make an example. If this was a D&D game and I was playing Rena, I would probably kill my DM. Because Rena has an actually good idea to check the validity of this organization. She executes the idea, I think, in a good way. Double checks herself, everything. And then she is punished for that by getting wrong information due to something completely out of her control. That is actually just crazy work, right? It is so unlikely that the phone numbers would be fucked up, right? I don't even think she rolled a 1. It just straight up is that, like, her roll didn't matter because the DM was like, hey, due to things outside your control, yeah, it's just you have, like, you have drawn water from a poisoned well, and the DM is the one that poisoned the well, right? That's my thing. That's my thing. That, like, it's just frustrating. Like, she actually played it okay, but then for, like, complete coincident reasons, she gets hoed. And that's just a good reason right here. Let's see, let's see.
請求書の方の電話番号が正しいんで大丈夫ですね。先代の事務所の時の封筒がまだだいぶ余ってたもんなんで、それに入れてきてまったんです。
It's like she just has no chance, right? Like she's getting hoed by like such a specific random thing. Hose her, which is the specific random thing she's latching onto to try to prove that she's not crazy. And then it's just a coincidence and she gets fucked for it, right? She didn't even do a misplay here. She made a good play and got punished. That's so sad. You know, this random part-timer just inadvertently caused Rena to lose her mind even more. If this part-timer did her job right, we'd be in a different timeline. Scotty, like, and that's what I mean by the D&D analogy, where it's like, as a D&D character, if you tried to make a good move and then you got punished for no reason, then I would be frustrated because it's like, DM, I'm trying to work with you here. Don't work against me in like a way that punishes me if I'm trying to play your game. I'm trying to play your game and pull on your strings. Don't make all the strings fuses to bombs, alright? You gotta give me something or else I'm gonna be inclined to not participate, right? If you teach me that the phone numbers just fuck you every time, and that playing the game and trying to do stuff just gives you wrong information, I'm not gonna try anymore. That's the situation. You know what I mean? So Rena is just getting fricked over. And I don't even blame her. It's just unlucky, dude. Don't cut away, you bitch. Why don't you check out list 3? Fish in a pond and make the decision to run. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is this? How do I do this without exposing? Do I need to download this? I'm gonna download it. Well, no, I don't. It's fine. Let me just do this. What is this? What are we doing anymore? What are we doing? What are we doing? You put a pink cube on the cat collar? I gotta kill. Who did it? Which one did it? Which one of you did it? Which one of you did it? Bring him to the front of the class, alright? I have a ruler. I need to spank you. Okay, no, that's worse. Which one of you did it? Oh, wait, I can just see. You have been found. You have been found, and you will never be forgiven. Like, do you see why my brain's melting? You guys are Keiichi and I'm Rena. Think about it that way. I'm like, oh, chat's on my side, chat's on my side, chat's on my side. Hey, check this out. It's a picture of you as a cat. I'm not opening Uta's DM. No. Let's check out lunch out thing 3. The danger of a culture-bound syndrome lies in the fact that it can easily trigger delusional misidentification syndrome. That is to say, in the current case, every time the patient sees something trivial, she tries to interpret it as a curse. You see what's happening in your chat? Or is it just me? You knew that it's just me. Because Rena... It's not like they're giving it. It's like Rena just did this. She saw something trivial and tried to interpret it as a curse, and now they're like gonna say like, "Hey, isn't that so dumb of her?" But like she's making good moves. I feel so bad. And it's believed that as a result of the communication of these events in an understandable form, a delusional system is created, ultimately leading to paranoia. And it's like it's so sad that this is happening. What the hell? I've never seen this before. Watch streak reached. 3-stream streak. Yo, chat, who got the highest stream watch streak? That's cool. Look, it gave extra channel points. I've never seen that before. That's so cool. That's actually cool as frick. And it's believe that is blah, blah, blah. Furthermore, the patient is also exhibiting slight signs of a personality disorder. Of course, it's at a very mild level. It's not causing any hindrance whatsoever to the patient's daily life. It's common for even healthy individuals to have primary delusions in their daily lives. But they usually ignore it automatically without recognition, since those delusions are nonsensical. However, there are cases where these delusions accumulate despite being incomprehensible. It largely depends on the particular characteristics of the individual, and it's believed that the patient shows relatively strong characteristics in this area. I believe you're very much aware that primary delusions are categorized into 3 different kinds. Delusional mood is the feeling of impending crisis without basis. Delusional intuition is the feeling of a sense of duty or goal without basis. Delusional perception is the feeling of a baseless cause against a baseless target. In the patient's case, it's believed that these incomprehensible delusions accumulated act out simultaneously with the culture-bound syndrome, which triggered a delusional misidentification syndrome. So she got delusional mood, and then delusional perception. And it ultimately caused the incomprehensible delusions to become understandable by interpreting them as a curse. The comprehensible delusion system induces understandable secondary delusions, further strengthening the patient's delusional system with the passage of time. The delusional parasitosis mentioned earlier can be considered a secondary delusion. A common factor of all cases of paranoia is that even after an outbreak, they still appear perfectly normal with no change in their personalities. The patients are unaware of their own ailments, and due to their personal interpretations of their delusional system, there are many cases where patients arm themselves logically, making it extremely difficult for a third party to point out that they're having a delusion. Furthermore, although it may depend on the tendency of the delusions, there are also cases where a persecutory delusion turns into a pursuit delusion or a conspiracy delusion, resulting in the patient creating an imaginary enemy and taking up antisocial behavior. You're saying that Keiichi did this and that Rena did this. I get what you're saying. But like, dude, brother man Bill, it's real. It's real. It happens multiple times, and there's something going on, and there's syringes going around. So stop giving me this information, trying to convince me it's not real. It's real. For example, there are cases where believers of a religious cult were deeply... And now they're bringing in the cult thing. Were deeply influenced by the cult's founders' paranoid visions, which shifted the group into a conspiracy delusion, and that made them conduct antisocial behavior in the name of self-defense. Although no such cases have been reported in Japan yet, it could very well happen in the near future. End of tip. Oh, free. Fortunately, the patient hasn't reached that serious condition as of now. With proper treatment, she should be able to make a full recovery. Please make sure that her father also understands that this is not an unusual case, but something caused by the accumulation of a number of innocent factors that anyone could have. The patient can be treated only by deepening her bond with her father. As long as she has that bond, she can certainly be treated. For the reasons above, if the patient is to return to her home village, I strongly recommend that the patient continue to receive guidance from specialized medical institutions. She has not been having that happen. Would you join a cult? Nah, I'd only lead a cult. What do you think y'all are doing, huh? Please excuse me for writing such a long letter. Thank you for reading this until the very end. I would also like 3 orange chicken orders, big plates from Panda Express with chow mein, 2 teriyaki chicken bowls with white rice, and then one of those shrimp ones. The shrimp ones that are premium. Give me a normal plate with that with the mixed rice, like brown rice. Yeah. Woo! Chat, I'm cooked and I wanna... that's a good spot for me. But I'm really upset that there might be only one more chapter. That's my situation. Because I'm mentally out. I'm like, I hit the bottom of the well. And I can feel that. And so ideally is the end. But I hate that I'm near the end. Because it feels like that I know this series is just going to bait me. I'm cooked. Dude, my brain, like in the last 30 minutes, ran out. Y'all always say highly recommend pushing one more, and I honestly never take it. Listen. If the next one's also a good stopping place, I'm happy with this. And y'all always say this, and it never matters. It never matters. It never matters. This time it's real. I just don't believe you guys, sadly. I feel like this is probably a good spot. Massacre, what's up? Cause yeah, bro. Listen, y'all need to take a look at this real quick. I'm gonna be honest. When some point in here, I ran out of juice. And like the next stream is 9 hours instead of 6. You mean the next 2 streams are 4.5 hours each? Whoa. Got him, chat. But yeah, chat, I think that's probably a good spot for me. Because I want to handle this series when my brain's fully active and at the best. And I definitely hit the bottom of the well. I'd have to like do it, I don't know. I think it's a good spot for me. Yeah. Was it, is Massacre like a guy? Wait, wait, that was the gift sub earlier. Wait, joke gift sub? Wait, is this a guy that people know? Oh, frick. What's up, man? Who is this guy? Yeah, I was pink cesting, which is fine. But, you know. Boom. Continue tomorrow. No. Chat. Next stream, Limbus Company on Thursday. We'll do Limbus Company. We're doing our Intervello. We met at TwitchCon. Oh, shit! Wait, which one were you? Wait. I just don't know, Wait, then who gave you an anonymous sub if we met at TwitchCon? Wait, I gotta look at your channel. Wait, which one are you? wait. Oh, we did meet at TwitchCon. You're one of the, yeah. Wait, Char, go follow Massacre, bro. Go follow Massacre. One of the freaking, what's it, this hellhole of a game called? League of Legends. Yeah, you're one of the League Andes. Yeah. Oh, shit. Don't worry, this is an incognito tab. That's why I'm not following you. I'm pretty sure I have you followed on my main account. That's so... Wait, who gave you a gifted sub anonymously then? Wait, that's actually some crazy work. Whoever this was knows that we met at TwitchCon and then connected the dots, bro. That's fire, bro. Wait, that's fire. Oh, what did I just do? Anyways, that's funny. Yeah, there it is. There, I accidentally re-triggered it. Rang. Yeah, chat, if you're into League of Legends content, go check out Massacre for sure. Met him at TwitchCon, he was super cool. Him and some of his other friends were also super cool. Already like chatting with them. If I ever get into League, I'm gonna hit him up. Fire gifter, charu! But the director gifted this up, I've been saying. That is the end of our stream for today, chat. We've gotten a lot of progress on our story. And we'll continue next week, Tuesday, 4 or 5 p.m. CST, something like that. Subscribe to the YouTube for the scheduling. Check out the Discord for the Higurashi community where you can chat with people about your theories or whatnot. That is the place to be doing it. We're going to be doing Project Moon continuation on Thursday. That's Limbus Company, our gacha game. Get some gambling going. Get some moves made. We're doing the Intervado and then maybe Kanto 4, depending on how all that goes. Which is super cool. What else? I'm trying to do like a variety stream at some point. Bro, maybe I do a League dip at some point just to make everyone freak out. Try to link up with some of the League Andes. Think about it. Talk about it. That'd be funny. Anything else? Any other big things? Uploads on Patreon. Where we're doing Kill la Kill, Sangatsu, and To Be Hero X. So if you're interested in those series, those are currently uploading on Patreon, and then when I'm finished with the seasons, I will get them up on YouTube. So it's like an early access thing. It's also Patreon, by the way, best place to give me money. I always appreciate gift subs, but Twitch do take like half of them every time. So if you really want to hook your boy up, Patreon's the place to be doing that because I get a way better cut. Frick, Twitch. It's a platform where I get y'all and it has a fun chat, but they hoe the streamer a little bit. Talk about it. Twitch, please don't ban me. That is that situation. Good chatting with y'all. Appreciate the lurkers, appreciate the chatters. I will be seeing y'all next week. Should be fun. I'll also be hopefully seeing y'all Thursday for Limbus Company. Honestly, it's kind of a little bit similar to Higurashi a little bit. It's kind of like a VN style thing in a lot of ways. So if you're interested in VN stories, maybe check out the Project Moon playlists, where I play LobCorp, Runa, and Limbus, because it pretty much is like a VN with a disguise of a game on top. You know what I mean? Talk about it. Anyways, I'm out of your chat.